Welcome back to NA Division 2. It's the penultimate day here for this division, and we got ourselves 3 series to be looking forward to as we get to the end of the season, basically, Lacoste. This has been pretty close, I would say, towards the top end, and it definitely feels like there's 2 different sets of where everybody's at right now, right?
Pretty much, we have these like 4 teams battling it out to stay in Division 2. Green Esports already out, and with the 0-6 score, it doesn't look too good. But other teams, yeah, it's going to be probably a wild one. Potential tiebreakers coming up as well. But yeah, we expected this one to be close in Div 2 and NA, and it was. I feel like we had a lot of good games. We had like a lot of back and forth games, long games, 55, 60-minute plus games, and it's been a wild ride, for the past, 2.5 weeks?
Yeah. So, last play day, we had 2 BO3s that were 2-0. So, let's look back at that, because before we go into this day of 3 BO3s, and there is stuff to look back on. Ravens against Nexus Titans, and, Nexus Titans, we've been covering a lot of their games. This game that they're going to be playing today is do or die because of this last series as well, where they end up losing and they really need to get another win under their belt.
Yeah, we were kind of their official casters throughout the.
It feels like it. Yeah,
we covered like probably 4, maybe even 5 of their series, and seems like we're not bringing them any luck to their games. It's been, I think, I'd say pretty chaotic. This one as well, Nexus Titans. Same old draft. It's just the way they play. They love this Wind Ranger more than anything, more than eating bread. It's just like, what do we want to pick? Let's go with the Wind Ranger. And we saw Lycan in action. He had a really good performance. Just a hero that scales really well. I mean, this is a super scaling lineup coming out from Ravens. They had pretty much 4 cores. Your monkey becomes a core with Gleipnir, BKB. Scaling really well into the late game.
Right.
And in the second game, things were pretty even for the first like 15, almost 20 minutes, and then a couple of bad fights from Nexus Titans, something that we've seen did happen before. They tend to play these, I would say, cookie cutter strats, a lot of their own comfort heroes, but when you try to tie these heroes together, doesn't look too good from like outside of perspective, I would say.
Yeah, Nexus Titans, one of the things that I think they've struggled with, and they've had a couple of games where it's looked a lot better, but, you know, their laning phase has been something that has not exactly gone to where I think they'd be happy with. We've seen some interesting builds come out from some of these players, like Thana loving that Ags build on techies, loving to put the minefield sign down. But, you know, it's just not... You're not out of the laning phase in a great position in a majority of these games from Nexus Titans, and a team like Ravens is going to take advantage of that. And Ravens, they're 4-2. You know, you've got guys like RRL and Italiana Gangster who do lane really well. And when you're Nexus Titans, you got to make sure that you're running a little bit more of a tighter ship when it comes down to it, right?
Yeah, I think Nexus Titans had interesting series when they played against Green Esports, where like laning stage didn't matter too much, but in a lot of their series where they played really bad in the lanes, the games ended pretty quickly. And in this second series, again, laning stage pretty important. You see already like 6k net worth 17 minutes into the game. A lot of these teams do struggle playing from behind when it comes down to shot calling, what needs to be done.
It's almost like a lot of these, I would say, bottom half of the standings, it's like they don't exactly have that permanent shot caller, that most vocal voice that we see more of the tier 1 division 1 teams have.
Yeah, Dota on this level is, I would say, much easier to play when you're ahead, like it always is. But when it comes down to sieging the high ground, using your advantage, like how you're gonna siege, how you're going to control areas of the map, like when is your timing, some of these teams do struggle. And we see a lot of techies. Like there's just like insane amount of techies. I checked the stats, like who are the most picked heroes. Techies definitely up there. 25 picks in NA Div 2. Timbersaw, Batrider. These heroes, like you can pretty much see them in every single game.
Yeah, definitely what we're going to see in this first series, too. Nexus Titans, like we've been talking about, Thana really loves that. Techies wouldn't be surprised if that's contested in all the games that we have. And taking a look at game 2, you know, this one was a little bit of a quicker one, but still, it comes out laning phase. And Tilted Boys, they looked better. They were holding on to a better lead. It was a 3K lead, but you could see in this fight, like, it starts to kind of fall the way of American Goons.
Yeah, they had Medusa, a reliable carry that you can always have something in the back of your head that this hero is going to carry you the games. They had a bit of advantage on side of Tilted Boys, but never managed to capitalize on that. And Du had a really rough time. Like, he died 11 times in that game, which was a bit of a weird one. It's kind of started with, I'll buy some auras, throw in Hand of Midas in there, but never managed to get much done in this one.
Yeah, so we do end up seeing that, American Goons, they take the 2-0, get themselves there, and it's take a look at the standings. You've got C-Dub, who are at the top, and this is just being massive growth for this team as they get towards the top. And the cut is going to be here with wildcard, all 5-1. Ravens at 4-2, and then here's what I'm talking about. You see just the drastic split, right? Tilted Boys 2-4, USA 2-4, which is American Goons, Nexus Titans 1-5, and then of course Green, we already talked about. They are eliminated already and are 0-6.
Yeah, one spot belongs to either Wildcard Gaming or the Cut because they are playing against each other. That's the last series on 27th. So whoever wins this one will be 6-1. You'll have one team with 5-1, and then it depends, like whether C-Dub is gonna get win against Ravens or things are gonna get slightly more spicier there. And for the last spot, Nexus Titans, they need to get the win here. If they lose this one, they're gonna be 1-6, and they're guaranteed out. So they need to get win to tie with potentially Tilted Boys if they don't manage to get win against Grin Esports. So yeah, still a lot on the line for both of these teams, but yeah, it's starting to get messier as the season/tour progresses. This is the potentially last games, coming out in the next 2 days.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to what we're seeing in Western Europe. Everything's pretty close towards the end. There's going to be tiebreakers. Things are going to be close, and anything is possible. Now it basically, for some of these teams, comes down to one last series. And let's take a look at today's schedule, which is, of course, starting with American Goons against Nexus Titans, and then Grin against Tilted Boys, and then that finale, which is a big one you should definitely stay to watch, Ravens against C-Dub, because C-Dub can secure their promotion with that. And then, of course, you've got Ravens who are pushing and striving to force a tiebreaker, because if they win, both teams are 5-2, and you're going to have a third team that's guaranteed to be 5-2 from the Cut and Wildcard Gaming, which would mean a 3-way tiebreaker for second.
Yeah, anything can happen, but we'll have to see what's going to happen. This first series, I don't know. Nexus Titans, they had their ups and downs, like in terms of like how they played. They only managed to get like 3 wins. They only managed to get like 1 serious win overall. So it doesn't look too good compared to American Goons, who are sitting at 6-8 score, which looks much better. And when it comes down to players that they have, American Goons, that they have like more experienced players. Lil Nick, he played in Division 1. Ask Boris. These are all like well-known North American players. So definitely giving him an upper hand in this matchup.
Yeah, and it says, Pingu's going to be replaced with Jubei today. And, this is, like you said, they're 6-8 on American Goons. They've taken games off of teams that are 5-1 right now in Wild Card and the Cut. So, they definitely have the ability to play up to their competition, right?
For sure. Lil Nick, the next North American superstar. He's, he's been grinding. He's up there. Just like community loves Lil Nick. Casters love Lil Nick for a good reason. He's just a likable person. Needs to polish some of his things to go back to that Division 1 and compete with the other boys. This time he's not going to be able to do it. Maybe with some roster swaps, but we can look at the team comparison. I would say like pretty similar, other than average deaths. Like these numbers are very close. Nexus Titans. We had the comparison the other day with them bringing in like a lot of heroes to get the gangs going, but sometimes overextending. You bring like 1 extra hero, maybe 2 extra heroes, which you don't need to have. And sometimes these heroes do die. Like their movement across the map like isn't as crisp as you would want it to be. And these numbers as well, like pretty similar. I kind of expected numbers to be slightly higher for American Goons.
Yeah, with the way that they've been playing, but again, it's also ups and downs. They're obviously 2-4, so things might be going a little bit awry for them. They are averaging higher experience, but the gold is pretty close. And so that's a little bit surprising considering the way I guess we've seen lanes go for Nexus Titans at times. taking a look here at Lil Nick, the next American superstar, as you put it, against Zor. And a lot more experience for Lil Nick, and truthfully, a lot more gold per minute as well.
Lil Nick plays these meta heroes from the off lane, everything that is strong right now. You have Timbersaw, Bat, Doom, Mars, Beastmaster, like he just plays meta stuff, very familiar, coming out from the pub as well. On the other side, you have Zor, who kind of experiments a little bit more. There was this Kunkka offlane pick, which they did random when we had an interview with them, like Brewmaster, Void Spirit, Weaver, Wind Ranger. These are not heroes from the offlane that top tier teams pick because they're not as strong. One of also reasons why they don't do so well in the laning stage.
Yeah, I can't believe they random that Kunkka, but then they had that combination with what was it? It was the Kunkka techies that they were like, yeah, we can make that work. Sure. It's just like, yeah, I mean, that's a great way to look at it, right? You random a hero and then you're like, well, we got this. It's fine. And they ended up winning that game too in pretty quick fashion. That was the quickest game of that series. That was, when you go from a 60-minute game 1 to a 45-minute game 2 to a 30-minute I randomed Kunkka game 3. I mean, that is pretty ridiculous at the end of the day. There have been some funny, like, small storylines throughout, like, some of these Division 2 regions. Like, we were talking in Western Europe, where we've got teams that don't scrim, that are looking to just take it easy. Then you've got teams that are accidentally randoming here, but still making it work. It's very funny, some of these little storylines that we're seeing out here, but it should be fun. And this series, I kind of feel like it should be American Goons, but Nexus Titans, we'll see. Like, they've proven us wrong before.
Yeah, I think there are two key heroes that they should not allow Nexus Titans to pick up. I think Kiritsugu had some really nice performance on the Broodmother multiple times. Mm-hmm. And also Techies. Dana had a really good performance. Like he's that I would say pub dominator with the heroes that they play, and we can look the most picked heroes, like definitely not a single overlap. So completely different drafts. And looking at the American Goons, these are like meta picks. On the other side, you have 4 games of Zeus. It's like, what? Why? Techies is the one that stands out. As we said, Dana, he's really playing Techies well, understands that sometimes he needs to carry the game from that position 4, so goes for more greedy build, gets that Aghanim Scepter. Pugna is strong, but Wind Ranger, 5 games, they do play it across multiple roles. They played it as 1, 2, and 3, which is doable. I don't think Wind Ranger position 3 can work. In most of these cases, she needs some solo XP to get to her levels. But we'll have to see. It's the hero that they like to play. Looking at, how the DPC tour shaped into in the end for them, maybe go for some different heroes.
Yeah, we'll see. As usually when you get this split of 2 teams that don't pick the same heroes, the drafts become a little bit more rough for them because you know what you can ban and you're not trying to play for any heroes between the two of you. So it kind of, from what I think, at least in my head, I was going to say from what I remember, but it's really what I think, and it could be wrong, is that you're going to see some focus bans. You're going to see teams having to come out of their comfort zone a little bit because of the fact that if you don't overlap these heroes, there's no reason to, not ban them if you're the other team, right?
Yeah, I just want to see how American Goons are going to approach this one. Because Nexus Titans, they also want to win. They don't have, they've been sticking together, something that sometimes doesn't happen in NA Div 2, especially if teams start losing. You'll see a lot more subs getting in, but they've been together and they're like, yeah, we're going to grind. We'll see what's going to happen in the end. And I believe we do have a draft available. So
yep.
There are these 2 heroes that I mentioned that are going to be key for American Goons to ban. Maybe, I don't know if you need to ban them in the first. There they are. I did the homework for them.
That's usually what you do. You go home. Were you that kind of kid who was like, let me do my homework before I start playing video games? Or were you video games first, homework at 4 a.m. before school starts?
Oh, no. I was like that throughout my whole life. I have to finish what I have, some kind of a job, whatever it is, homework, and then I have my free time and I can do whatever the hell I want. I was also that kind of a guy that told teacher that they forgot to give us homework. Just kidding.
The absolute worst student. Oh my God. You've got 2 minutes left. You're waiting for the bell. It's about to ring.
By the way,
teacher, what about homework for tonight? Oh, come on. I hate this guy. That's where, you used to use that line from SpongeBob the most, where that kid would say it and you just go, oh, brother, this guy stinks. And then we'd get homework that I would potentially do. Who knows? First pick coming our way is going to be Undying with an immediate response of that Pugna Timbersaw. And then American Goons, let's see what they bring out, because that was a quick one too. And then right into the Medusa. So these teams kind of have an idea of what they want to go for. I'm trying to figure out what's on Boris's wall. What words are on there? Does that say Yam Son? It says a bunch of NAT, PPD.
yeah, it's the
Yam
greatest
Son.
North American players ever.
What was? I couldn't tell who was on there. It was a lot of NA folks. Folks. I don't know. There's a OK in that word. Anti-Mage, of course, getting banned. Slark, something that you're always calling for to get banned. Now, Owie, Quinn, Neff. Whoa. Wait, Seb was on there. All right, wait a second. We're getting all over the place now. Might need to go back to that. Full screen.
We might go back
Enhance.
to see, what's going on.
Neff was on there. Shout out to my boy Neff.
So American Goons banning out heroes that are good against Medusa, protecting her in this second banning phase. Slark, Anti-Mage, if they want to get rid of Phantom Lancer, that'd be pretty hype. Naga Siren as well works. Monkey is also the one that can be really good, because any hero that can build into the Fusel Blade, burn her mana, get on top of her. Monkey doesn't care too much about your Stone Gaze if he's the one getting the Wukong's command first. I could also see Nexus Titans picking up something to kill the Tombstone, because both Pugna and Timbersaw, they're not the heroes that want to do that by any means. So you might want to pick up some Snapfire, some Marana for Dana.
Radiant team ban.
So getting that ban of the Terrorblade, take that high armor hero out of there, that illusion hero as well. Pugna, of course, with a shard can handle some of these Medusa illusions if it comes down to it. Doom Coddle.
10 seconds
Coddle
remaining.
just to bring, I don't think like Coddle plus Undying and Medusa can work in most of these games, especially if you lose the laning stage.
Radiant team
Coddle plus Undying, they can't really do much in terms of movement around the map. You know that Medusa is pretty static, so she wants to be farming. And there's another good hero that is counter to Medusa. Shadow Demon, make illusions of her. As you said, Pugna with the shard. He doesn't want to buy the shard probably. He'll see if he can get maybe from that Tormentor 20 minutes immediately. It helps out with reducing so much damage, and then you make illusions of her. American Goons taking the Storm Spirit, which is gonna provide him with some low cooldown,
Radiant team
extra lockdown for some of these heroes. And Rubik, yeah, not bad. Like, you steal Shadow Demon's Disruption, you make illusions of Medusa with Manta Style, so it's gonna be a lot of illusions if Pugna doesn't have Shard. And of course, pure damage stolen from Timber, so always gonna be good against Timber.
Steal that life drain, then you could be the
10
battery.
seconds remaining.
Look at me, I'm the Duracell now.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see what the response is. Shadow Demon, Pugna as your supports, and Timber could go mid. We've seen it before.
Probably they don't want it here. I think it's a god tier co-op game. You have
Ooh.
like lockdown from Storm, Rubik, your damage is pretty static. Either that or Puck. Puck also works. Like, these two heroes fulfill a pretty similar role, but I'm leaning more towards Queen of Pain just because she scaled so much better into mid and late game.
So let's see what this final pick will be in the second phase. What are you looking to get rid of if you're American Goons to protect your heroes the most?
They might ban 2 extra carry heroes. We talked about... Because in terms of AoE, they don't have much. Rubik, not a hero that deals well with, I don't know, Naga Siren. Nether is Undying. Storm Spirit also doesn't like to play into it. It's gonna be Puck, might be just a hero that they feel much more comfortable playing.
Right.
Because looking at the heroes that Despot did play, he played one Queen of Pain, lost a game with it, played one Puck game, lost as well.
10 seconds remaining.
So we'll see what these final bans are
5 seconds
coming out
remaining.
from both teams. Again, like you said, it can just ban those carries still for American Goons. And
Radiant team
looking
back.
like they need an offlaner for American Goons, but we've seen Medusa offlane once or twice.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to put it on the offline. In terms of counters, there aren't many right now. There is this Shadow Demon. So I feel like they're going to be looking
10 seconds remaining.
to pick up something. Outside of American
5
Goons for
seconds
Lil
remaining.
Nick, I could see some... What can I see? That's a good question. I could see...
Tango?
No. I think Axe or Mars, something low cooldown that can initiate a fight for them. Gives them like just overall more team fight.
Dire team ban.
Would you ever want Underlord in this situation for American Goons? Something that's tanky,
Radiant team
something that's
back.
really, decent in the lane, has some potential in the front line, or a builder.
I think they can get away with no auras. Sure, it's good against Bugna, like Shadow Demon Puck. You might want to have something. I think Tide Hunter also works, but then you didn't ban Monkey, you didn't ban Ursa. These are also heroes who are relatively good against Medusa, so you might want to stay away from Tide.
Seconds remaining.
So getting rid of that Jug, PL, of course, both
5
those heroes,
seconds
diffusal
remaining.
holders, if need be. And final pick here, I'm going to say, what about Necro?
No, not into this.
Damn.
It's probably one of the
I'm
worst Necro games. Like
shit,
into
shit. I
Shadow
take it back, I
Demon,
take it back, I
man.
take it back.
If there's Shadow Demon, you don't pick Necro.
Yeah, I know.
Everything else is magical.
I don't know.
Pugna as well, like he can easily kill you. Same goes for Puck. You don't provide any lockdown. Against Timber, it's okay, I would say.
Damn.
But yeah,
I
they go
tried.
with
I tried to be cheeky, Like I had to give it one shot,
one opportunity.
one mom's spaghetti. Damn.
So what do they need? They need some ultra late game hero. I
10
mean,
seconds
I'm down for
remaining.
Naga Siren. I think it's still good. Naga Siren game.
5 seconds.
Because a lot of these carries did get banned. I think Monkey also works. Like it can be slightly tricky when you play into Storm, into Mars. But if they feel comfortable going for it. I think like Puck plus Wukong's command gives them a lot of team fight. Just coil Wukong's is super strong at every stage of the game, scales nicely. They don't have much time left, it's only 10 seconds.
Faceless Void.
Faceless Void. Okay.
Okay. Not a bad one if you go for the right item build, I would say. This time, you might just want to get Diffusal Manta. That should be, maybe throw in Mask of Madness for some farming.
Right.
In terms of save during Chrono, there isn't any. So, looks okay. Time dilation against some of these heroes. Like Storm doesn't care much about it, but other heroes, it's like, it's not like, you're playing against Timbersaw, Batrider, and then you don't get to play Dota, but it's a good Void game. I think they managed to salvage their draft a little bit. It's cooldown dependent from the safe line. Like Medusa will take, oh my god, what is that bottle? This is like 2 liters.
Hell yeah, that's America right there. A big water bottle. Gotta stay hydrated, man. It's hot out here. Keep the hydration going. You know, it's not just a 300-point redemption on most streamers' channels. You gotta have the rehydration going. I'm ready to see what Boris can do on this Medusa. Like you said, long cooldown dependent there with the Chronosphere, and for American Goons, it's a lot of short cooldowns, truthfully.
It is. Like, even if you don't have Stone Gaze, no arena, you can still easily take the fights compared to Faceless Void, who's like, yeah, I kind of need my ulti to be able to get something done. Same goes for Puck. Like, sure, Puck wants to play some of these prolonged fights, but wants someone else to set things up. They don't, if there's no Chrono, they don't have stuns.
Mm-hmm. Looking at this game, we'll see if anybody fights pre-horn. I was giving it a look. I was looking at Desperate because he's got buyback. I've always thought, like, had that like thought in the beginning of the game. Do you ever just straight up buyback like that? Only
Why?
Only in griefing situations, I guess, right?
You don't have TP, so you can't really TP to anything that's on cooldown.
Well, not like right at this exact moment. He wouldn't die right here, but yeah, you know, like in the first couple seconds, I guess.
You can get as much done at level 1, level 2. You don't have enough impact.
Buy back in, get one right click out there.
Throw Blood Grenade, one hook.
Hell yeah.
To get 2 kills.
Worth, value. That's value. Then you forget you sacrifice yourself to neutrals. You're dead for 100 seconds. Let's see how this goes. Doesn't look like there's going to be much of a fight. Maybe if Zor goes out. But gets hit by Decay, and that's it. Meanwhile, disruption over in the bottom one, but that's just Little Nick getting disrupted. And American Goons, they pick up 3 bounty runes. So it'll be him with Giant in this bottom lane against Nature Lover, one of those great NA in-game names, and Kurtsugu.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I think NA Div 2 has the most fun nicknames in all regions.
What is it? Salivating Salamander?
Yeah, 37.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Salivating Salamander 37. It doesn't even fit on the Wikipedia page. It's great. I'm here for it. How does Zor do in this lane pre-reactive armor? Does he have the ability to even stay in the lane like this? Look at where Athena's at. He's kind of on the opposite side too. In this weird spot, dragging the creeps up.
They're getting zoned out, as they should. Medusa plus Undying, it's a super strong lane. As soon as they get to level 2, level 3, what is Zor bringing? He's bringing something onto the courier. Going to be a couple of tangos. Definitely needs some extra region right now. Jubei putting in pressure on Dana.
And he came here with so many mangoes, by the way. He's still got 3. He's just trying to land these decays and then maybe run and right click. Boris actually a little low on mana. But Jubei just constantly out there throwing these decays, has a stick as well, so even when spells are used against him.
Uh-oh, courier.
Grabbing a courier. 25 each. Look at that. Some easy instant gold there and another decay. Thena, he's pretty far forward, but again, putting Boris on 42 mana.
Oh, I think you could have gone for Dana there easily. Tombstone, Blood Grenade, had Mango available into another Decay. That's a guaranteed first blood.
Now Zora level 2. Let's see if he... Yeah, he's going to grab that early point in reactive armor. Make sure he could stay in this lane a little bit easier.
Oh, bottom, I was watching it. They misused the spear. Telekinesis into a missed spear. So Nature Lover lives in that situation. There's that first blood that should have happened before. Now it happened.
Didn't even use Tombstone on that one, so, you know, grabs it, gets the kill, uses that Blood Grenade, has 2 more coming out. He buys the rest of the wand, 2 Blood Grenades, and a Clarity for Jubei.
And Undying is one of those here. I don't think there's a single hero that compares to Undying early on who's like, man, how is this hero so strong? And then, I don't know, in team fights, if there's no Tombstone, if he misuses it, if he plays into them. Heroes like Mirana, Snapfire, the hero feels not as strong anymore. Like his lane presence is not comparable to anything else.
As this clarity now picks up a healing Lotus as well, so just controlling all the regeneration in this lane and kind of making things.
Should pass that healing Lotus to Medusa.
I think he did.
She benefits way too much from it. Mana, HP.
And a full HP pool from one healing Lotus.
That's cheese for Medusa.
Basically. So Jubei pops the stick, and Thane's been playing oddly in like the top of this lane. It's a kind of interesting spot. So we're taking some damage. Does have the mana to throw down a tombstone if need be. And then has a couple of stick charges. So we'll use them, Decay and the Mystic Snake, but they just don't get that kill on Azor, and instead Jubei's gonna die.
He wanted to go for the return kill. Mystic Snake. Should not grant him the kill. 8 stick charges available on Dana.
There it is.
Under attack.
71 mana back. What value for 100? So let's see where Jubei's gonna go. He's got TP. He's gonna grab everything from his courier. Could go over mid to refill Esk's bottle, but he's got 2 charges on it with a water rune, so he doesn't need to. And we'll TP top. Bottom lane. Haven't really talked about it too much. Just that Miss Spear incident is Zora again, just down to 90 health.
What do you mean incident? That's for the fans. Oh, nice spear now from Lil Nick. Kiritsugu. If you manage to pin him onto the tower, he's probably dead. Giant, 5 sticks, 5 shadow poison, 500 damage. Not gonna be enough. Needed an extra one.
Jeez. I gotta watch out about that shadow poison. Thana gonna die again here to Jubei, as he's now got himself 2 kills, and it's a 2,000 net worth lead. You know, not with many kills going on, which means the CSing and the laning phase is just going so well for the side of American Goons.
Especially top lane, there's the big difference. Timbersaw sitting at 1,700 net worth, Medusa 2.7k, so that's massive. Giant gonna TP to the mid lane, refill bottle from Esk, who's gonna get level 6 faster.
Dana? Level 6 was here, maybe.
Oh,
got the deny.
He denied it
dead for
instantly.
it? He might be. Vortex, Illusory Orb, now a Blood Grenade. Desperate's here with a Dream Coil. No level 6 there for Esk. He's short with 3 heroes splitting the experience off that kill. He maybe hits level 6 on that. He could Ball Lightning stick with Desperate and go for that.
Well, if they kill that ward, plus maybe one
Arcaner.
extra creep, should be enough. Giant. Forced to pick it up. Esk going in with that
There's
zip. No mana for disruption.
Yeah, Nature Lover is going to die here. Could have popped a Mango if he really wanted to try and survive as well as that wand, but nobody coming over. No reason to waste the resources. Spear lands on a Kiritsugu who does have that time walk, but now it's on cooldown. Zor's going to die here to Jubei, who's got 3 kills. Kiritsugu's in trouble to a Fade Bolt. That's just going to kill him. Oh, use that time walk. Didn't get much health back from it. The Spear connected, and already looking really good here for American Goons as they're going to dive the top lane, and Thana staying under the tower, but they drop the tombstone. They've got level 4 for Jubei.
Dana
going north.
Going into different direction. He's like, yeah,
Always
that's not
going
my
north.
base.
Look at where Medusa's at. You might be too far. Boris has to get back towards his team. Otherwise, he's in trouble.
XP
Does have
rune.
level 6. Ooh, Wisdom Rune. Going to be picked up by Thana. Now using that Stone Gaze, Blood Grenade, and back to the Tier 1 tower.
It's going to be a lot of damage onto Tier 1 tower already. Catapult has been hitting it this whole time, down to half HP. Lanes are bleeding way too much here. Like, your Timbersaw needs level 6 to threaten a kill on Medusa. Jubei, Mana Boots, Undying, 7 minutes into the game. Heavily involved in some of these kills. First Arena, Lil Nick.
Arena down. And they'll get the kill on a Nature Lover. This lane's been going really well, and on top of it, not something we see too often, but it looks like their supports are going to be hitting 6 pretty quickly on the side of American Goons. They've got
really
Rubik already level 5.
Undying about to crack level 5. Imagine if they picked up that XP rune. The one
Oh, jeez.
would go, like, one part of the XP rune would go to Boris. Jubei standing his ground.
Trying to kill this Nether Ward. There's the 20 gold. It goes to Boris instead. All calculated. And there's the Vanguard for Zor. So having that in 3 in the reactive armor theoretically shouldn't die, but, you know, theories don't always get confirmed. They're going to TP in Nature Lover and try and turn this one around. Jubei sitting on low health, full of mana. He does have a Tombstone, does have himself Arcane Boots, so can hit the double
24.
decay. And he has really got a lot of strength. So these right clicks, he's going to start hitting away, has another decay. Nature Lover's going to die to the zombies. They'll go after Zor. They can dive the tower. 5 charges on that wand right before the Mystic Snake hits, put Zor at 50 health. And he's going to drop a pretty deep ward here while they've got the Vortex coming through from Esk, trying to get a kill on a Desperate. He's under the tier 2 tower. Dream Coil
Needs another
used,
hit.
and he just needs one more right click. Now, Ball Lightning back up onto the high ground. He'll jaunt into the base with that Illusory Orb. They also got Thena.
Has fallen.
And this top tier 1 tower is gone. It's a 5,000 net worth lead here for American Goons.
Ooh, make it 6. Like your Faceless Void's going for Hand of Midas in recovery mode.
Midas.
Yeah, here we go. They have decent amount of control for Faceless Void with Spear, Telekinesis, Storm Spirit, lanes that go really well for them. Medusa on top of networks right now. They're still putting pressure
By a
on
lot.
Zor. He's level 5.
Oh my gosh. This is insane. Zor now getting chased again. They've got that Vortex, so they have the control to kill Zor. And Timber chaining, but Jubei, who now has 5 kills and is level 7 almost.
Involved in 7 kills as Undying. This is the dream game for it.
And you've got Giant, who's level 6 as well. So you look at that compared to the supports on the side of Nexus Titans, it's not exactly going well. Stealing the Illusory Orb, going with him, dropping the Tombstone, can jaunt to it if he wants, and that's exactly what he does. Keeps the vision. Now they're going to have a zombie going with Desperate. The spear lands and kills him. Fuck, just can't get away, especially Giant already level 6, able to steal a level 4 Illusory Orb.
It's a lot of damage. Like you can one-shot the creep wave. One Fate Bolt is level 4. And playing it with the catapult again, so this should be the tower. Some illusions, they group up, bring the extra numbers. Nexus Titans, like this is why we said that they rely too much on some of their cooldowns. The laning stage way too important. Timbersaw hitting level 6, 11 minutes into the game.
There it is. Disruption, but Ask is sitting here ready with a Vortex, and Dream Coil is going to be used to do pretty much nothing. Jubei gets another kill. He's on a mega kill streak. So he's going into the Guardian Greaves, and they've got the arena down. Thena ends up dead to Lil Nick. Can they even turn this? Kurtsugu is level 7, does have Chrono, but for what, I guess would be the question. No time walk for 7 seconds. They'll find him, and they've got the Telekinesis. But they'll use that after the Vortex with the Illusory Orb. Giant gets the kill with the help of the Spear from Lil Nick. And now both supports are on massive sprees.
Oof, I don't think as Faceless Void in scenario like this, you can't allow yourself to put more points in time lock. He's actually maxing time lock. 2 points in time walk, you want to bring it down to 6 seconds. That's a big difference. Zor again.
Where do you go? Stone Gaze, Timber Chain, Giant's gonna stay with him. Uh-oh. Well, that's gonna be another kill for Giant with his level 1 Timber Chain and his level 4 Fade Bolt. Medusa also now holding a great Healing Lotus, so I guess if they end up killing 2 Roches in this game, maybe he could collect all the Healing Lotuses to get that upgraded cheese. Always a fun thing to get, right?
Yeah, it's a meme. Chrono. Can they secure themselves another kill?
Can they
Coil
double
available?
up? Silence. The bashes. The Dream Coil. The bashes. Oh, there finally is. If they take away Giant Spree, that's pretty significant as well. Waning Rift silences, now helping Esk get in. But Esk, he's got no mana. They gave up 2 kills that Zor gets a lot of gold off of because of the Spree there for Giant.
Almost 500 gold for Zor. Not bad. First usage of the Chrono. They get something out of it. They get like 2 kills, some damage on the tier 1 tower. If they stick around, might be able to get it. Yeah, we can see the gold change. 1,700 for Nexus Titans there. But the thing is, like, Medusa's farming. I believe she also managed to clear some of the stacks that they had in the triangle.
Under attack.
Medusa, 13-minute Manta style with Magic Wand, Power Trends, Ring of Bassi. Level 10. This is nuts.
This is not. Not looking good still. Oh, 14-minute Wisdom Rune. They really need to grab this on the side of Nexus Titans. They've also got Thena in that area to steal one. Ooh, but Jubei is here to steal the other, or at least hoping to. Tombstone committed already. And Nature Lover gonna throw out that ult, throw out the Demonic
It's a
Purge,
good
time
tombstone.
walk in. It is a really great Tombstone, but look at this, he just doesn't have a decay again. So it throws out the Blood Grenade, the bashes come through, gets the kill on a Nature Lover for Boris, who's still trying to find that 14-minute Wisdom Rune. They get the kill on a Desperate, he grabs it, Thena grabs the other one. Boris? There's no Chrono. And now there's some help. Giant coming in and looking for the Nether Blast. Giant, by the way, he does have Blink and Ags queued up. Know you're having a good support game. Stolen Dream Coil. Oh, wanted to go for Kiritsugu, but Giant's gonna die instead.
Boris, way too difficult to kill there. 21 charges, Manta style, great healing Lotus, so way too much sustain coming out from him. A bit too deep. It's been like steady 7k gold lead for American Goons in the last couple of minutes. That tower that they killed, couple of kills with the first Chrono. Chrono's gonna be back online, so they might get another one.
Now let's see how they use this
Radiant's middle
this
tower
Chrono.
is under attack.
Midas on off cooldown. Come on, there we go. Gonna get that Maelstrom. Well, Nick has his Blink Dagger and finds a stack here. 4 heroes, Ball Lightning. Oh, Kiritsugu. Caught with Time Walk on cooldown.
Tower is under attack.
That's unfortunate. That'll slow him down even more as he's desperately trying to get this this Maelstrom.
Dire's top
Truthfully, I think Nexus Titans, everybody's trying to get to their next item desperately. They really want something.
Puck doesn't even have his Witchblade yet. Very close to it.
Esk.
Slightly low on mana, but does have Shield Rune, so should be fine here. Kind of too difficult to munch through all this tankiness. Shield Rune, 15 minutes into the game on a hero like Storm. When you are using Shield Rune, you want to turn your Power Treads into Strength, and it's the opposite of what you want to have when you're like using the bottle and stop
Min-maxing.
dropping your items, getting life drained by Pugna.
Oh, he's trying to min-max here. Well, Nick has Blink Arena ready to go. Zor
Dire's bottom
is
tower is under attack.
showing, and he's there, but does have Nature Lover behind him, though I guess the disruption will save somebody for a split second. Time Walk available for Giant, and he's going to be able to make some pretty aggressive movements, but the Waning Rift silences him. Kiritsugu goes to the Time Dilation. There's a Time Walk, so getting some distance. Now the Chrono, just on Giant. That's all they want to kill. They're trying to get the Tombstone.
Tombstone is
There's
still
the
down.
arena. Oh, man, a round on 3. Desperate's just dead. Nature Lover gone. Disruption used. On to Esk, but they're going to go for Thena. They've got this Vortex. They'll get the kill. A combo worth a wombo. And they've got another spear on Zor. They'll control this Timber for a second, but he does have the ways out with the Timber Chain. Off cooldown again. He's still pretty tough to kill at the moment, so
They
they
need some
won't
magic
continue to
damage.
go.
To kill Timbersaw, Storm Spirit was out of mana, had Region Rune in the bottle, did not want to risk for it to get it cancelled, and now looking for something in this bottom lane. These Tombstones from Jubei have been amazing so far. Like the placement, they also group around. This is level 4 Tombstone. He's super high level. Like he's level 9 and undying. I don't think you can ask anything better from your position 5.
So, Boris. We'll use that Manta. They've got the Disruption. That's over to the side. Giant caught. Giant, he's got a Chakram, but now he doesn't because he's dead. Thena gets that kill. They bring over everybody. I mean, they're really trying to just steamroll some of these heroes. Little Nick lands the spear, and they've got the follow-up Vortex. The damage is not enough. Jubei also ends up dead there to Desperate, and Kiritsugu's able to TP out. So all of a sudden, American Goons kind of giving up a couple of pickoffs that are kind of costing them a little bit.
You see power of Faceless Void hits, what, level 11. He maxed out Time Walk, also has Pupil's Gift, so that's extra 330 HP on him. When he turns into Strength, has over 2000 HP, so very tanky. They need another hero to be able to get the kill now on Faceless Void.
Grabbing these Medusa illusions. Come over to try and hit onto Boris. They need to start going, I would say, for American Goons. Just keep it going as like a 4-stack at least, right? They've been going as like 2 or 3 and losing their supports and giving up kills here, and their supports had sprees, so things get a little bit dangerous.
Probably waiting for Medusa to hit another item. Boris very close to Scotty against Timbersaw. That's going to be good. Against Life Drain as well. You see Dana trying to...
Demonic Purge. Giant. Oh, Chrono just on the edge. They catch S. Steals the Chrono, but there's no way to really help out. Throws out the Chrono that Kiritsugu can walk through and then finish the job after he snaps the coil.
Okay, now we're having a game. It looked like they had too good of a start to come back, but a couple of bad fights, or a couple of good fights from Nexus Titans, bringing in numbers. They've been holding hands, playing together, bringing in 4 or 5 heroes to every single fight in the last 5 minutes or so. And that's what we said before the game started. You know, that they like to go together, sometimes bring an extra hero that doesn't necessarily need to be there. But still, for them, it works out, so they should keep doing it. And now Timber, Zor, after having a really horrible start.
Arena. No spear because of the disruption. Chakram now stealing the Chakram, throwing it out, lands the spear as the arena is ending. And Boris, well, he used that Stone Gaze. They still can't kill Zor yet. They need to finally finish him off, and they do with that Chakram. Now the ball lightning, and they're going to go through. Vortex Silence on the Ask. With a Fade Bolt, Giant's got another kill. That's a double. Thana's going to die here to Ask. That's 3 kills for the side of American Goons.
American Goons were like, how did they win this fight? They brought numbers. Okay, got it. So guys, go as 5, and that's exactly what they do.
Blink, Leaning Rift. But, ooh, staying. Dream Coil, BKB.
Lil Nick going for the play, BKB.
And now the ball lightning, but the blink away. Desperate, he's out of here. And he's going to show himself, Illusory Orb, onto the creeps, as there's a Chakram to clean it up a little bit from Giant.
Desperate had Arcane Rune available throughout this whole time. We'll pick up 3 Lotuses from the pool. Make a great one. Yeah, make Lotus great again.
I think it's still a good item.
It's a nice addition. It's just that it's channeling. I don't know if there's a way to fix it where you could just like pick it up. It's like there's too many channeling things in Dota right now. You like want to channel the Lotus, channel your TP, Watchers, Outposts, channeling through the Twin Gates.
Do you like Watchers?
I don't know.
They seem pretty irrelevant.
I would say that I would not mind if they get deleted from the game. I think we added them because, you know, map is bigger. You want to have some control of the map so you get something for free. And American Goons will use this opportunity. Roche on Radiant's side. They planted some deep vision onto high ground. Solar Crest, Flash Golem, Tombstone. Everything works on Roche. So immediately we'll go into the pit. Might need to bring some extra heroes just for the damage output.
Speaking of Watchers, I have a B-Cop idea, a patented B-Cop idea for Watchers.
I'm listening. Probably not going to be added, just letting you know before you say it, but...
one day, one of the things I have will be added. But if you have a Watcher active, you start the game with a lower stock of wards. If a Watcher stays active and you've got control of it, every minute or so, I don't know the timings yet, this isn't a fully fledged out idea, it'll drop and teleport to your base like a neutral token wards for your stock.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea
Is under attack.
for a non-related game to Dota. I feel like it's a good one.
Dire's top tower is
Fair enough, fair enough.
Boris will continue to farm up, go for the tower with Grow Bow, Dragon Lance. He can stay out of
Radiant's
tower
bottom
range
tower
and
is under
securely take that tower. There's not going to be a response from Nexus Titans.
attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
So Boris, what? He's got that Scotty, right? And now going Daedalus.
Visibility.
Sure, sure. $5K net worth lead, and let's see what American Goons can do. They're gonna smoke. Smoking a pancake.
Double Hex queued up. They feel like they need more control against Faceless Void, against Buck. I think that's the good way to think how to scale into this game. And they're pinging out tier 3 tower. They know something is up. Otherwise, people would be farming. So next Titans, they immediately fall back. Who are they going to find? Nature Lover.
Nature
Not
Lover.
going to be as happy as the other team members.
Giant.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Just comes in and fade bolts.
Top tower is under attack.
Very typical Rubik
Is under attack.
contribution for a kill he shows up late for.
I got to test something.
He's got Ags now.
Yeah, what if, like, what happens
Oh,
when
no, he
Rubik
doesn't. Never mind.
steals... No, he does have it in theory. What happens when Rubik steals like another ability that has like 2 abilities when he has Ags? Like right now, Shadow Poison plus Shadow Poison release. I think he breaks UI.
The game?
Yeah. Arena,
He might.
On to Dana.
Arena, Spear, Thana. Say no more. Tombstone committed, and this tier 3 is not looking long for this world.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Going Nether Blast and hope to take this tier 3 tower, as a poor reaction from Nexus Titans could cause them to just lose the game. So they
You
need to be
miss
very
your
precise.
Chrono, you could definitely lose another set of barracks in the bottom lane. Medusa does have enough damage to bring it down. Zor in their faces
got Aegis.
immediately. Aegis up and running, as I said, for another minute and 50. Boris really low on
Stacks
mana.
on the
No
Shadow
mana for
Poison.
Snake.
Oof. A lot of damage coming out from that Shadow Poison, but not enough to kill Boris. Did some illusions with the illusion rune, and yeah, so there they go.
bottom tower is
5-man smoke. Nexus Titans may be feeling a little bit desperate. Not that they're down terribly in this game. Like, you think about the start that Kiritsugu had. Look at where his net worth is at.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Recovered nicely. They played around him, however. Like both supports. Even Puck, desperate, understood that if Timbersaul's playing from behind with no farm, he can't put pressure on any of these heroes. So they played around him. Managed to almost get him to his Aghanim Scepter after Kaya Sanj.
So here it goes as they kill Jubei.
has been killed.
Neutral over losing his courier. Did they get the Ags yet for this? No, it's still dead on the courier. Back in 5 seconds, though. There's the courier back alive again. He actually still needs the Ogre Axe. But
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I thought he had it before. Ags picked up for Timbersaw, so he's got that newish reactive armor upgrade.
I don't know how much I like this. I think like the best part of it is you gain
Radiant's bottom
instantly reactive armor, max charges. But the one that it's like, yeah, you get the barrier, you explode after. I don't see, like, it's very difficult thing to execute because you're gonna get
That's
speared away, people will run away, you get telekinesis. The good thing for Nexus Titans is it's down to 4K gold lead right now.
Yeah, they're really making a comeback, and I mean, this game was what, 18-1 or something like that? I think something insane. Spear and a God's Rebuke off a time walk, but once Time Walk's at that level 4 position, it really doesn't have that long of a cooldown, especially with that extra -1 second from the 15 talent. Although I will say, I feel like in a game like this, time dilation slow per cooldown could have been pretty good.
Time Walk cooldown is just better. It's like compared
Yeah.
to the other
Chrono.
one, Chrono again,
Ask?
onto Solo Storm.
Oh, and he's the best. Oh, desperate in getting the kill. Taking out Ask Boris, by the way, picking up a Wisdom rune. I think they're stealing. They stole that one, yeah. So they're gonna get both, and the experience lead is not massive, but it's gonna expand a little bit. Getting killed off a couple times here, Ask. It's his second death, but this really just slows down the game and allows Kiritsuga to be the ultimate carry and continue to farm.
They will go for Tormentor. I hope Pagana gets... I mean, it's even good if Nature Lover gets it. He was very close to dying there. But Pagana will take care of the business. He goes back to full HP. Very balanced, this life drain from Pagana. It seems like we see this hero in almost every single game.
So, Nature Lover having that demonic cleanse. If he gets the Ags, he'll have those extra charges. Always nice. Well, Nick spots Kiritsugu. Ooh, great dodge of the spear with the Time Walk. Now they've got the demonic purge. Little Nick's trying to fight back and survive. Pops the BKB. Thana's also going to come around. Where's the rest of his team? They're showing up just a little bit too late. Ball lightning in, and this is going to be a turnaround potentially. Only onto Nature Lover as Kiritsugu's able to Time Walk TP out.
Seems like American Goons wants to farm another set of items. Medusa deals insane amount of damage right now with Daedalus, Enchanted Quiver. Storm, once he picks up that Hex, which he's relatively close to, needs another 2,000 gold. How's Lil Nick doing? He also needs... He's closer to this Hex than Storm is right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Swift Link being built for Boris. Is the idea here for the side of American Goons just like, all right, well, we've got a very farm Medusa. They really can't beat us if we 5v5?
Nexus Titans 5 versus 5 becomes much stronger with each item Kiritsugu gets. This is...
And he's got so much time. He's going into the Disperser now.
Yeah, that's the next big item. He is going to scale. He's going to get the levels. Got that level 20. That's the big one. That's the game changer. Attack speed during Chrono, it's like 95 attack speed. It was 120 before.
Make that talent great. Very passive, though, from American Goons. It felt like they did have a pretty commanding lead. And since that point, it hasn't exactly been a bunch of kills for them. I don't think they've killed a core since the peak of their net worth lead.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I think they killed like maybe Zor once, and that's it. But if you're just killing supports, it gave both Desperate as well as Kiritsugu time to get back into the game, and that recovery Midas has fully gotten there. They are recovered.
Nexus Titans going into Roche Pit. They scan. Someone is sitting inside the pit. Little Nick ready to go in.
Disruption, Chrono early, and stealing the Chrono. Never that great, but they get the kill on a Nature Lover. They've got the life drain coming through on a Boris. Boris trying to stay alive, but they've got themselves the Dream Core. They get the kill on a Boris. They'll take him out. And now, what can you do? Chrono on the back lines. Can they get anything from this? Lil Nick walks into it. So Kiritsugu is able to get the kill on a Jubei, but they take out Desperate. They've got the time, the Timber Chain across. Oh, blink away, Lil Nick. Oh, the Chakram. Oh, can't get out. Giant. He's got Dream Coil and Chronosphere in his arsenal.
Yeah, that they might save it for the next fight. I think there's a better spell to steal. I think he might need to steal Disruption. That's probably the biggest spell he can get right now. to save Medusa during the Chronosphere. And this is also, have in mind, pre-Diffusal Blade on Faceless Void. Now going into Disperser, as you said, so there's going to be a lot of damage. He cannot be slowed. Will have a way of dispelling himself or allies.
Or second runner, sorry.
This is massive. Next Titans, I would say that if they take another good fight like this, they're going to threaten a set of barracks if the fight is close to the enemy base.
Nobody here to steal this for the side of the Dire, and this will be Nexus Titans grabbing Aegis, grabbing Cheese. Hex is now available for the Storm, but man, this is just falling apart for the side of American Goons.
Yeah, the laning stage was extremely good for them. It was also like they had some similar performances in the DPC yet, so I'm not that surprised. But this looked like, okay, it's not gonna happen. Let's see. Hex from the Storm.
Going in, getting the kill on the Desperate. Kuretsu, do you really want to walk into that? Dream Coil, he still has it. It's just on cooldown. Like, you can keep this spell and potentially do a lot of damage here. Kuretsu. Again, do you want to go on to Boris? He's got the Aegis. He'll just try to go. Stone Gaze comes out. Shield Rune picked up by Ask. Ball lightning across to the backlines to take out this Shadow Demon, or at least try to life drain Thana, keeping him alive. They go to the Chrono, they've got the Tombstone down, and now Ask, no mana, he's dead. They went for Nature Lover, they lose him, they'll get the first life out of the hands of this Faceless Void and spear back Zor, but Boris has no mana.
And Boris, I'm a little surprised that Boris didn't opt to go for Butterfly in this matchup. Little Nick seems pretty dead here. A lot of slow. Zor, like, he's massive right now. Zor's has had great recovery so far in this game. Holding on to Cheese, does have 4,000 gold in the bank, getting closer to Hex. Medusa, I feel like she needed Butterfly. Sure, your Mjolnir procs through any kind of evasion, but then again, those that don't, it's just like so much damage taken away from Faceless Void in this carry-to-carry matchup.
This is starting to become an issue for American Goons. And by starting, I mean it is.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
What do we do here if you're American Goons? Wants the Swift Blink, but Boris is now going to have to deal with this Disperser. Or, well, just the Diffusal for now. Picking up a Reaver.
He sold Hand of Midas, sold Magic
Satanic.
Wand, got Satanic instead, so he can't be burst. I don't think they can bring him down from 100 to 0 unless he's alone and they like double hex him, spear him.
Where's the Halberd on the side of the Dire, too? That's a little surprising.
I'm not sure who buys it in this one, because Rubik doesn't buy that item.
Right. Well, it's crazy that Jubei is bottom of the net worth. Like, there was a point in this game where he was going Guardian Grief straight up after starting 5-1.
What did I say about Undying?
You have that great start. You feel so strong, and, well, started from the bottom at the bottom.
Now we're here.
Yeah. Jubei's smoke's going to be broken, and he's just going to walk up onto the high ground, and now they've got the Hex. They have the control. They've got the follow-up spear, life drain, disruption, and now it looks like it might be time to just disengage because they're going to lose Ask. There's just no way for him to get out of this one. They get the kill on Athena. They'll drop down the Chrono and put him on the edge, but he can't walk over to him immediately. They get the right clicks coming through, trying to take out his mana. Boris on the run. BKB's been used. The right clicks coming in with a Stone Gaze. They get the kill on a Desperate. They'll look over at this Timber Saw. 2 seconds, 1 second. He'll explode. BKB, a bash on a Little Nick. Time walk in from Giant, blinking away. Spear doesn't connect to anything. Kuretsugu time walking forward. Timber Chain keeping up. Whirling Death coming out from Giant as well as Zor. What else does Giant have? He's got Time Walk, Whirling Death from the Timber Saw. Or staff from Jubei, and now eating that cheese. He wants to still go. Time Walk, Whirling Death once again, missing the chakram. Spear lands, and now force staff from Jubei, keeping him from getting that jump in. Yeah, Psychic Headband and the Force Staff. He used the Force Staff to get further away. Headband to push him away. And now Aeon Disc for Shadow Demon.
He does not want to die. All he needs to do is keep the distance, use Disruption on the target that they go for during the arena with the Hex. I think Medusa needs to have different items in this matchup. It needs to be Butterfly. Daedalus needs to be Silver Edge to break Faceless Void, break Timbersaw. Especially Faceless Void, like in the late game. He does have that backtrack talent. Aeon Disc proc, but still gonna die here.
And that's pretty big. Tantrum for 50 seconds without... well, not as big as I thought it was, because they're just not going to fight after that. I don't think they're going to be able to find anything within this 50-second time frame of him not being alive, unfortunately.
That's the big spell. Disruption. I think this might be the first Disruption that Rubik has stolen. It's the massive one. You can protect your own Medusa. It's good for sieging. You use it onto illusions. And you have like 4 Medusas
He's
around.
got such a reach, too.
Dana does have Shard on Pugna, but he's going to be the hero that they want to kill first.
Whoa, Ball Lightning all the way through. Looking for the Pugna. Thana under the tier 2 tower. Spear connects. They've got the Timbersaw coming in and Zor. Kiritsugu coming over. Time Walk in. And now asking trouble with the Disruption. That's going to be there for the save. How long, though? Ball Lightning all the way onto the high ground. They've got Lil Nick standing his ground with the arena, keeping them really just tight in. But now they go after Zor. It will explode. Time Walk Chrono lands on Boris. It's on the edge. They'll get the kill on a Jubei. It also caught Desperate. Now they got to get Boris out of this one, but the right click's coming in on a Zor. Still can't get that kill onto the Timbersaw. He'll Timber Chain away. Oh, Chrono placed on a Desperate Giant. He's stealing some massive spells at the moment. The right click's in. They've got the Hex follow-up coming in from Esk. They'll get the kill on a Desperate. He's dead without buyback. Surprised there wasn't more control there and more damage coming out of Boris, but the time walk, the time dilation, now the Stone Gaze. How long do you want to stay on this? Disruption and stealing of the time dilation. Not a lot of mana left here for this Faceless Void. Time walk, time dilation, the spear lands. They have the control. They'll get the kill on Kiritsugu, who doesn't have buyback. He's dead for 100 seconds. Oh no. Zor's gonna come back into the fight. They're looking over his Lil Nix, maybe looking to land a spear here. That'll push him back towards the team. He's got this armor. 4 seconds till the bomb explodes. Boris not working with a lot of mana, but now he's gonna be hexed up. They've got the chakram right on top of him. The bomb will explode. Time walk from Giant with the time dilation available. Another spear. There's the dust. Zor's going to be spotted, even though this Glimmer Cape's keeping him invis. But they start to retreat and let Zor live. They go back for Thana. They're right on him. They've got the telekinesis, this Nether Blast to try and turn it around with the Life Drain and another Glimmer Cape. Time Walk in, Hex used. Giant's in a little bit too far. They've got the damage, but the Time Walk's just available for him to get away from this one.
Oh, Giant's been carrying the last 2-3 fights with some of the spells that he has stolen. He becomes Faceless Void. Look at him. Time Walk in, time dilation, time walk out.
Does the Time Walk in, he does the Time Walk out. Does the hokey pokey and he turns it all around. That's what time's all about. Well, Nick, landing some good spears here, but getting a lot of help, like you said, from Giant with the time dilation, making them move at 0 movement speed, basically, as well as having the disruption earlier in that fight.
What's Medusa buying? What is that? It's a full Mjolnir. So wants to have some extra magic damage against Timbersaw. You put that onto yourself. It's going to be a lot of procs as well. You tank a lot of damage. Faceless Void is super tanky. He does have Trickster's Cloak, status resistance from S and Y, Satanic. Once he gets Disperser, that's going to be a way of dispelling things on top of himself. But level 25, the backtrack talent, it's still being broken by Silver Edge, but there's no Silver Edge. This is why I wanted to see it on Medusa this game. Medusa with the tier 4 token. That's the one I like. Tier 4 token as neutral item, my favorite.
It's the best one.
They see him. He's kind of alone for a second until the rest of the team connects.
Courier. They're going for the backlines. They're going for Nature Lover. He's got the Aeon Disc. Now trying to turn this one around. They've got the arena down, but the Chrono comes down to the other side as well as the Dream Code that's going to be down on Esk. Esk going to be controlled. They've got
No
the Chakram
buyback
coming out
on him.
after he goes in on to the Chrono, but the Chrono on the backline stopping the life drain. Right click saying Jubei's dead. Nature Lover's going to fall. Boris is going to be stuck in the Chrono that was dropped down by this Rubik. Goes to the Stone Gaze. Now silences with the Waning Rift. They've also got the Disarm on him, so he's not really putting out that much damage. They've got the Chakram on top of Boris. Now, Giant, what can he do? The Spear lands on a Kiritsugu. They've got the Hex once
They
again
need to
onto the
help
Medusa. Boris is going to get low on mana. He needs to try and get out of this one. They've got the help from Jubei, but he's going to use that Manta. Now he doesn't have any mana. He's trying to right click. He's trying to survive. He's putting out the damage, but not going to be enough. Jubei falls. Boris is dead. Nick throws him away with the spear, but they're going to catch up to the Mars, and they will get this kill. They will take him out, and Desperate will be the one who finishes him off.
Oh, like these fights are getting much more difficult for American Goons because Storm doesn't have BKB. He doesn't survive Coil. He's getting chronoed. He's only level 20. Like, you can see how heavily focused he was in the last couple of fights. He never survives.
Kiritsugu now going for this Roche with an Ag's Blessing on it.
Oh, yeah, pick it up. Pick it up instantly on Faceless Void.
Boy. Oh, boy. Giants pushing in top. This Medusa got caught by the Rubik's Chrono. They've got the Hex on Esk, and he's already out of mana. Esk, his game, look at where he's at compared to Desperate. He's 4K behind.
Yeah, there's a big difference. Like, you can't even itemize anymore. Chrono, level 25 on Puck soon. Rimcoil will be going through Magic Immunity, or aka debuff immunity.
Has the Aegis, so could probably buy out on that Disperser.
Yeah, you go all in. He
Oh,
even
no,
sold-
Butterfly instead.
Okay. So wants to even make Medusa's life harder. See, he sees Butterfly, he sees Daedalus, means like, oh, she's not going to be able to deal damage. There's Milner, so procs are going to go through evasion.
Oh, double damage bottom.
Kiritsugu really carrying some of these fights. Needs to use time dilation after Chrono. Like, he gave away a couple of Chronos to Giant.
But the Chronos have been hurting at times, too. They caught Boris, his own Chrono. So he needs to be very careful about that.
DD on Void, half duration left. 3.5 minutes,
could
almost
just take
full
this
4
Tormentor.
minutes. Yeah, they could take Tormentor.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Zor gets that, so he's got the flamethrower now. Spell Prism here for Esk, but he's getting taken out of these fights almost immediately. Ooh, time walk, time dilation doesn't land.
Giant still holding on to Chronosphere. In terms of damage that they have during Chrono, it's pretty much Medusa. And as you said, if she's the one getting caught inside Chrono, they're not going to be able to deal damage.
Mm-hmm.
6 Lotuses about to be picked up.
Can you get it? Can you get a cheese with that? What does he need? 3 greater healing lotuses? Something like that. And a cheese.
I heard the stories about it. I never actually saw that happen.
I got it within like the first week of the patch. And then I never got it again. But the goal of the game was for someone to get it, so we won the game and got that shield. It worked out. 47 minutes here is this has felt like honestly an hour already with how tense the game has been and how close it's been. So we'll see what they can do. Zor's become a problem. He has just felt unkillable. He's got that second chakram thanks to the level 25 talent. He's looking to get an Ag's Blessing and Boots of Travel.
Zor has been amazing, I would say, last 25 minutes.
Give him a shoulder and he'll have 7,000 health.
What a recovery from him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Truthfully, I don't know if American Goons have the damage to bring this game back. We've seen it just be lacking for them. 5,200 gold here for Boris, but that is unspent, and now they're going to end up stealing Time Walk. So Giant has Time Walk, doesn't have anything else in the moment. Time Walk in. And they've got the Hex, the damage on a Kiritsugu. Now the Chrono comes out, he steals it again, but there's the Arena that lands the spear. That will keep this Faceless Void from doing some damage, and now the right clicks, the Satanic, the Time Walk over, they go to the Stone Gaze. Kiritsugu's in pretty deep. If they're able to get this kill, they might be able to get a second one. They've lost Kiritsugu. They're going and putting some damage onto the tier 3 tower, and now they'll back away. They've got the time telekinesis and the Time Walk over. Back and forth they go. They hit the Hex. It's onto the Mars. Little Nick in trouble. The double chakram on top of him. They can't keep him alive. The Whirling Death gets the kill. He does have buyback. The right clicks onto Jubei will get themselves a second. The gem is on the deck. Boris trying to do some damage, but where is he? He's in the middle here. This is a big problem. The ball lightning in, trying to get the kill here onto the Shadow Demon, but Boris is going to die. He does have buyback. Now, BKB has been popped here by Kiritsugu, looking over at Giant, who's going to telekinesis himself away. They land the spears on to Kiritsugu. Now they're going to Time Walk. They've got the Hex. They have the control. They'll get the kill. They'll take him out. He's dead for 100 seconds, but he does have buyback. Little Nick just bought back, and now he's in trouble. The chakram on him. He'll explode. Zor's going to be godlike. They take out Nature Lover. Not dealing with a lot of health anymore, but the Time Walk gains. Zor with a Timber Chain trying to get out of this one. They've got Desperate coming back in with a Waning Rift. There's the silence on a Rubik. Giant, he's going to be killed off by this chakram, as well as the right click coming up from Zor, who's got himself a triple kill. Faceless Void's going to buy back. Decrepify on Azor. Now it looks as though they're going to need to retreat, as that's going to be hit with the Waning Rift. He's going to be silenced up, as well as Dreamcoat to get control out on him, but Desperate taking some damage from Boris will be forced to walk away. Zor doesn't have to, though.
They feel like they're weak on side of American Goons. If they get the kill on Medusa, they feel like they could end the game. That's why Kiritsugu bought back. Zor, pretty unkillable, still has cheese available. And if they catch Medusa, he caught him.
Time dilation, Manta.
With that Ags.
Ball lightning back and forth, but this isn't helping Boris. Whoa.
And they call
GG,
it.
that's it. Nexus Titans take game 1.
Ooh, what a comeback. I think this has to be like the biggest comeback that we've seen, at least that we've covered so far in NA DPC. In terms of like sheer carry-to-carry matchup, what they had in the first, 15-20 minutes of the game, they managed to burn all this advantage that they had. Like you said, like you praised Jubei, everything was going correctly. I think this one goes down to Medusa and her item build. You need Butterfly early on, then Faceless Void can't really focus you down. I think you need Silver Edge to break both of these heroes, reduce some of their damage output, and also being able to maybe get the kill on Timbersaw when he doesn't have that Aghanim Scepter. But yeah, great recovery, especially from Zor. Zor popped off completely. I don't think he died for like good 25-30 minutes of the game.
Yeah, so taking a look at these highlights, it ends 41-35. Like there was just, even with them dominating the back end of that game, they find themselves behind in kills. So, I mean, it's kind of insane. 14-4-11 after Zor struggled in lane so much, and Esk actually ending such a low net worth after the start that their team had. But again, I think we talked about that as well, is the fact that a lot of the kills were coming out for Giant as well as Jubei, right? A lot of kills for the supports, and ultimately their net worth is kind of irrelevant. And you can see Giant, he was keeping these fights together at times for American Goons, and they just didn't have the damage to kill off Zor. And when you can't kill him, he's able to do so much, and it just opens this game up for Kiritsugu.
Yeah, Dana had so like both supports have some kind of a save. So if you go on one, there's gonna be Glimmer Cape, there's gonna be Decrepify, Life Drain, Disruption. They protect each other nicely. I think this is a game where we haven't seen a single hero enter a tombstone, because like it died so quickly. And you see Kiritsugu understanding that they have no real lockdown, like no real save. Yeah, as you said, like he's been on the edge of the chrono, and this fight, as soon as they start to focus Medusa just dies instantly. Like she loses her mana, and with no mana, Medusa just feels even weaker than normal heroes.
Esk just didn't have that kind of storm impact that we're used to seeing, especially after a lead like they had.
Yeah, one would say it escalated quickly.
Yeah, and to the point where he couldn't do anything. So you see it here. They get the kill on the Medusa. They end the game. They get that victory in game number 1. And I'm truthfully, what a great comeback from Nexus Titans. And I think that's all held together by who I would give MVP to, Zor.
Yeah, he was level 5, 12, 13 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And managed to make a really nice recovery. They're like, when you look at their heroes, they don't have that like one hero like Queen of Pain or Storm Spirit that benefits from life drain, but most life drains have been used onto him to replenish his HP. He even becomes more tankier. Sometimes you do run into mana issues early on, and this is where Pugna came in clutch.
Yeah, so you can see Zor 14, 4, and 11, a lot of XPM, which is a crazy XP per minute considering what you just said. Level 5 at 12 minutes into the game. And his GPM was out of control. Like, there was just a point where they could not shut him down. And good fights from Nexus Titans. Also, I would almost say bad utilization of such a big lead there by the side of American Goons.
Yeah,
So,
this game should not have been thrown. That this is like pretty much in the bag when you have 8K gold lead as a Medusa lineup. You should be able to capitalize on that advantage early on and just like close out the game. But yeah, Storm Spirit, he got caught like Chrono, Coil, every single time he's in any of these abilities, he's just straight up dead.
Yeah. So that is Nexus Titans taking game 1. We'll see if they can finish the series 2-0, which would be impressive for them, and they needed to stay alive. So we'll be back with game 2 in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, and welcome back here to NA Division 2 action as we've got ourselves Nexus Titans against American Goons. And Nexus Titans are playing for their lives, but they've won game number 1, so they're halfway to forcing a tiebreaker in this final play day for them. This would be pretty big considering the way that their season has played out. And honestly, it'd be pretty big for them considering the way the first game played out. They were down 10, 11,000 net worth, and somehow, despite the fact that the game started 13-1 and you had a level 5 Timber Saw 12 minutes into the game, they managed to win. They recovered.
Some overextension from American Goons. Definitely. They needed like some kind of a save during Chrono. I was calling out for Disruption to be stolen. It's the one that kind of breaks the game. If he manages to get like one Disruption during Coil or Chronosphere, especially on Esk, who did struggle surviving throughout any of these, like every single fight, I would say in the last half an hour of that 50-minute game, if he gets caught by one of these two abilities, he's dead.
Yeah. Like, Kiritsugu ends that game with 5 deaths, and it's just like, he started at 1 in 3. They allowed him to really recover pretty heavily, and it's just, I don't know, it felt as though they did not take advantage at all of the game when they had that 10,000 net worth lead. And I look at the graph and of that prior one, and the win probability was at like 95% at 19 minutes into the game. That is quite the comeback.
Yeah, those numbers, 95-5, they do tell you that this was a massive throw from American Goons. Shouldn't happen. I still think their draft is much stronger. The way they played for the first like 15-ish, 20 minutes of the game. If they get to draft themselves similar heroes and play like that, I think they're in a good spot. It's just that they threw the game. That's it. Like a couple of bad fights. Not having this disruption, itemization on Medusa, to point it out one more time.
Right.
And also target focusing, what's not there. Like sometimes you'll see, because you have 3 stuns pretty much. You have Vortex, you have Rubik's Lift, Spear, and maybe you manage to steal something like some silence from Puck, Chronosphere. If they had like different heroes, something that synergizes nicely with Chrono, because Storm doesn't deal damage to Chrono. Rubik has like 1 Fate Bolt, maybe Stolen Chakram. It really does depend like what kind of a setup you have for a Stolen Chrono. Maybe that's why Kiritsugu didn't care too much about giving them Chronosphere, because like we saw him in one of these situations where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna go through Chrono and still kill you.
Yeah, it was a couple times too where the Chronos were okay from the Rubik that stole them, but at the same time you'd see Boris kind of try to right-click any of the heroes that were in the Chrono that Giant had caught, and he just puts himself into the Chrono, and then all of a sudden it's just like, all right, well now Medusa, your damage dealer, isn't dealing any damage. They're able to kill off Esk, and it becomes a big issue for them. So it's just I'm not sure what you do coming into this second game, but the draft is live, and well, let's take a look and see what's going to go on here. As well, we've got ourselves just honestly American Goons, who they're 6-8. Like, they have a lot of wins, and a lot of their series have gone 3 games, and a lot of these games have kind of gone on a little bit long. So how do you come back from that one without just mentally being defeated?
They had a couple of games like this before. Shake it off. They experienced it before. For them, this series doesn't matter as much, so maybe that's why they're playing slightly sloppy. I mean, it does matter because they're gonna be like 2-5, and then Nexus Titan is gonna be 2-5 if Tilted. It also depends on the other series. It could be like, oh, we're gonna be okay. Tilted Boys are gonna lose to Green or something along those lines. You can't rely on others. You need to make your own destiny. And looking at the bans, American Goons, again, banning out Broodmother. Thought about banning Techies, but as they did in the first game, but said no. we need to take out this Timbersaw. He caused way too many issues, and I have to agree with that. So let's see if Nexus Titans decide to pick up just techies straight away. Dana plays it really well.
Right, so let's see, Brood Timber getting Zora out of his comfort zone of that Timber, and now you've got Morphling Undying. So, already Nexus Titans going into a bit of their reserve time. I'm thinking definitely, they're going to want to go to the techies, and I've thought about, maybe... Yeah, there it is. Not surprised. They get the techies, and it does take them some time to want to go for that, but it is there and available.
Let's see if American Goons want to use this. Get Pugna +1, Pugna Storm. I feel like could be a good one. If they want to go Pugna Medusa, I think that's also a super strong opener.
Pugna Medusa. Do they go back to the Medusa? Do they want something like that again? Because if you pick the Medusa here, it's not protected, right? Like, you could just go anti-mage for Nexus Titans.
You could, and then most likely Medusa is going to shift in terms of priority. They will put it on the off lane. Maybe, you can also put anti-mage on the off lane. You want to probably lane AM into Medusa, follow her around. So let's see if it's going to be Medusa, if it's going to be Storm Spirit for American Goons.
Dire team pick.
Spirit Breaker.
Okay.
So, Pugna Spirit Breaker. Your Nexus Titans pick up that Medusa. Or do they just leave it, ban it, and maybe ban Storm as well? Because those are the two big batteries that you're trying to fill up, right?
Yeah. My question is, does Nexus Titans want to pick up Wind Ranger? It's the hero that they play a lot. They could take Medusa for themselves here. I wouldn't mind. Because they've been opening up with a lot of different stuff. Do they want to pick up something for the mid lane that doesn't care too much about charge from Spirit Breaker?
Shadow Demon. Okay. So, wanting that Shadow Demon again. Never a bad thing. As, getting that Shadow Demon, having that save, and now banning, of course, that Storm. But I don't think they care about the Medusa anymore, right? Giving up that Medusa now that you've got Shadow Demon.
Pugna Medusa might be too strong to deal with just Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is a good pickup here against Spirit Breaker. You see him charge in, ulti on top of him, remove his bulldoze. He doesn't move. You can easily focus him down. Same goes for Pugna. You'll always have something against his annoying Decrepify. You can also put him down with Disruption when he's trying to life drain. Set up for Techie's stun, for Techie's mines. I think Nexus Titans got a good trade in this first big phase.
Hopefully they don't random Kunkka again. That would be rough, potentially, making this a tough one for them. So banning that Faceless Void, getting rid of that ultimate control as well with the Chronosphere, not wanting to be in a situation like that, and then getting rid of the Doom. Always a big fan of Doom.
Dire team back.
So let's see, Bloodseeker as well. Of course, wanting to get that away from the Spirit Breaker, stopping his ability to move around and charge.
Pugna plays on low HP a lot of the time, even when he is replenishing HP mana with life drain to others, which does give Bloodseeker really good entry to the game. It's also a strong
there's
laner.
That Medusa ban.
Yeah, they're still gonna get rid of it. It's too strong. Like, one Shadow Demon doesn't deal well with it. You also have Pugna on the other side. With Shard, he can kill out these Medusa illusions.
So let's see what's next. Is getting rid of Medusa and Storm. Quap's still available. And is always a hero that seems to kind of go off pretty heavily.
I could see Nexus Titans pick up hero like Puck, maybe even Quap, something elusive. A hero that can find Pugna. Also, these two heroes don't... Like, Queen of Pain does, but she can jump out of the trouble with Blink. Puck is a better version, since you can't really get charged. They're gonna ban Ember, so maybe they're looking for Pango pick. Yeah, there it is. Every single time I see Ember, I thought of Pango immediately. Just like one of the worst matchups for the hero. A Puck, like just take Puck on Nexus Titans. Great against Pango throughout the whole game. Silence, coil.
10 seconds remaining.
Can't get charged. You see him, especially if you have vision. Good setup for some other abilities. You have techies with the blast off, insane amount of damage.
What do you do here now that you've got control? Kind of a good amount of control here for American Goons with like a charge and a rolling thunder. Disarms available with this lucky shot swashbuckle.
Dire team pick.
And they go Void Spirit, a hero we're not seeing that much of, and it still feels like a strong hero.
He is. He's also... that was like the second best option, I would say, for them. In terms of what he does against Pango is... Both of these heroes are going to farm Shield Crash against Resonant Pulse, have some damage reduction, damage resistance, and then with the Simulate, you can also dodge Spirit Breaker. You build into like Echo, Manta, then you need to decide whether you need a Nullifier
Terribly high
into
armor.
Lakehead Sphere. So that should be like 4 items you get on Void Spirit this game. Then you can get charged. They don't have enough control right now when we talk about mid to late game against all of these heroes. So that's going to be a lot of illusions, even though they picked Terrorblade into Pugna. Sometimes it can be tricky. The Cripify, again, that shard comes in clutch.
If he can get it, yeah.
And also into Pango. He doesn't like to play into Pango. Pango during Rolling Thunder needs to be careful because Terrorblade's damage can be used to just kill him. And also Shadow Demon ulti, it's a really good Shadow Demon game after all. I think against Pango, you remove Shield Crash. There's so many things you can dispel it in this game. Visage was banned in the first one.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of a smile there from little Nick.
10
Getting his
seconds
Visage.
remaining.
Visage, Spirit Breaker. This is something that has been introduced by Tundra at the start of the 3rd DPC tour. And it, like other teams, other regions started to pick up on it. It feels super strong. I think Terrorblade plus Shadow Demon are really going to struggle in this lane.
2
Look at
picks,
Lil
0
Nick,
wins though.
he still looks like he's 11. The hope of NA Dota, the face himself,
Born
and that smile.
according to the Wikipedia, 2003. I know the feeling though. You know,
10
you don't
seconds
not
before
aging
team
until you're
back.
like 28.
I also looked much younger. I still do than I am. So betting on some of these heroes that Terrorblade doesn't deal well with, removing Phantom Lancer. If they want to remove Naga Siren, that could be a very annoying one.
10
Even
seconds
Slark.
remaining.
That's another hero that could potentially cause
5
issues because they don't
seconds
have enough lockdown for Slark, not enough AoE damage. But I do prefer Naga Siren just because carry to carry matchup, or what Void Spirit wants to do is get in, kill one of these heroes immediately, like Pugna, maybe needs a little bit of a help from techies. Hero like Naga Siren doesn't die. Like you get to 2-3 item timing, you become very annoying. They also don't have heroes that deal well with Naga Siren split pushing. On side of American Goons, you have Pango, who kills these illusions with like Swashbuckle plus Shield Crash. Pugna can instantly kill it.
So let's see Slark Brewmaster ban. That is not a very popular hero.
No, Dispel again. AoE Dispel from Brewmaster.
10 seconds remaining.
I think this is a hero that a lot of the times looks like it's gonna be good in the
5 seconds
game, but
remaining.
in terms of execution, the hero just falls short.
Dire team pick.
They need some kind of a lockdown from off lane. I feel not random Kanka could be the choice. Mars is still available on our yeah, Mars is available. I think they could be looking for
10
Mars
seconds
on their
remaining.
own. It's a good
Radiant team.
either that. Ooh, so
Okay.
might be okay. I wanted to see that hero, so I think this is gonna be off lane Void Spirit, something that Zor did play before, and mid puck.
Now the control for Nexus Titans looks pretty good because
Choose your hero.
Naga Siren, that is a reset kind of hero. But
Yeah,
still, even then, like, I kind of still like Nexus Titans lineup. They have good lockdown. They have setup for like an Aether Remnant off of Disruption. They can get Naga Siren illusions if you want it. We'll see how Thana does. Like, these are heroes that kind of want to move around a lot, right? Go for that early Ags.
I could see it happen again. It's just how much farm he's going to be able to get on techies. I don't think Naga Siren is addressed. This is like strong lanes from American Goons again. I feel like we might have the same start, but this time I don't know if Nexus Titans can make a comeback. I just love Naga Siren. Against all of these heroes, it feels really nice. You build, like, you get Manta style. You get one more item like a heart and then a damage item, either a silence to control Puck Void Spirit. I think it might be a good pickup. Maybe even a second item, depending how the game's gonna go. And then you
Right.
turn that into like an upgrade, go for the Bloodthorn. You have magic resistance, so you don't die to techies. Puck, Void Spirit. I feel like Boris can single-handedly win this game, considering what he's playing into.
Yeah, he's just got to get to that point, right? Like, now you're going up against Puck. There's a lot of control there if you get caught out. For American Goons, there's control there too, though. Familiar is dropping down, Ensnare, Rolling Thunder, Charge. Can you keep the Naga Siren alive with the Life Drain? The jump is available for Void Spirit as well, right? Like, you can kind of get in there and jump the back line and make sure that this Pugna doesn't exactly have a fun time.
Looking at the lanes, Zor will be playing offlane Void Spirit. I think it does happen decent amount in high level pubs. You just don't see it in professional Dota. Like, we've seen this hero being played from the safe lane a lot of the times, pretty nerfs. But on the off lane, like, sure, Zor played it once.
So, getting into this second game, we'll see how it goes. Zor gonna be here and on this Void Spirit. Not as tanky of a hero as the 6,000 HP Timber Saw that he had in the last one.
To battle.
Yeah, I mean, he can become tanky. This is pretty nuts what the hero can do. I see Raid Band, I see like one Bracer, Power Treads, Magic Wand. Hero is very difficult to kill. Very elusive, can't get, like, I mean, you can get charged, it's just that you can get away from the trouble relatively easily. Let's see if there's gonna be a fight. Kiritsugu, Reflection already at level 1. The Reflection level 1 is such a baller ability. He's gonna get
He
it.
swipes that, so American Goons with 3
for
again.
1.
We'll see what Nexus Titans do with this lane. I think if the Puck has a good enough time, though, they should really be able to use that Dream Coil to lock down some of these heroes and make their life pretty dangerously bad, you know? Desperate up here against Esk again. Esk had a great start, but Puck is always a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, especially when Puck plays into these melee matchups where he doesn't get harassed as much.
God, Kiritsugu's already dead. 3 heroes here, and they get the kill onto this Terrorblade to start it off. And it looks like they're going to get Nature Lover as well. Well, yeah, with the first hit bash, that'll certainly help. So, starting the same way, same as it ever was.
We said that this lane might be a problem for Nexus Titans. Already off to a great start. Spirit Breaker. Like, once he gets level 2, Shadow Demon doesn't deal well with that. Half HP gone with 1 Soul Assumption. Another Blood Grenade. Kiritsugu, he's gonna suffer in this lane so much. And also they left the pool open. Giant will be able to get the pool off unless Nature Lover manages to get it. It's gonna be a lot of damage. Even if he gets the bash, might be the kill here.
Oh boy, oh boy. Oh gosh, jeez.
No Blood Grenades. 1 Blood Grenade could have made the difference. It's coming on the courier though.
How do you deal with this? This is just not fun already. Like, do you swap lanes? Is that even an option? Should they have
No.
swapped lanes to start with?
You can't do that. Just not happening. And Giant going in. No Blood Grenade. Looking for a second bash maybe. Courier gets it. 1 shot.
Oh. And that's with a sentry that he probably wanted to block that camp with. Giant already throws down a sentry in anticipation.
Another
Thought maybe that he
charge.
got it
Nature
out.
Lover, he's level 1. Oh, just got that level 2. Needs to use Disruption probably.
Charge now onto Kiritsugu, the reflection. They've got the Soul Assumption, and Giant's got the kill. I don't know if this TV's going to do anything this lane.
Yeah, this might be one of those lanes where you soak up some damage, you die 1 more time, and then you're like, see ya guys, I'm in the jungle.
Maybe I can Recovery Midas my way to a victory again.
Nah, that DB Midas, not a thing.
I don't know. I had that story about God King the other day. I heard he does it. But yeah, this is oh gosh, Nature Lover dead 4 kills in this lane. This is just brutal so far.
Doesn't matter. We've seen it in the previous game. 5, 6, 7, 10,000 gold lead is just a number. But this
Every
one's
net
going
worth
to
lead
be
in
much
North
more
America is just a number.
difficult to
Feels-
throw. I think with the lineup that they have, it's like Naga against Terrorblade, another charge, Giant going in. He's level 3 already on Spirit Breaker.
Maybe they could get this kill, and that would be massive for them. Blood Grenade, a couple right clicks. The Shadow Poison needs the damage. But now, Thana going in with a blast off. Oh, doesn't get the kill. They don't get the kills anywhere. They don't even get this Spirit Breaker. Oh, gosh.
Pretty similar to the first game. I think like this series, considering the picks, could have been a clean 2-0 for American Goons. It's just that they didn't manage to close out this first game. You said it was like, what, 90 plus
Yeah.
win probability.
They're still trying to go. Blood Grenade comes down, and they want to get this kill. But what is Kiritsugu running into? He's just running into a Soul Assumption. And another one, it's a kill and a killing spree for Giant. Why?
What do you mean, why? Like, he needs to get some extra XP. I said, like, he needs to die like 2 times, collect a little bit more XP, and then go to jungle. It's not the lane that they can win. Like, they even with the rotations, maybe Desperate can try to fix it with the first coil usage.
Yeah.
Meta, they get like double kill. But Visage, as soon as he hits level 6 or get close to level 6, those birds are gonna make the difference. Giant.
Oh, for sure.
Squaring up
It's
against Nature Lover.
the charge, the Soul Assumption again. Just no space, no breathing room. And what is that, a phylactery coming in for Nick? Well, Nick, soon?
That's the build, an offlane Visage. You use Soul Assumption or Grave Chill, extra slow, extra damage. Nature Lover can't really just square up and fight against Spirit Breaker. Oh, this could be the kill, maybe. Oh,
Charge.
Very good charge.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Nature Lover didn't really have a lot of mana left anyway, and he is trying to get a couple stacks of Shadow Poison out there. Only 3 stacks on him, so not a lot of damage being done. And he's just going to salve and stay in the lane. It's getting Kiritsugu some experience. Now he's level 4. And they've got that deep ward. They'll throw a reflection out, and now Kiritsugu, he's 29-13. Like, truth, it's not that terrible in terms of CS when you consider Lil Nick only has 14, but Zor dying, and it is 7, maybe about to be 8-0. Oh gosh, Jubei under the tower, taking some shots. Nether Blast comes in. One more right click's not enough.
Deny.
Dana to the neutrals will kill himself.
He denied himself there. Jubei will take over the Watcher. They're so low on this top lane. They need a little bit of extra, a little bit of something, some like blood grenade, some spell. Maybe Techies, once he is back, he could TP top and make a difference with one sticky bomb, one blast off.
There goes Desperate. S gets the kill over mid. Disruption. Still working with some of that meta left, but again, the damage is just not going to be there. And it'll be Giant surviving. They get a kill there on mid, and S gets that. He's now got Rolling Thunder. That wasn't even Rolling Thunder used. Kiritsugu, swashbuckle, Rolling Thunder not needed. Lil Nick's going to get a kill there again on a Kiritsugu.
They also got the Observer Ward pickup. They picked up XP rune.
First kill?
Radiant's middle tower.
First kill. They get Jubei, and Zor's going to get some gold. But Swashbuckle, Disruption, a Shield Crash, a Nature Lover will join what he loves, and that is nature.
Oof. Very rough start. He hits him with, I immediately regret my decision 5 times in a row. Spirit Breaker off to such a great start. He does have another Blood Grenade, Greater Bash. Where is he going to? Charge on Desperate. Not the easiest kill to get. Esk is a bit low on mana. Still has a couple of bottle charges available.
And 7 wand charges if he wants to, like, swashbuckle Rolling Thunder, but they're just putting some damage on. And all that being said, I will say they're only 2,000 net worth behind.
Zor's, again, keeping them in the game. He's having a really good time in this bottom lane. Great band.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. Charge? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Kiritsugu's level 5. Oh, no! The disruption! No! He was under the Spirit Breaker! Kiritsugu, Nature Lover is gonna die. This is exact repeat of the first game. I think the first one started 13-1.
And immediately to the bottom lane. Giant was thinking about going to the gates, charging something in the bottom lane, but there's not a single thing in the bottom. Zor, again, keeping them in this game. Double Astral Step, Resonant Pulse. He's gonna need to be carrying the game for the next like good 15 minutes until Terrorblade recovers. Kiritsugu TP to the bottom lane. I think he can't leave the tower. If he goes past the tower range, he's gonna die.
Yeesh.
He's gonna die anyway. He just showed himself.
Oh god, 3 heroes here. They're not even letting him have a game of Dota.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Giant now dominating.
I heard jungle TB is still good. I think that's the place to be. Also, is Dream Coil like a gigantic lotus?
Ooh.
Does it look like it?
You should be able to dream coil your allies. They don't, and when so if it snaps, it doesn't stun you, but if you're in the dream coil as an ally, it heals you. It's a pulsing heal.
Maybe that could be one of the talents.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I think that sounds pretty great. But if you go too far away from it, it snaps the coil, nothing happens, but you just, don't get that benefit.
There's that gigantic lotus. Certainly looks like one.
I think
Maybe Nature Lover, if we have an interview with him, he could answer some of our questions.
Zor has to do this phylactery full neck visage. Is Thana going Ags? Does he have a queued up? It's the only thing I care about. Nothing.
He's not going anything right now.
He's got 2 circlets. Oh gosh.
By the looks of it, he's
Charge,
going to
Zor.
game 3. No.
Resonant Pulse.
Dissimulate. That's an interesting one. He's fine.
He's has another Astral Step. Giant. Searching. TP. No. Esko's also here. Jeez. They were really looking.
Top tower is under attack.
It really is crazy that we have just kind of started game 2 the same as game 1. Now it's a 5k net worth lead.
Oof. I said I wanted to see some earlier Orchid this game on Boris, like after Manta. Usually, like your build is Manta style, Heart into Orchid,
Fallen.
but this is
Right.
Yasha into Orchid. He wants to control both Puck and
Blast
Void
up.
Spirit.
Meaning Rift, Proxy Mines, Desperate gets a kill. All right, 13-3. What's the win probability as well? Because if it's 95-5 and you lose both games that you have that, the odds of that are just insane. Ooh, sidesteps the Swashbuckle. Charge comes in. Dream Coil used. The Proxy Mine down does some damage, but no real follow-up. Now Desperate.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh. Trying to juke through the trees and escape. Zor's here, though. Maybe can help out. Astral Step, Resonant Pulse, and Waning Rift gets the silence, but Boris is here to help clean up. They just bring everybody in. Now they've got the Disarm, the Nether Strike, the Rolling Thunder, the Assimilate. Finally a level in
Ooh,
that.
Esk
That's
needs
going to
to be
come over
careful.
and hit on the Thana.
Not underneath the tier 2. He was thinking about diving in. You know, they're feeling themselves same as they did in the first game. Can they get another kill here? Zor getting it.
Good Aether Remnant, and that Sticky Bomb blast
he
off.
passed
No!
in mid-air.
Oh, wow. Nature Lover is dead as he was coming down to explode. Damn. I mean, that, he was really trying for it. 86% already.
Yeah, 12 minutes into the game. Let's see. Coil is available, but charge birds. You gotta not use that
Oh,
shapeshift.
no.
That's your tool. Can they get some return kills here? That's the
Oh,
big.
all right.
That's a big one. 500
That's
gold from
500
Desperate.
gold. Yeah. Disruption. And on the other side, Thana's going to die here to Esk. They've got some illusions of Visage. They're trying to get a kill here onto Esk, but he gets away. Swashbuckle doesn't exactly land too great. And Aether Remnant, now the right click's coming in from Little Nick. They'll get the kill on a Desperate, and Zor needs to Astral Step back towards the tier 2 tower.
Little Nick has a lot of farm on Visage. This is Solar Crest, Phylactery. If he gets like one aura item, should probably be Pipe
Yeah.
against the heroes that he's playing into. That means that they're not going to be dealing damage and he's extremely difficult to kill. At least a good thing for Nexus Titans is Terrorblade didn't die in like good 5-6
Recently.
minutes. Yeah. Recovering.
Oh,
This
no.
might be recovery Midas. I think this is actually Midas flying out to him. This is it. This is God King.
Oh, the Nether Strike steals the Wisdom Rune, knocks him down again off the blast off. Oh gosh. Thana trying to survive. Finally, the Nether Ward's gone. Here comes Zor, Astral Step, Nature Lover dead. They get the kill on a Giant. They lose Thana. Another Astral Step, but now Zor in trouble and Dissimulate. Oh, Illusory Orb, Life Drain, and the Aether Remnant. But the Familiar's keeping him before that gate, and they get the kill on Azor.
They're so deep. Like, Shadow Demon bought a little bit more time. Dana can't catch a break on his techies. It's just, like, not working out against Spirit Breaker. Caught him mid-air 2 times. And this also means Boris wants to get involved early on. Orchid done.
9,000 net worth. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
didn't die. Involved in like 6 out of 21 kills. They have way too many kills for this stage of the game. That's why it looks bad. He's like, yeah, you know, Naga7. Only 6 out of 21. This game is, I'll say it, this game is not throwable.
Do they have the ability to like
To throw the game,
finish the game quickly if they push in?
Naga Siren, when she hits her next item timing, should be Heart. You don't get to play Dota anymore. Like, your lanes are going to be in a really rough spot. You don't have a hero that deals well with Naga Siren and any of her illusions. You can go for the high ground. They don't necessarily need to rush anything, go for Roche. I think you wait for Naga Siren timing to pick up that heart, go for Roche, and go for the end game.
Right.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Some illusory orbs, some pushing. And a tier 1.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower
Okay.
is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
So,
under attack.
They get something out of it, but now Aegis here for American Goons.
They have more than enough damage. I thought they might want to synergize with the next big item, but they want to put some earlier pressure, it seems. We have Orchid, Solar Crest. Pagna is going to be the one going for pipe, so I want to see what the item on Visage is going to be. Little Neck, drums, some cheap items, just to amplify damage of your birds. It's just like you're buying all the items early on, as many as you can.
The radiant.
And it feels like Boris doesn't care too much about Aegis. He's like, guys, I can't die. They can't really kill me.
A tier 1 mid. Starting to get something out of it. Now going after Nature Lover. Nether Strike right out of the gate. They'll get the kill there. 22-6. Dana. He's got 1,400 gold. I know what that screams
It's
to
axe
me.
time.
Yeah.
He needs that item. This is
Oh my
how you make a comeback.
God, the damage on a desperate. Oh boy. He's dead.
Level 1 phase shift. That's not gonna do you any good. Like
Oh,
you
no.
use it. Dana.
Yeah, there's the Rolling Thunder. And one more. Seeds of Serenity will keep him alive to get right-clicked one more time.
Dire's top tower.
He's trying to play for this split push game, buy a little bit more time. Against Spirit Breaker, it's not working. Like, you show up, you're gonna get charged immediately. There's so much tower pressure from American Goons. Naga Siren with her illusions. Pugna Blast is maxed out. Visage. He's just getting all these small items like Phylactery, Drums, Solar Crest, into Shard.
Charge from the other side. Saying hello from the other side and gets the kill onto Nature Lover again. Wicked sick for Esk.
Dire's top tower
Terrorblade.
fallen.
You know, tick, 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 tick. Midas. Items. He's trying. He has a Yasha.
That's his only item. This is pretty much Yasha Terrorblade. Can Dana get some farm? If he's the one who can get 2-3 good minutes, maybe one team fight where he doesn't die, that's his act. Like, we've seen what this guy can do with Ags on techies, and this might be the big team fight. Fighting into Aegis, Coil.
Yeah, Coil down. Esk. He's wicked sick, but that's only the Aegis, so they need to get that gold. They need to find a way to kill him again. Nature Lover's gonna die here. They get the kill there and take out Esk. That's 700 gold for Kiritsugu. And now Zor going in for Giant. Song a little bit late. Boris gonna try and TP out and does so. Is it happening again?
I think all it takes is 1-2 good fights and they're back into the game. Like, Puck will have Blink Dagger, some extra levels from Phase Shift. Zorb, he's in a good spot. You know, this is off lane Void Spirit we're talking about. Just got a glimpse of Lil Nick.
Oh, Lil Nick. This will be a big kill. Astral Step.
This is not an easy
TP
kill to
in
get.
though, and now the familiar is starting to become an issue. They had activated that reactive taser hoping to maybe get a kill, but now Zor needs to leave. By the way, I don't want to say it, no TB, second on the net worth, just saying.
Big difference. There's like
Desperate, never mind.
3.5K difference already. And
Yes, but
throws like
yeah, exactly.
inconsistency.
Oh, gosh.
Imagine being consistent in Dota 2.
Nature Lover these heroes do get ripped apart pretty heavily, pretty easily. I mean,
One
this is just
swashbuckle,
rough.
one soul assumption, they're pretty much dead. One charge. They don't have much tankiness at the moment.
No.
Kiritsugu didn't die. All of his stats were pretty much
Since-
from the laning stage, got caught.
Oh, charge.
Just
Zor.
jinxed him.
Zor, he's going to be in. Eighth Remnant lands. Sunder. Oh, gosh. Giant. Giving gold there. Going the way of Kuretsugu again. Desperate's going to try and TP in. This Nether Ward, they need to get away from that.
Dana is farming half of components for that Ags. Done.
Oh my gosh, no way it happens again. Thinking about the Rolling Thunder, Ask going in, has that blink. Now they've got the control, knowing he's got no Sunder. And they're going to get a kill here on a Kuretsugu. He's just in too far. Zor now trying to run. Dream Coil used, locks up 2, but they get the kill on a Nature Lover. They bring over Thana. Not sure that's going to do anything. He's got a Sticky Bomb to throw down. And Zor trying to run from Lil Nick. And they will get the kill on the Zor. Drop down a shield crash on a Desperate. 4 heroes dead. And if they were in the base with no tier 2 standing, they could potentially start taking some racks here. But now, they got to get the tier 2s. Got to get those outer towers.
But the way they've been playing, it's like full force. Nexus Titans needed to fall back. It was a good kill. Sunder into a kill. Terrorblade still needs a lot of items to feel secure against what he's playing into. Still holding the base. The base is untouched. No real damage done to tier 3 towers. Give that farm to Dana. Give him a couple of waves. That's it. 3
900
components
gold.
done.
900 gold. I don't think Kuretsugu needs this farm. Just take that from him. There you go. Thank you.
Get in that outer ring. Don't show up for the next minute and a half or 2. Maybe someone picks up a bounty rune.
Zor needs to be careful. Astral steps the familiars and then dissimulates, but that's going to make him super vulnerable. They've got the disruption to try and keep him alive. Again, Nature Lover needs to get over to the side, but they've got the control. They'll get the kill.
There's
Giving
way
up
too
your
much control.
mobility abilities like that just feel very dangerous. Especially seeing the Pugna, knowing that they've been playing as a stack for a while at this point.
This is the big timing on American Goons. Boots of Bearing.
Charge in. Nature
Wow.
Lover, bash twice, killed immediately. He's going to buy back. Dream Coil used, and Boris.
Nice done for
Oh,
Boris.
gosh. Yeah, when you can't even get the coil to snap on this guy, what do you do?
It's also buyback from Nature Lover. Techies, this is it. All eyes on that Ags. Can he farm it? I think if, like, you get these 3 items on Void Spirit and game lasts for another, I don't know, 20 minutes without you losing barracks, I think you're going to be in a good spot. Terrorblade will get, like, 2 items. It's just that they're bleeding way too much right now.
Yeah.
Gold advantage keeps on increasing. It's been like 10k 5-6 minutes ago. Now it's 17. You can't leave the base. That's the problem. You're playing against Spirit Breaker. Giant immediately charges you. As soon as he sees one hero. Look what Naga Siren's doing. On the minimap, you have top lane being pushed in, bottom lane as well.
They win one more fight by the base. They just clean up the buildings, right?
Yeah, it definitely feels like it.
Charge on a Nature Lover. They've got the vision on him again, but good quick fingers with the disruption. Not sure it's going to matter, though. Another strike and Lil Nick right here, and they'll get the kill onto this Shadow Demon who bought back. So, you know, no disruption for 50-plus seconds.
Good thing is Kuretsugu managed to get out of the base. The thing is,
Desperate.
They have vision on the high ground, so they see Desperate. I think
gosh.
they also caught a glimpse of Kuretsugu.
They might have. That is just another kill here onto the puck. And like you said, they cannot leave the base. Nothing doing. Like, they cannot leave. They can't do anything. They can't survive.
Boris has been doing the same thing. Just constant pressure from the illusions. You're not getting any farm pretty much at the moment. Dana, another creep wave for him. So at 50 gold, get out of the trouble, blast off onto your tier 4 towers. That's where
Stay
you
alive.
need to go, yeah.
So there's the gold necessary for it. Zor's gonna TP out. They've got Butterfly now for this Naga Siren. See if they want to wait for Roche or if they just go.
It's fine. It's all good. Terrorblade Midas off cooldown in a second.
Okay, use it.
Can't.
Find something. Use it. Please.
Stacking for himself right now. He thinks if he joins and uses that Hand of Midas, he'll get instantly charged. So he needs to like use it from the fog.
Yeah. Remember when I said second on net worth is pretty close? Now, it is a 7,000 net worth difference.
He is, yeah, but he is second.
Top tower is under attack.
It was what, 3,000? Now it's 7,000? That farm from Boris is insane. So, Roche up in 10.
Dire's top tower is under
Somehow, Nexus Titans take this Roche. That would be pretty insane. I don't think there's any chance they can move the base that far, but it could be.
You can take Roche
Dire's top tower is under
on
attack.
Radiant side if it was, like we've seen this happen, but you don't see like Dire when they're in disadvantage that they take Dire Roche.
Right.
Because you want to be out of the map, you play most of the time bottom part of the map. And this is second Roche. Cheese, Age is available.
There's always a way back in, but having to kill Boris twice is going to make that very difficult. So they're going to need to make something happen here. Octarine Core for Giant. I mean, at what point does Kiritsugu carry this game, if at all?
Super late game, he needs like 6 slots to be able to fight against all these heroes. They need Void Spirit Lincolns, that's the next item. Plus he needs Nullifier. Is somehow, somewhere, needs to farm these 2 items. And then he's gonna be good to go. Lock onto one of these targets, kill it.
Illusion's not even dying to the proxy mines.
Slow, painful death. Pugna, top lane, Blast, Boris. I mean, this is not slow by any means. This is going to be tower, maybe even range barracks if they don't do anything about this
Yeah,
one.
they're going for Giant. They want to get this Spirit Breaker out of this. They'll get the kill on a Giant. Now they've got to react. That's an opportunity.
Boots of Bearing.
He's got buyback, though, so he can realistically buyback charge in if they really needed him to.
They're
Desperate comes
fine
in.
with this slow siege. Go for some damage, pipe onto familiars, keep using the blast, send out Naga Siren Illusions.
Get that. They've got Illusions pushing in mid. Long time with this Aegis still left. But they have gone back to just sitting in the jungle, farming up, maybe waiting for Giant to join them again. So Boris sets up. Everybody here, TP over to the outpost. So they're going to have Giant pretty close. Scotty is almost finished for Boris. We'd also like to farm that up. Ghouls in snare, and there's a kill. No buyback. So thinking about going to the Nether Strike, never actually commits with it. And this is going to be a set of racks. So 50 seconds, no buyback. Now 40 seconds. Shifted towards mid. Swashbuckle a little early. Doesn't catch the creeps respawning. And now the tier 3, which, isn't long for this world. Astral Step, Aether Remnant, Lil Nick. Now the charge coming through on Azor. They've got the Nether Strike. Blast off lands onto the Naga Siren, but Zor now needing to dissimulate.
Uh-oh.
They've got the Minefield sign, but they're already towards the edge of it. They walk back in. They are exploding. Boris just kind of soaking up the damage. It doesn't feel as strong as they thought it would. They got this kill on Azor. They got the kill on Athena.
Now you don't have techies, you don't have meta available. It's gonna be Another siege. Boris, he's going in. Gotta go back to full HP with one life drain. Heart region also kicking in. They don't deal well with the
charge.
illusions.
Kiritsugu hit with the charge, swashbuckle, does some damage, and this mid-set Arax will go as well. He's trying to disrupt the illusions and has some damage to take out a familiar. But again, still just not enough, and they are going to shift it over, go towards bottom, go for mega creeps.
You can't do it. Like, this game is donezo. You're gonna be playing against megas. You don't have heroes that deal well with megas. Eventually, you're gonna die to Naga Siren and her illusions. This constant push. Pugna, Visage Birds. Kiritsugu hits them with the affirmative.
Blast off.
Nice
Ooh,
blast
hits Giant
though.
on the charge, and now they've got the Rolling Thunder coming in. Feyna, he's low. One shot from death. Nether Strike lands onto Nature Lover. They've got themselves a second. They'll continue to dive for more. They'll take out Zor. That's a godlike spree for Ask, and GG is called. We're going to a game 3.
Boris tipped Zor because Zor denied the last barracks. That's it. That's the play he was going for. And we're going to go to game 3. This, in theory, could have been a clean 2-0 for American Goons, but didn't happen because they had the gigantic lead in this first game. Just wasn't able to finish the game. Couple of bad fights. In this one, didn't happen. Spirit Breaker plus Visage completely dominated the top lane, opened up the map so much. Mid lane was also not even, forcing Puck to play a bit of a difficult game where he gets charged. Panga was off to a good start. They killed the towers. Just a very, very clean execution from Goons in this second game.
Yeah, this time, not allowing themselves to lose this massive lead, I think, is a big point. And, it also shows the mental fortitude, because you lose a game like that and, you really want to be back into hoping that you can grab yourself a good performance again. And they do a even better performance this time around. Draft looking good, and they get the victory at a pretty decent timing. That game ending in about 30 minutes or so. And when you can do it quick like that, maybe you can even move into game 3 and do it again, right? Like, these drafts have looked pretty good from the side of American Goons.
Yeah, both games, I think they outdrafted them, especially the second game. I think there was a slot to fit in Naga Siren ban instead of Slark. I don't think Slark does as many things as Naga Siren does, because he doesn't build into Orchid. He also can't split push as much as Naga Siren can. Doesn't siege the high ground as effectively. So it could have been a bit of a different game, I would say, where they would have another maybe 5-10 minutes into the game to try to have a couple of more fights. But now that it's done, I'm sure if they go for Terrorblade, they ban Naga Siren.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it showed to be a very strong, counterpoint with Boris going 5-0-12, Ask 16-1-10, Lil Nick 11-1-19. And that lane started pretty ridiculously, 6-5-21, really shutting down Kiritsugu, and he is the MVP, Lil Nick. So, he does. Obviously, Boris, he could be if you really wanted to just give it to a carry again, but all he did was really just farm up and do Naga Siren things. But Lil Nick destroyed his matchup, got that early phylactery, and shut down the TB to start, forcing him into that recovery Midas that never panned out.
Power of off-lane Visage when he's off to a good start. Buys all these cheap items. It's like drums, phylactery, medallion. You upgrade it to solar, pick up the shard. Like, components of the items that he's buying are relatively cheap.
Right.
So he gets like everything from the laning stage. Magic wand, and very difficult hero to kill. Like, in terms of damage that they had, they needed to bring numbers. And you can feel in the lanes that they needed to be one level higher. But Lil Nick and the Spirit Breaker completely dominated this matchup. The Terrorblade had 6 deaths in 9 minutes.
Yeah, so 11-1-19 there for Lil Nick, and game 2 goes the way of American Goons. We'll be back in just a moment for the deciding game, as we'll see you guys at game number 3 in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back to NA Division 2 action as we got ourselves game 3 between Nexus Titans and American Goons. Getting right on into this third game here, and truthfully, we'll see what's going to happen if we're going to see a little bit of a different script, because the script for the first half has been domination from American Goons.
Dire team.
Yeah, they need to work out on the laning stage on side of Nexus Titans. Sure, they managed to make a comeback in this first game, but second game was a complete stomp. Like there was not much going on other than their heroes dying, always in recovery mode. Never managed to do so. Banning out Undying this time. So some of these heroes that
10 seconds
were available, but that were not available, like Timbersaw.
5 seconds.
Oh, I could
remaining.
see Nexus Titans pick up this hero immediately. And also Morphling. I think Morphling's the hero that has been banned 2 times in a row in the first phase. The hero is just like anti-carry, anti-universal, anti-everything pretty much at the moment.
Right. So we'll see if what this ban will be. Already using that reserve time again.
Dire team.
Sometimes it feels like a lot of reserve time gets used in this first phase for Nexus Titans quite a bit, but maybe figuring out their plan of action is now the Timber is stolen, I would say, in a pickup here by the side of American Goons.
Now they need to respond to Timbersaw. I think Bloodseeker is a good one.
Heck, he's Bloodseeker.
Yeah, sounds good. You'll have pure damage against the hero throughout the whole game. And American Goons are like, you're Bloodseeker? We'll laugh at Medusa. Medusa doesn't care too much about Bloodseeker anyway.
Right.
She has a way of protecting herself with the Stone Gaze. Doesn't care about
Radiant team
Rupture.
back.
And now let's see the bans coming out from American Goons. One Shadow Demon, one should be Anti-Mage. And then they need to decide. I mean, I'm down for some Darkseer action if it's not banned.
Yeah, not a hero we're seeing too much of, but
10 seconds
would be interesting
remaining.
to see here. As they ban out the Shadow
5
Demon, the
seconds
Pugna.
remaining.
You really want to make sure to stop that disruption or the life drain, even though, you know, maybe they would have wanted the Pugna for themselves. They just don't have that first pick in the second phase, so.
Radiant team back.
Let's see.
I'm also down to ban Spirit Breaker on Nexus Titans. Even though it's not like the strongest lane, Timber plus Spirit Breaker, you can leave Timbersaw.
10 seconds
Maybe not in
remaining.
this matchup against Bloodseeker, but I think you can
5 seconds remaining.
put some early pressure, some blood grenades.
Dire
Q from
team back.
Timbersaw does put decent amount of pressure onto Bloodseeker. I think hero like position 5 hero that can work out amazingly on side of Nexus Titans is Lich. You
Right.
have like it does steal a lot of mana from Medusa, Sinister Gaze that is.
10
Good to
seconds
catch
remaining.
Timbersaw like mid Timber chain. Lanes nicely with the Bloodseeker.
5 seconds
I think this has to
remaining.
be like one of the strongest lanes early on.
Banning that Anti-Mage, of course. You want to make sure that you're able to lock it down when it comes to keeping your mana on the Medusa. Let's see what this final ban of the phase is for them. As they've already picked up the Bloodseeker, and Anti-Mage it could have been used as a 3 position, but
Radiant team back.
maybe, all right, Windrunner also getting banned. I was thinking maybe they'd want to ban out the Pango.
Pango's a good one against both Timbersaw and Medusa. So next Titans, I'm down for them to pick because American Goons, I don't think they would want to pick Pango since there's Bloodseeker on the enemy team. So Nexus Titans doesn't need to ban it, and they could pick it up themselves. I think for now, you
10
might want to
seconds
pick your position 5. I'm down for that Lich plus Bloodseeker, and then look if there's
5
going to be
seconds remaining.
any good heroes against Pango. If there are not, you can go for the hero and protect him in the last banning phase.
Right. Kato, Windrunner. What's this pick going to be here from Nexus Titans? used a lot of that reserve time in that second ban, so now they got to think about this one as they're already down to 1 minute and 15 seconds, as that would be 75 seconds. And we've already talked about it, brought it up once before, but that accidental randoming that came through from for the Kunkka, not something you want to be doing again.
Enchantress.
Okay, some more pure damage against Timbersaw in the lane. They really wanna, like we said, that they need to focus on the laning stage. This is focusing on the lanes.
Right.
Enchantress, Bloodseeker, Timbersaw's straight up not gonna have a good time.
10 seconds remaining.
What's the hero? I think Sky can
5
work,
seconds
even
remaining.
though it's not like the greatest setup, just to be annoying against the Bloodseeker, because Bloodseeker loves to play on low HP. You have some magic damage burst, silence against techies.
So I would assume now American Goon's looking mostly
Dire
towards
team pick.
supports and Lion.
They played Lion before. There was one game of Lion that they played that they won it. I was going through list of the heroes that Giant does play. I'm like, Lion? Is this like a good game for it? It's the hero that stops Bloodseeker from doing what he wants to do. Play on low HP,
Right.
have a bit of a burst damage. I think like Sky works better because he's not as much cooldown dependent. But you know what? There it is. I figured it out. Lion plus Medusa combo. It's better version of Pugna plus Medusa. Once Lion hits that level 15 talent, Mana Drain restores allies.
Storm Spirit.
Storm Spirit. So now Lion's the new battery.
All he needs to get is level 15. Easy peasy.
Just so you got to secure those wisdom runes. Is what you're saying.
Yeah, you need some kind
10
of
seconds
control.
remaining.
This Storm Spirit also blocks Bango Pick, I would
5
say.
seconds
You can still go for it, but you're gonna lose the lane. So you might need to look for something else. Go for... do you want to pick Puck into Lion? That's the question.
Do you want to pick Buck in Lion?
You want to do it, bro? You want to pick Puck into Lion?
do it, yeah.
See what happens?
You can do it? Huh?
No, go ahead.
Maybe.
Pick it.
do it. You won't. Yeah, all right. I guess so. Oh, gosh. We'll see how this goes. As,
Dire team
again, a lot of time being used
Points
here.
away.
But it will be that Pangolier I talked about. So,
What do you mean you talked about? Where's we? In good
all right,
ideas.
sorry,
it's like
sorry.
you always exclude
that
me.
Pangolier we talked about.
There we go. That's more like it.
Gotcha.
Very burstable hero here, I would say. Sure, like you wanted to have some mana burn. Mana burn is insane against Timber, Medusa, Storm.
Dire
It's
team
just
back.
that you lose the lane against Storm Spirit. You're also playing into Lion, who can control you. Next to Titans, they have like pretty similar drafts from the start of the DPC tour, where it's like very cookie cutter. Like,
10
how do you
seconds
take
remaining.
objectives? This lineup is really good at fighting, getting kills,
5 seconds
but when
remaining.
it comes down to killing towers, like it's just not there unless Enchantress has troll creep. Sure, you can take tier 1 tower, but how do you take tier 2
Radiant
tower, tier
team
3
back.
towers?
Might cause to be an issue. Brewmaster banned again. Not a hero that sees a lot of like contests or anything like that.
Whenever you lack tower damage, if Beast
10
is
seconds
available,
remaining.
this is the hero that you could go for.
Right.
5 seconds remaining.
So, final pick will come first from American Goons, who
Dire team pick.
look to be needing a 4 or 5, depending on where they want to throw this line. So, we'll see what they want to do here. I'm always interested to see the potential coming in.
10 seconds remaining.
Especially when you pick up a lion, maybe you're looking to go to something else, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Well, you need some good 5. You don't know what you're playing into other than Techie, so you don't know the matchup. But with Medusa, I think it's a good Clockwork game. Someone that soaks up the damage for Medusa, goes in, or even Bounty Hunter. Just like melee position 5. Because Clockwork doesn't allow Pango to get his spells off.
Right.
Great against Enchantress, good against Bloodseeker, like good against all of these heroes. I don't know if they have Clockwork in their repertoire, but it's also a forgotten hero.
So 30 seconds remain here. Also only 18 for Nexus Titans if they do cut it a little bit close.
Nexus Titans, they don't think about what American Goons are gonna pick. They probably just need to start picking their own hero. Like, we don't care what it is.
Mirana.
Marana. Not normally the hero we're seeing too often, but, you know, and now Faceless Void for Kiritsugu again. Which I will say, there was the first game where they were able to shut him down. Second game, they shut him down as the Terrorblade, but now if you're American Goons, are you having a little bit of flashbacks?
Damage inside Chrono? Question mark. Who?
Bloodright. Who?
Who? That's the question. Enchantress, if she stays away. Nature Lover usually doesn't seem to get a lot of farm.
Right.
On Enchantress, I think you need to play slightly greedier game. Like if Pango, maybe with the Swashbuckle, some Bloodright, Techie Sticky. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Also, in terms of control against Storm Spirit, there's Chronosphere. So, let's see how this time he's going to match up into Faceless Void. Because first game, last, like, I don't know, 5 Chronos were on top of Storm Spirit. And again, they don't have any kind of save. Medusa maybe can provide a little bit of a save. And we see a lot of similar heroes now from 2 games that they've been played.
Yeah. You know, maybe they have Hex available, or if they hit the arrow potentially while he's in the Chronosphere, if he's focusing his attention onto the Storm. But who knows? The control, we'll see how it goes as we get into this game 3, which, like we were talking about at the top of the show, is massive here for Nexus Titans. They need to win to stay in this Division 2, or at least have a chance to. So it'll be interesting to see as we go into game number 3. And it should be a fun one, I would say. They've all been pretty fun so far, but if American Goons get off to a quick start and a fast start again, which they have in the first 2 games, it could be a problem.
It definitely could. So now they shifted Zor to play Bloodseeker on the off lane. I don't know if I like it too much. I've seen this hero. Like, you need to buy some utility items, like one. You still want to deal damage, but you also might want to go for some auras. I feel like buying item like Rod of Athos against Timbersaw against Medusa could work out. Solar Crest, you need something cheap. Like, I don't think you can allow yourself to get like straight up Maelstrom and farm. It can be your second, third item.
Thinking they're going to go maybe have a tri-lane to start here for American Goons like they did the last time to get that first blood. Hit the arrow, or even go Starstorm first with a stun from the Lion.
You did your best.
You got to be careful if you're the side of Nexus Titans going into this, but it does look as though Giant will walk his way all the way down towards bottom. And they've got 3 heroes down here, Thana and Nature Lover.
Seems like they want to get the first blood. Thana, he's going into jungle, hiding inside the trees. Blood Grenade. Nature Lover. already in their faces with that impetus level 1 plus Blightstone. Gonna be some good harassment. Let's see how quickly they understand that Techies is missing. Dana, they want to go for it.
He's so far away. It's very difficult for him to do so. Hops down a sentry. There is an obs up there. Sticky bomb onto Lil Nick. Once he hits that level 2, he should feel pretty good about it. Time dilation level 1, and yeah, there it is. There's the TP out from Thana.
Let's give some nice CS to Boris, who's 7-2, Bloodseeker at 0-0 because Techies was missing out. I think as an offlane Bloodseeker, you need to be off to a good start. Still sitting at 0, now it just got 1.
And Kuretsugu does not have time lock. But I don't think they exactly have massive damage here from American Goons. Take advantage of that just yet. Well, Nick still dealing with these impetus shots, and there's Boris's Courier with that early Band of Elven skin.
Techies packs a punch. Both heroes are universal, but Techies went in more on stats, 2 circlets, 2 branches, and he does have more starting damage than Marana. Back in my days, Techies had like 27 damage or something. You literally could not last hit.
Back in my day. Jubei walked all the way back.
Oh, Nature Lover.
Now,
Well,
yeah,
grenade
Nature
should
Lover
die to it.
will end up dead here to Giant for the first blood. Jubei also picking up that recipe for the Ring of Basilius, so he walked that all the way back, knowing that Boris has no courier, to deliver it here to the Medusa. So get that full Ring of Bassi, and you can see the Mystic Snake, that early Starstorm damage, only level 2, but probably could be looking at the 201, that second level in the Starstorm if they want. First spike and a rolling death, but whirling death.
Rolling Death. What is that? That's Pango who's about to die.
Ooh, boy. He's fine. Whirling death. He's getting stuck on that word. Said it 3 times in a row. Sometimes the brain works, sometimes the brain is mine. Picking up that healing Lotus as well, so you know, right now Timbersaw dealing with that Ring of Health. The impetus shots, they hurt, but they're not killing him at the moment.
Zor's moving at the speed of light.
Yeah, that's the best part, is he's able to move around, be here at 500 movement speed just about. And no follow-up, no stun there to keep him in the blood right. Esk goes to pick up the bounty rune, refill that bottle. As Desperate, his bottle's going to stay empty for the moment. So, playing stable for now, but you can see American Goons, CS-wise, they're losing all 3 lanes. First spike again, Lil Nick. Now he's level 3. They've got 2 in the reactive armor. Should get another kill on a Nature Lover. Will be a trade on a Giant for Kuretsugu. And they're also pushing Jubei all the way back on this lane.
Mid matchup is the one that I'm most surprised by. It shouldn't be this way. Like, Pango should not win against Storm Spirit. You can't really kill the hero. I was watching the bottom and top lane the most because I thought, you know, Storm Spirit is just going to be able to dominate this matchup. But it seems like Desperate, he's doing a really good job. Both bottles getting refilled in the middle. Boris didn't have much mana to work with.
Dana
got some mana back from that snake.
Walking back in, and Dana's going to die here. Now Zor trying to right-click through this.
Jubei feeding him mangoes, has Healing Lotus, has 10 magic stick charges.
Starstorm? They still want to go. They still want to kill Zor. And he get him. He has Starstorm again in a second.
Oh my god. Woof.
If he just gets the vision...
For a snake, god. Boris?
Oh,
thank you.
Oh, no. Yeah. Wow.
Zor is mentally done after this. Roche getting out of the bottom pit and going to his new summer home. Mid lane, nice rotation. Should grant him a
Ask
kill.
is dead. Yeah, they have that extra lockdown thanks to the Centaur Conqueror having that War Stomp, and now Desperate's level 6, and this is a lane that's going his way. But Thana, he's dead again. Boris has another kill.
Zor needs to be
Starstorm,
careful.
Zor stunned, and now they've got the blood grenade. Boris thinking about diving in, but wants the doy falling in and won't get that right into the Rolling Thunder. Esk. No mana left after that. Interesting move. They still want to go for this.
Oh my!
the
It actually
bounces.
hit him. Zor is like, oh my god, what am I doing? Facepalm, can't believe that he died
Why?
2 times. Like I said, that he's done after what Roshan did to him. He broke him.
Yeah, Roshan just came in and smacked him. Super unnecessary. Thana, he's here. He's dead.
Dire's courier has been killed.
How is it Medusa on a mega kill?
5-0-0.
6 minutes, and both supports going for that XP rune. You're not gonna get it. Like they have
No.
2 stuns available.
Oh.
Arrow
Just-
on the creep.
Takes out the Centaur Conqueror, and now Zor picked it up. That's pretty big. I won't even. That's not fake hype. That is the kick them when they're down if he picks
That's
that
a
up.
comeback. It was a nice blood ride. Desperate made a rotation just so they don't lose XP rune. There's still XP rune on Dire's side.
Man. Let's open up some time for Esk though.
The prize is
So
mine.
maybe we can get something going. Giant, of course, now picking up the other one. If they had gotten both there for the side of Nexus Titans, that could have been pretty massive. But Sentry plays down. That'll be some more gold for Esk as he takes out that Obs. Now Little Nick, level 6. Vanguard. How do you kill him? At least now.
You need the rupture. Or-
Rolling Thunder.
2.
But
Leap.
there's 2 leap charges. Blast off used. Ball lightning. Thana slowed up. Sticky bomb. That'll explode. But now while Jubei dies, Thana, he'll go down to Giant. He's gonna swipe a stack?
He might stay here, use another Earth Spike, get himself to
Yeah.
very close to level 6. What did he found? Arcane Ring.
Oh, that's perfect. Or doesn't grab it? Okay.
There's some XP on a mid lane. Also Flag Bearer creep. That's gonna be a good chunk of gold, almost 100 gold if he can get it. That's might be
Nature
another
Lover.
kill for Boris.
Oh boy. Leap in, Starstorm, and Jubei gets that one to connect. Desperate's coming from around the side, but they're gonna go here for Zor. Ball lightning in, Zor's in trouble, and that is a kill for Esk. But that leaves Boris without mana, and he ends up getting blown up by Thana. That's big gold for techies, and it will get and help for the kill on a Jubei, but the Earth Spike, the finger, the kill, Desperate's gone. Giant hit that level 6 in the mid lane and was ready to blow him up.
Man, like we have 18 kills in 9 minutes. This game opened up so much. Kiritsugu, he's farming. Same item build as he did go for in the previous one. Hand of Midas. Timber Saw. Pretty unkillable, as you said. They need to use either Rolling Thunder or Rupture. Maybe even both abilities to get the kill.
Zor? Uh-oh. Blood right, but... Well, he's dead. Kiritsugu? No.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, no finger, of course, but... What level is that Time Walk on? Only level 2. It's still a long cooldown. Mid-tier 1's gonna drop.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Not the terrible lead that we've seen before here for American Goons, but I feel like they're getting started. The engine's roaring.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah, not as bad. Both games was cut out. horrible. It was a 6, 7, 8k gold lead 12, 13 minutes into the game. Now they managed to stabilize less than 1k. Zor still needs to recover. I see Maelstrom as his next item. I said that he needs to have like one small item, but it seems like if he wants to play like this longer game, he can't get away with Maelstrom.
Oh, Boris is going to come down through the Twin Gate. Will help to get the kill onto the tower. Picks up some gold. And then head back towards top. Head back towards top with some help from Giant.
They might get another kill here. Giant.
Does he have finger? No, 15
Finger
seconds.
and 15.
Mystic Snake and... Oh, that hurts. Meanwhile, little Nick runs away. And that's going to be a TP by Zor to bot. He wants out of that.
He
Like
wants Lil
Shadows
Nick.
used too.
Rupture plus any kind of stun should grant him the kill on Lil Nick.
What's the TP situation looking like? Everybody's got TPs ready for the side of the Dire. So if he gets hit by that, they would be able to react right by the tier 1 tower. Top lane, Finger, Kuretsugu dead. Moonlight Shadow worth it, used, and now he's got 2 stacks on that Finger already. Swashbuckle basically going and getting Giant from 100 to 0, but needs one more hit. And that will dunk down with a shield crash. Desperate, he's got the defusal. So fighting into Boris, not awful, but ball lightning over for Desperate. Vortex, no shield crash for you. Now they're gonna look to get the kill on a Nature Lover, who's level 6 with 3300, so not untouchable, very touchable, very killable, and very dead.
And Esk does have Region Rune in
Lil
the
Nick?
bottle. Lil Nick might
Dana?
get a solo kill here.
Ooh, Proxy Mines. Never want to stand under too many of those.
Big difference in terms of what Esk manages to do in this one. We haven't seen Chrono. Kuretsugu, I think he was much more active in the first game when he played Faceless Void. Got those like earlier kills on some of the targets. Extra 300-400 gold for him.
So, what do you... we just said it was kind of closer, but... now it's starting to extend out, right? The net worth lead.
That move during Moonlight Shadow.
Nature Lover? Oof.
Nature Lover,
He's dead for the 5th time already.
3300 build. Yeah, we
That's
talked
rough.
about scaling. So he literally thought it was like, yeah, more damage, more points and impetus. I still feel you need to have that point in Untouchable. Good against Storm. Other heroes don't have much attack speed to kill you anyway, so they need to go with magic damage. Little Nick
Desperate.
trying to get involved here.
Dire's top tower is under
I mean, if they see him, it should be Vortex into Arrow. But instead, Kuretsugu, oh no!
And XP rune.
Oh,
This is double.
no.
First time they didn't manage to steal it. Now Esk will pick it up. Level 12 on Storm Spirit.
Didn't activate it yet, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's kind of rude. Who's he holding back right now? He's holding back the Mirana from getting level 9.
Maybe he waits, like Lion dies, doesn't get the XP, Mirana gets some XP. There we go.
Rupture,
That's the
Giant.
situation.
Blast off misses. Earth Spike Sticky
Finger.
Bomb, but now he comes in and Dana's gonna die. Giant's still holding onto that Finger. He'll end up falling to Desperate, but they go and get the kill on Azor. Desperate now trying to run away. He's got Rolling Thunder and has that Diffusal if he wants to turn it, and throws a Swashbuckle out.
I believe Jubei just finished off Mech on position 5. This is not just Mech, this is Magic Wand, Mana Boots, Mech on your position 5, who's level 9. He's very high level, almost same level as Faceless Void with Hand of Midas.
Damn.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
So, Lion, by the way, picking up a Blink Dagger. Smoke. They have the burst damage, why not, right? Go for another one. Find anybody.
Oh, desperate.
Blink on cooldown for a second, but now Blink, Hex, Earth Spike, no finger, and he still gets the kill.
Doesn't want to use it. Does not want to waste it. He had 2 opportunities to do so. Dana might have been scouted here.
Giant. Blast off. Proxy Mine and Moonlight Shadow. Earth Spike. Another Proxy Mine. Gets the kill. Sentry. Impetus. Oh! Oh!
This could
That would
have
have been
disaster.
insane. But they want Kiritsugu. Do they have the control to keep him there? Time walk away. Thena ends up dead to Ask. They've got Jubei over off to the side. He's got Mech. He has Arcane Boots. They can stick with him as he time walks away and gets the Midas off, and they only lose Giant.
Without Lion, they don't have control. Arrow needs to land. Storm Spirit, 2 points in Vortex.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Another rune. Another big one.
Oh, Ball Lightning all the way in. Desperate's dead. Esk gets the kill. Chrono, all right, Esk. He's in trouble and dead. Mech was used, but not enough to keep him alive. They're still chasing. They go to the Rupture. If you just stay out of the Blood Right, maybe they can help Lil Nick, but this is looking like that last time that they had this huge lead and they lose 3 big kills.
Way too deep. Are we, like, is this scripted? Are we watching the same scenario from game number 1? It's the exact same thing. Kiritsugu gets involved, lands a big chrono, and you said he got a big chunk of gold from killing both Esk and Lil Nick. Almost 1,000 gold. So Yasha about to be finished. He just completed Maelstrom. Suddenly it's Yasha. And also, Zor is farming. Like, he has
Again.
been quiet in the first game on Timbersaw until he started to get more involved, and this should be another one.
Oh, man. Giant ends up using that Earth Spike. They should be able to get the kill on Athena, at least. Ball Lightning looking for more sustained control here to at least look to get Nature Lover. Arrow doesn't connect, now TPing out, and they have the damage before he gets away. Wow. Also, Medusa, Scotty in 800. That's insane. This is such a fast Scotty.
Into the Roche pick they go. This is not like the fastest Roche by any means. I mean, they
not
can
the
kill it.
slowest,
It's gonna take time. Yeah, there are slower ones, just like some right clicks. You have Chakram, level 2, constant remnants. It's gonna go down. Let's see who picks it up. I think Esk definitely needs to be the one getting it since he's the chrono target. Pretty much every single time he's gonna be the one getting chronoed. At least in this game, he doesn't have to worry about Coil.
Yeah, the only thing he needs to worry about is Chrono. They're going bottom. Giant. You gotta remember he's got Blink. Over the other way. Arrow.
Radiant's middle tower is
Trying to
under
find
attack.
anything. Boris now has the Scotty ready.
Again, same item build for Boris. Playing into Faceless Void, wants to have more mana. Scotty,
Does he learn to get to the butterfly
Dire's
at this
top
one?
tower is under attack.
I mean, you're playing into Bloodseeker, you're playing into Faceless Void. I don't see the reason to not get a Butterfly. Butterfly is not as good against Bango because Swashbuckle doesn't care about evasion.
They're searching with this smoke.
We'll have to see. I think Butterfly, he should have bought it in
Zor.
the first game especially.
Not spotted, just on the edge of that, actually. That vision doesn't quite reach out there, but he is going to be spotted right here as he crosses over. Now they know exactly where he's at, and they could probably just blink Hex go. But now under the tier 2 tower, Ball Lightning will be the start. Does he use the finger this time? No, he holds it. It feels like it's being held specifically to make sure that he can always kill off Kiritsugu.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Sure, like getting
This might be it,
stats
too.
is good. This is it.
Moonlight
That's the
Shadow.
fight.
And, oh, Time Walks to him. Whoa. Dana's going to be dead. They go to the Earth Spike. They use the finger this time, and they will get this kill. That'll be a third stack, this time using it on a desperate. I was shocked. Kiritsugu was not spotted there, and he time walked right into him. But they want to go still, Jubei. I'm going to cross, and they've got the scan. They know exactly where he's at. Ball lightning to look to get this control. Time walk the other way. Still going. This is what we talked about, being in a little bit too far. Arrow connects. He'll pop the illusion room, but there's no follow-up yet. Lil Nick's not here.
You need to be careful about status resistance. S and Y is completed. That's 20% less stun duration on him. So Vortex Arrow needs to come in faster. You could see like not being perfectly executed. Esk jumping in again.
He knows he's got this Aegis. He really wants to play this aggressive fight where they go for him. But the silence is on a Boris. You need to make sure that you're able to get the Medusa out. The rest of that team's not there. They pick up the other Wisdom Rune. And the chase was on for Boris for a moment. They don't get him. And now all these heroes are just sitting here. Other Wisdom Rune.
Seems like Nexus Titans want to wait until Aegis expires and then they take a fight. So 2 minutes. And also, again, Dana, we said it, I think, 6 or 7 times so far in this DPC tour that if he gets this Axe timing, he might be able to carry the game from position 4.
Zor ending up dead again. Well, Nick bashed, but they have the Lotus Sword. Mystic Snake throws all the way over onto Kiritsugu, but nobody else. This time, Zor not recovering nearly as much, and you could see Giant almost getting to that moment where he wants to hit that level 15.
That's the big
8,000
one.
net worth lead.
Lion, mana drain restores allies. So can use that on Medusa, can use that on Storm Spirit. How much is it? Level 4 is going to be maxed out. Mana per second, 120. Break distance, 1100.
Esk sees Kiritsugu, who's just been netted up. And they've got the Invis, they've got the Blink, as well as the Hex. They've hit the Earth Spike. He's got Finger ready to go, and they will get this kill into Kiritsugu, make it 4 stacks on that Finger. Extra 160 damage, and now just a fraction of the way there to level 15.
I feel like Finger of Death needs to be on lower cooldown. Level 1, 140 seconds. Is that really worth it? Like Lina is 60 seconds, almost does same amount of damage. Desperate. He's kind of stuck here. Arrow hits, but it looks like it hits, but it doesn't. It's still gonna get.
Whoa, ball lining in, finding Dana.
That.
Sticky Bomb, Mystic Snake, Lil Nick with the kill. He's now dominating. Aegis is gonna expire, so he'll use this regen. And I'll eventually run out, and they go get the tier 2 tower over mid.
It seems like Boris learned his lesson from the previous encounter, faces Void against Medusa. Now even another guy, another hero that does rely on right click, that's Bloodseeker. So going for Butterfly, going into BKB. Does not want to get his mana burnt.
They're gonna chase Kiritsugu. He does have Chrono available, but not able to get anybody as they were retreating from that mid push. They got the tier 2 tower. Shield Rune bottled by Esk. And that over to the Medusa. Of course. Could give that to Timbersaw, though. Always would be crazy to see him with the ridiculous amount of health. 5-man smoke, this feels like it's do or die if they lose everybody here in a fight. But Boris, he's on that outer ring, and they're not going that way. They're actually rolling all the way out and around. And with the positioning of American Goons, this smoke could be broken before they get a chance to get in there. But they do have this OBS, which has some vision for them. Giant on the other side, smoke broken. They know somebody's there. And again, OBS granting them some vision. Well, Nick's not the easiest target to kill. Chakram down, and how do you get in on this? They're still hoping that they can. Arrow hits on Athena. Ball lightning, they might just drop down the Chrono. They thought about it for the second. The time walk, there's the Chrono. It's going to be on Esk. Doesn't have this Aegis this time, but now they've got the Hex. They'll use the Guardian Greaves. The Rolling Thunder comes in. Giant's going to be locked down. He has a Finger to throw out there if he can just get it off, but they've got themselves the Shield Crash. They get the kill on a Giant. Now they're going to buy back here on Giant. He's going to try to get back into the fight. They're focusing their attention on the Boris. They go to the blast off. They drop down all three. Proxy binds Manta, trying to avoid the damage. They go after Thana. They've looked over at Desperate. Ball Lightning in, gets the kill. Time Walk over. Esk without mana, but the Chakram's on a Karatsugu. And they'll hit the Aero Spike. They'll get the finger. They'll get the kill. Nobody has any life left. And Nature Lover's going to die. It's a full team wipe right on the door of the high ground.
Oh, that's massive. I think Giant understanding that he needs the buyback in that fight for them to control these heroes and should grant them tier 3 tower without Chronosphere, 3 seconds without Faceless Void. Should even be a set of barracks because they have Catapult. Lil Nick is super tanky, sitting at 3000 HP. And Mana Drain restores allies. Let's see it in action. Level 50 in talent.
This is at least the set of racks. Giant's got finger in 50 seconds again. Do you really... Esk is going to be coming back here with full health, full mana, and he's picking up a double damager. And do you stop at this point? Do you go to tier 2 and just go through the top lane? Taking another fight now with no Chrono for Nexus Titan seems almost impossible.
Lion with that drain, but needs to have some mana sustain of his own. Needs some type of creep to drain.
Or gain.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, drain for fame. That's it.
What is it? No pain, no gain, no drain, no gain. Ball Lightning, Vortex, Rolling Thunder used by Desperate. Desperate to find this kill. Gosh, it does not happen. Yeah, you've got Nature's Attendance at level 3. You're healing up a little bit. But now they've got the Blink. They have the Hex. There's no Chrono. There's no chance. He's not getting out of this one. Blastoff comes in. They've got the Proxy Mines down. They might be able to get the kill on a Little Nick. He's got the Lotus Orb going into the Stone Gaze. Zor trying to fight back. Thana's going to end up dead. Little Nick still surviving, but eventually falls. They get the kill on a Desperate, and they're still going to go for more. Nature Lover. No mana left on Esk, but look at this. Giant. He's gonna blink. He was searching for something.
Little Nick with a chat move. He tries to TP out, then it's like, joke's on you guys, I'm gonna stop it, and dies while doing so. But this game, yeah, feels very, very difficult for Nexus Titans. Esk is still chasing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's
Top set of racks. Those will be gone.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
$50 seconds till Roche is up. One set of racks remaining.
Look at Jubei. He wants to become carry. He's been saving a lot of gold. Finished off that Guardian Greaves. And Roshan.
They're going to try and fight again. This is so tough. Stone Gaze is already up. Moonlight Shadow in 30. Like, yeah, I understand you have Chrono, but you have to do so much here. And these heroes have buyback available on the Dire side.
Well, scout out the courier. Know at least in which direction Morana is. Planted some Observer Ward on the high ground, and now looking for an opportunity. Boris down to half his mana. Another smoke.
Butterfly queued up for him. This time he'll make up for it. Go for second Butterfly. What? Kiritsugu went through the Twin Gate. Now they're all thinking about going into the Twin Gate. They're all in trouble. They're split. A second went through the Twin Gate.
Now they're
going to come back. Time Walk. Chrono only onto the Mirana. It's only on a Jubei. They go and get themselves the Rupture. It's going to be on a Little Nick, but he's got the Lotus over. They're going to drop down the Minefield sign. It's going to be enough damage. They've got the finger to get the kill on a Karatsugu as well as Nature Lover. Zord Desperate. All gone. GG is called, and American Goons will beat Nexus Titans.
Poof. This was like desperation move where they felt a little bit lost what they need to do to come back into the game. Potentially, but all it took is one fight. Medusa was way overformed in this one. Unthrowable. And what should have been 2-0. I would say quick victory from American Goons. Yeah. Turned into 3-game series. But yeah, it's just that they play laning stage so much better than Nexus Titans.
Yeah, the laning stage in all 3 games was a big problem for the side of Nexus Titans, and they end up, not giving up the lead in the second and third game for American Goons. And that's the big part here, is that they were just able to hold it together. There were a few times where it's just like, yeah, hey, we might go in a little bit too far, but we're going to hold it down this time. At least this time they've held it down. We're taking a look a little bit at the highlights here, and it's just, it's so many kills in the first, 15 minutes of this game. And the finger from Giant is perfect. Every time he knew what he wanted.
It was a bloodbath. Chronosphere's not used as effectively as in the first game. Like, we're gonna see Storm Spirit dying here, also getting a kill on Lil Nick with Rupture. That was pretty much it. This was their highlight throughout the whole game. Giant had played a really mean Lion.
Yeah, he was very controlled on who he wanted to use that finger on. And I think that patience was very important, especially when they got it on Desperate and or Kiritsugu. So a big victory here for the side of American Goons, and you can see just the fight break down very quickly for Nexus Titans, especially when Giant's involved, because he had the control and he made sure that we're going to burst these heroes and get these kills.
He was exactly where he needed to be, also not afraid to use buyback in that, I would say, crucial fight, because Faceless Void would run away. It might have prolonged the fight for prolonged the game for another 5 minutes maybe, but itemization this time, coming out from Boris, really on point, getting that earlier butterfly. I think they theory crafted way too much in the third game with the picks. I think playing Bloodseeker has a carry and picking strong position 5, like Lich I suggested, and then go for something else from the off lane, could have been better. The way it started also, Dana was looking for First Blood in this potential tri-lane for good 30-35 seconds, which did allow Boris to get off to a really good start. Zor was sitting at 0 CS, didn't kill a single CS for first 2 waves. And that's not how you want to start the game, especially with the offlane Bloodseeker.
Yeah, so Esk is going to be the MVP in this one, 9-2 and 24. Boris doing Medusa things. I like when we don't give it straight up to the farming carry, where it's just like, all right, this is what you need to do. But Esk played a much better game this time. He didn't have to worry about that puck, like you said. And, wasn't exactly a great start on the matchup, but ended up 9-2 and 24. Involved in a lot here. Did a lot of hero damage and just kind of doing his thing, right?
Yeah, did the job. Also, this time not getting caught. It was much easier game compared to the first one, where he was not playing into Dream Coil plus Chronosphere. Mm-hmm. Every single time one of these abilities was thrown at him, he died. But Ask managed to make the most out of the Storm Spirit. Was all over the place. They played around him, refilled his bottle multiple times, and just overall good performance. Long zips, getting Faceless Void 2-3 times in a row when he was supposed to be the one catching the other guy. Didn't happen, and I believe we have ourselves an interview with Giant.
Yeah. So let's bring in Giant. Giant, how are you? Congrats on the win, and a little bit of a rough start on the series, but a victory is a victory, and you guys got there. So how's it feeling right now with you and the team?
It feels good. Thanks for the congratulations. But, it's bittersweet because, we're definitely in a place where we don't want to be. I feel like the expectation for this team was definitely, the top of Division 2. But instead, we're, fighting for our lives to not get relegated.
Yeah, ultimately, at the end, you win. You don't end up getting relegated. Last time I actually had an interview with you, you were standing in for Dog Champ, doing the shout-outs. You had that amazing series, and now you're with American Goons. I want to know, what have you done? What's been your personal growth here to get from that point to this point? What do you think you've improved on the most since I last saw you?
After that, I had a brief stint with 5-ret, where I switched to playing 5 for a bit. So I think I got more perspective on the game from playing 5. I learned to play more than just 4, I think. And then also, the main change I've done now is I play European pubs now mostly. I think any pubs are kind of bad practice.
A lot more to learn in Europe. I don't know if you can confirm that, Lacoste. I still play NA pubs.
Yeah, European pubs have been the best for a long time. You know, every region has something on their own. But yeah, but what's your ping when you play in Europe?
It's only like 103 or something.
That's a good ping. I wanted to ask you because like there's not much information about you. Like you played for Five Red Four Staffs, the Cut, Electronic Boys, all these North American teams. Like how serious are you taking this like Dota career?
I'm taking it pretty seriously. I took a 2 semesters off college this year just to like see what I can do. It hasn't worked out that great, so we'll see what I do in the future. But yeah, for this last year I've been taking it pretty seriously.
It's good to hear. Like when did you start playing Dota? Like pre-professional, like when you joined Electronic Boys?
I started playing. E-Boys was kind of like just a for fun team. We never thought we'd qualify to the DPC. They're just like a group of friends, and then we ended up doing pretty well. But I mean, when I started taking Dota like seriously professionally, it was probably like around like 2-3 years ago when I like started playing with like the Cut, and I felt like my MMR number was getting high enough where I could like comfortably play and like feel good about it.
I mean, I see some personal growth, that's for sure. When it comes down to like choosing your own hero, like are you the one calling out, oh, this is a top tier Lion game, I want to play it? Because I don't see much Lion in other regions other than, you know, maybe Kaka banging it out here and there.
It depends. If we're like first picking techies, I mean, that's just a good hero, we think. Sometimes I don't want to play techies, but it's just a good hero, so I'll play it. But with like Lion or like Rubik, when I have second phase, yeah, I have more like choice over what I get to play. And the inspiration for Lion is more of like Matthew from EG, because Whisper and him play Lion Timber a lot, and we think it's a pretty good combo too. So that's where that comes from.
Yeah. Is there a hero that you would want to play in competitive Dota, but you don't feel like it's strong enough right now?
Not really. I mean, I kind of just like playing different heroes every game. Like, I like to play like Lina and Coddle and Shadow Demon. I just like playing different heroes every game.
Who, you're saying you're learning from Matthew, who's like your biggest inspiration in terms of players? It can be current player, retired player. Who do you like take the most from?
I think recently the person I watched the most is Save from BitBoom. I think he's like the best 4 in the world right now. And then I watch a assortment of every 4 player from like Saksa to Tofu, anyone.
So are you just like constantly looking at streams as well as like watching like competitive, even when you're playing in Div 2, are you constantly just watching like competitive Dota all the time and surrounded by it pretty often?
Yeah, I watch a lot of replays, like Dota 2 Pro Tracker pubs, and then just like from the tournaments, like the Dream League recently.
Oh, nice. All right, because we were talking to a team in Western Europe, and they were talking about how they weren't even scrimming. So I'm definitely very interested to see like everybody's different take on figuring out what they want to do to be at their peak performance. So, what would you say as a team? Do you like going forward towards TI quals? Like, what is the biggest thing you guys need to do to be at your 100% going into that?
I think we just have to like be more like proactive about making changes. Like when we make mistakes in games, I feel like we kind of like let them slide or whatever, and we don't talk about them as much. So then like not much changes until the next game, and then like we just make the same mistakes over and over again, and it feels like stunts our growth a lot.
Right. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna let you go. That's all the questions I've got for you at this moment. Congrats again on the win, and hope to be speaking to you guys again pretty soon. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So it's always interesting getting different point of views from teams and what they're doing. I know that Scrim one really does stick out to me. But so I'm always wondering what teams are. And like you said, how seriously is everybody taking it? It's a lot more difficult to sustain yourself in a Division 2 stint. So it's always very interesting to hear their points. And we could take a look at the schedule. That was that first series of American Goons against Nexus Titans. They got the victory 2-1 for American Goons. We've got Grin against Tilted Boys next. And then the finale is going to be Ravens against C-Dub. So you got 2 more series on the way. And out of those 2 series, Lacoste, final thoughts, which one are you looking forward to?
Ravens against C-Dub to see how that one's going to go. Because if Ravens manage to get Dub there, C-Dub will be 5-2, so will Ravens, and that also means, because Cut is playing against Wildcard Gaming, that one of these 2 teams is going to lose and be 5-2, so you'll have either Cut or Wildcard Gaming going for that first place, and then you'll have 3-way tiebreaker, which is always fun to watch, always fun to cover. Infinite tiebreakers potentially, and we just want to spice it up at the end of the DPC tour.
I go through all the weeks and nothing changes. So it's going to be interesting to see as it comes up. We're going to take a quick break, be back with the second series in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second series of NA Div 2, and it is now MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. We're taking over for B-Cop and Lacoste. How the hell are you doing this evening?
Doing great. This should be an interesting matchup. Tilted Boys, of course, already secured their position to stay in Division 2. The side of Grin, well, not finding a win yet, Mike. Even though there's no chance for them to climb out of this pit, this is a team that's been very, very close to finding a win, and, well, it would be nice to close out with one. We'll see if they can get one over the side of Tilted Boys.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too easy, but this is a team that's consistently found a win in a lot of best-of-threes, but not quite a best-of-3 win, as we can have a look at the team comparisons before the draft does get underway. Grin Esports versus Tilted Boys. See what the stats have to say, and well, for at least for now, it's pretty even, I'd say. Like, some of the stats actually favoring Grin Esports. By the way, the stat line, the win-loss stat line, I believe they are 0-6 at the moment, if I'm not incorrect in saying so. So, you know, there's that. They have not picked up a win. At least the win bracket is correct, sadly for Grin Esports. So today it could all change against Tilted Boys, but I don't think it's going to be a very easy matchup to make that first win happen. Though this is their last opportunity to get that final win, I believe, as we can have a look at some further stats. And as you can see, it's a pretty close affair. I don't think in terms of skill, these teams are too different. So I'm not exactly sure why Grin have not been able to find themselves a win, but just based off stats, I think it's pretty easy to say that Tilted Boys should be the favorites going into this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a rather close one, but Tilted Boys have been a little bit more consistent. We can take a look at our mid comparison here. Rojo, Fireflu, and Volodka. And overall, I feel like Rojo has had much bigger pop-offs. Then again, Volodka's not too far behind. Both of these mid players have been setting the tone for their teams. On either side, they've had a really wide pool as well. Volodka tends to play a lot of stuff down mid. We saw him play Snap. We saw him play the Puck, the Quap. Outside of the Spirit Brothers, Rojo Fireflu as well, running a few quirky mids, loving his Timber Saw, stuff like that. So it's really open, and I'm keen to seeing what happens in this game. We did have some lobby chatter as well from Rojo and from Skyward. And, you know, Rojo is a man of musical taste, Mike. He asked me for some music. I handed him some music. Skyward comes in and says he's listening to lo-fi beats to relax Camp Midwood, and he's looking forward to trying to gank up Rojo, I suppose, good old Skyward, if he can.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I like a little bit of friendly banter here in the lobby before we do get this game underway. I mean, Tilted Boys again, I think they're the outright favorite, so you can't really say Grin Esports should win this matchup, because again, they haven't even won a series yet. This will be their last opportunity to win a series and have the, I don't want to say pleasure, John, because I don't think it will be, but the pleasure to speak with us after a series and have a nice cheeky interview to end the 2 or 3 off. Obviously, like you said, Grin Esports have already been eliminated, so there's nothing really to play for apart from the pride of being able to say we actually won in Division 2, which they haven't had the opportunity to say yet. We'll have to wait and see those again. The draft is set to get underway very, very soon. John, I can't help if you, I don't know if you noticed, John, but the last series, I couldn't help but notice Game 3, Medusa Line came out. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was like, hold on a minute. John X Fire, he's called it. It's happened. It had no impact, to be fair, Jonathan. And I didn't see any. No, John, don't. They were going to win the game anyway. The Lion Mana Drain didn't do anything, all right? But I'll give you credit, John. The Medusa Lion, it happened.
It's a pretty interesting combo. I think if you're backed into a corner, no Pugna, no Kotl, no battery options for your Storm Medusa, Lion's there. It's a very bad consolation prize, but Lion is there with his level 15. It takes way too long to hit that 15 spike. I think I heard Lacoste talking about the issues with Lion as well. Like, level 1 finger is just so bad. Why is it so bad? That's really it. But you are right. They were going to win anyway. But, you know, I want to see more Lion. If ever anyone wants to pick it up, hit that level 15, get your shard for free. Mandrain's always fun. Still, we can take a look at most pick heroes, and I'm pretty sure Lion's not going to be between that for these two teams. No. Surprise, surprise, no Lion there for Grin Esports and Tilted Boys. Instead, we do have the Batrider as the front runner for the most contested here for both sides. Tilted Boys,
Yeah.
of course, having a great time with that for Skyward, although some games it tends to fall flat, but they perform on it anyway.
I think most games he still has a lot of impact on the support Batrider on Skyward. And yeah, I mean, the Batrider going to be highly contested between these two teams. I imagine it's either just going to get banned out or one of them is just going to go ahead and first face pick it here in this this matchup. That is assuming a hero like Spirit Breaker isn't banned, because we know for Tilted Boys they'll generally take the Spirit Breaker over anything if they can, but perhaps up against Green Esports, understanding that they may want to take the Batrider themselves, they might just try and deny that away. Either way, though, no other heroes actually, no similar heroes apart from the Batrider here between these two teams, surprisingly enough. So there you go. I mean, I feel like heroes like the Timbersaw, the Morphling, the Undying, like we're gonna see these contested anyway. It's a matter of most of these games, these heroes do get banned. But nevertheless, there you go, John. Batrider apparently is the most highly contested between these two.
Yeah, it's not too surprising. I'm keen seeing if that's going to be a priority ban now for Grin. I think we tend to see that just being banned out up against the side of Tilted Boys. Stuff like Spirit Breaker, Batrider opening bans aren't too surprising. Maybe a Timbersaw in there as well. That is pretty much, I think, the top priority bans. Because it feels like for Tilted Boys, if you take away Skyward's comfort heroes, they become a little bit easier to manage. You know, it tends to, they tend to rely on Skyward to open up their off lane into getting rotations onto mid. So just having him on a less impactful hero does tend to give them more to play with. So I'm keen to see if that is something that is prioritized here for Grin and what exactly is allowed through, because it does feel like whenever Skyward's on one of those two heroes, he is pretty scary. I'd say he's scarier on the Spirit Breaker rather than the Batrider, but I think Spirit Breaker has just been a top priority ban in comparison. Although, again, both heroes are pretty good.
They are pretty good. I mean, while we're speaking about Batrider as well, I just can't believe how low that Lasso cooldown gets. Like, once you hit max level on Lasso and then you get like an Octarine core up, which isn't that hard to get anymore. It's quite cheap in comparison to what it used to be. It's, what was it, like a 37.5 second cooldown or something? Maybe less than that on Lasso. Like, it's pretty ridiculous. I remember yesterday, Lil Nick, I believe, was getting 2 Lassos back to back in the middle of a long team fight. It seemed quite atrocious to have to try and play against for any team, because you're sitting there going, guys, Lasso's on cooldown. You know, we don't have to worry about Lasso, but you give it 30 seconds and suddenly it's back up. And again, in an extended team fight, you just tend to forget that maybe it is back up and available. As we are going to have the draft underway. Tilted Boys, they do ban out the Timber Medusa, and the Batrider and Morphling have both been removed here from Grin Esports. So what do you want to prioritize, I wonder? You've got the Techies, you've got the Undying, both these supports being extremely potent at the moment. You've got the Pugna as well that we have been seeing pop up quite a lot. What do we think?
5 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't mind a Pugna or a Techies. Those are usually the first phase. They go to Pugna first, so Tilted Boys wouldn't be too surprised if they prioritize Techies or Spirit Breaker, as that is allowed through here. So you are free to pick it up. I think your one concern picking up Spirit Breaker like this is that the Shadow Demon support can come out, but Shadow Demon Pugna support though isn't particularly amazing. They start off with the Undying, which we've seen Dora play quite a lot of, and they'll go with the Techies now as well. So no Spirit Breaker coming out here for Skyward, but he does have the Techies instead, which, it is still a strong hero. Like, despite the nerfs to the base attack speed, this hero still does a lot. 700 attack range, pretty good right click. Right click animation still a little smooth, although not as spammy as before. But the hero still does a lot. And we've seen a lot of Techies players in the past week for some reason, Mike, rush Ags. I don't think that's the play. But you know what? Up against certain lineups, it can make sense. I don't think this is necessarily the game for it. But if you can get away with it, it's always funny seeing an Ag second item.
Certainly is. Grin Esports. I wonder if they want to just throw out their support duo straight off the bat as well. So position 4 to perhaps come out here for Grin Esports. I'll have a think about it though. And they'll pick up the Snapfire, which, you know, Undying counter, obviously. Just little Shredder against Tombstone's always going to be a nice way of deleting that Tombstone. Mind you, we haven't been seeing that much. Like, Snapfire does come out in here and there, but it never feels that good. In fact, most of the Snapfire we've been seeing do feel like they've been playing in the mid lane, just as a core roll snap. So
5 seconds.
this seems like it's probably going to be a support snap just for the sake of bursting Tombstone down throughout a team fight. Is it that worthwhile? I'm not sure. Because again, we really haven't seen much support Snapfire, and when we do, it just doesn't feel amazing.
Radiant team.
Yeah, you don't have the best setup coming out here with the Pugna as well. You want some harder hold to maximize, say, your kisses here. I don't mind the flex onto mid. There's also some flex onto the off lane, which is still a possibility for Grin,
Radiant
but
team back.
it can get a little bit wonky because its big power spikes are way later in the game. It is a universal type. It benefits a lot once it hits its level 20, 25 talents, but it takes a long time in the game to hit that. So I wouldn't want to bank on your scalability on the Snapfire. It just takes too long, but the option is there
10
as a core
seconds
snap
remaining.
for sure.
Radiant team
Maybe
back.
something else would hold. Can kind of tie that in, say something like the Legion Commander offlane instead. Could be one way to go about for Grin. As they do go through the rest of the bans, they ban out the Bloodseeker, the Doom, the Quap. Tilted Boys taking care of mids as well, with the Storm and the Pango being taken out. So showing some respect to Rojo
10
Fireflu.
seconds remaining.
There is, well, no Timbersaw, as that was first phase ban. Void Spirit still
5
available, but
seconds remaining.
somehow we've dropped off of Void Spirit being a top priority pick on mid. And that's with it not being banned as well in the past few days. It's rather interesting to see that shift in the meta here for Div 2, Mike.
And it is. It certainly is. Final bans to come. One more for Tilted Boys. The mid lane being focused by both sides. As we can see, only like 2 out of the 5 players from Tilted Boys today have the sunglasses on, which is very upsetting to see. Not good team cohesion whatsoever. Appreciate Skyward and I believe Dora are the ones that still have got them on, so I appreciate that. Tilted Boys still thinking about this final ban.
Radiant team pick.
They're gonna get rid of the Void Spirit.
This is
So Storm Pang. Oh, excuse me, the Void. Did I say Void Spirit? I must
Yeah.
be thinking about spirits. Void is what I meant.
Yes, yes. The Faceless Void.
10
Yes, the
seconds
faceless Void.
remaining.
I know what it is, John. I was looking at Storm Spirit as I said. That's why it came out as Void Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
Fair enough, Mike. I understand. I understand. Reading, not the highest priority. Pictures are, in a
No.
way, reading images, right? So it's understandable, Mike.
I like pictures, John. Pictures are nice.
They are. They're colorful. You can draw in the outlines, Mike. Don't cross the line. It's very, very fun. Get some pick your coloring here. Tilted Boys
Yes.
coloring up their draft as well. Doom was not available. You can go for what offlane pick. Underlord's there if you kind of want that. LC is there as well. Although again, it feels like we've completely strayed away from Underlord. LC is kind of faded away as well, just a little bit post nerfs. Maybe something like funky, like a Lycan or a Beastmaster can come through here for Tilted Boys. Could be one way as well. I think anything with techies does feels really good. We'll go with the Tidehunter instead, so some team fight to drag out in these fights. Very strong lane as well, although you have a lot of good lanes into the Tidehunter still left. Monkey King Ursa still available for Grin, so they can just dig into that, make the Tides lane not as fun up against these heroes. There's what other options are there? Since you have the snap, you could theoretically go for something like, say, a TA, but I don't think a TA with a Pugna support feels too great. You can make it work, but you'd rather lane with a snap. They go with the Jug instead, so you do have the Jug Pugna lane, which can feel good, and now you've got the Magnus off, which has really crashed down post-nerf. This hero just hasn't been showing up since the self bonus from Empower has been knocked down from 75 to 50%. It still is a universal type. It still scales up well. It just doesn't feel like you do an insane amount of damage in the lane anymore. Trying to harass out with Empower just doesn't feel as good. And farming is maybe a little bit slower, but it's really just the laning presence, I think, that gets impacted So now as a Magnus, you're kind of forced to look for probably just your shockwave plays, trying to line up for the skewer backs. But if you do go for the 1-3-1 build on Mag, chances are you're not stopping that opposing safe laner from finding his own farm now.
Fourth pickup for Tilted Boys. The Tide kind of surprised me a little bit. It's something I wasn't expecting to come out from Tilted Boys, but I suppose we do still see it picked up sometimes. As Tilted Boy is going to go for a Slark pickup now. Here it does do quite well against the Jug, like very annoying with the Shadow Dance Depth Shroud. As a Jug, you really don't have the option to pop Omni Slash onto the Slark unless you know both those spells are down,
10 seconds
or unless you can lock down the Slark. But even during the laning stage against if it is a position 3 Magnus and a Snapfire, you don't really mind it as a Slark. Not too hard of a lane for you, especially with the Undying support that you have. And I believe that is going to be a pos 5 Undying, so pretty interesting that the Green Esports boys have gone for the Mag Snapfire pickup into the Undying. And now the Slark, of course, is there, which makes matters even worse for them. Could be a pretty rough off lane for Grin. I mean, I think you have to switch to Pugna off lane with the Mag anyway. Like, you can't have Snapfire Mag. I don't think that's going to be the play.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like a Pugna Mag is a little bit less impressive. You're kind of susceptible. 1 decay and Pugna dies from what? 4 right clicks? Doesn't have the best strength to start off with. Your attack range to try to harass out is pretty alright with your move speed, but Tombstone gets dropped. You're not going to be able to clear it out as a Pugna. The Snapfire has a better shot if they do go for the little Shredder early on. So I don't know if the laning presence is any better. At least with Magnus and Snap, you have Cookie out. You can try to set up for a skewer back if they get too aggressive. And you can keep the Jug Pugna lane, which has some value with Decrep. So you can try to Decrep spin down the lane and kind of win out or harass that way. I'm not sure. I think either lane option is pretty awkward for Green Esports. I would still rather the Snap staying in that lane with the Magnus. I think overall, the point about Jug versus Slark, it's interesting because before I'd say Jug Slark was a very even matchup. Before Ag Shards came out, like when you were reliant on Shadow Dance versus Omni Slash, it did feel like as the game scaled on, you had more time in Omni Slash than you did have time in Shadow Dance, just because it scales up with your attack speed. Nowadays, not so much. Depth Shroud is going to be really annoying for the Jug. I would say you are right in that the Slark has an easier time. Grin will go for the Lina, which, you know, I've been asking for multiple times. It hasn't been popping out, at least yesterday. We do get it here again. So the Lina mid, a lot of magical damage output. This here is pretty wonky with how it scales up with your Ags and your Kaya build up. So I don't mind that too much. I think Rojo Fireflute plays a very active mid. The Lina is pretty active early on, like past the laning phase. Once you have a couple of regen items up, this hero will want to make plays. Tilted Boys will go for the TA, so likely our mid. You can melt True early on the Lina. She doesn't have the best durability in lane. A couple of melds and Psyblade lineups should make that manageable. Although I will say the Lina is not that susceptible to it. As a range here, you can kind of dance around the arc of Psyblades quite nicely. You can just reposition yourself. You have really good range. Your issue here is trying to melt through Refraction. Lina doesn't deal with that all too well now, especially with the nerfs to attack speed in Fiery Soul. So Volodka by level 4, level 3 should be able to handle that. If he goes for a 2-on-1 build by level 4, then the Lina can't really shove you out as well. But the early levels might be a little bit better for Rojo Fireflute if he does go for the greedier 0-1-1 build on that TA.
I mean, we'll see how it all pans out. I do like the last pick, TA. I think it's a very nice pick here against what Green Esports have. And I mean, not really much of a way in terms of a counter towards the TA this game. So it should be a pretty free game for Volodka, to say the least. But we'll have to wait and see how this all plays out, because it is the final series for both these teams here in 2 or 3. Obviously, for Grin, it means nothing. And I think for Tilted Boys, they are basically safe at this rate. In terms of remaining in Div 2, and their chances of trying to move up to Div 1 are basically naught. So, bit of a show match, I suppose, between these two teams, but for Tilted Boys, you'd rather be safe than sorry. Just get the win, you know, make sure you are staying in Div 2. And for Green Esports, you know, you're already looking towards qualifiers, but why not have a bit of fun and show what you've got before the tour does end? Should be fun.
Yeah, for sure. I think they are also running the Rain Prince Pugna, so you are right. They will run the Pugna Magnus lane. Still not the biggest fan of that, but at least you have Snapfire Jug, I guess, which can be aggressive with Cookie Spin. So you can look for some kill opportunities onto that Tide and try to bully it out. Tide Hunter in that lane is all right. Like Anchor Smash is still annoying for Jug. Your uptime on Blade Fury is not amazing. I'm keen to see how they execute on Grin, because it does feel like there's an opening up top that they can look to try to force in. I think if your Jug does pop off in this game, get that timing into the Battle Fury that we tend to see, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just, it's very specific spell usage for the Jug here. It's a lot harder up against that Slark matchup down the line. And I'm really just keen to see how much Rojo Fireflute gets out with that Lina. Like, Lina versus TA, first 2 levels should be pretty good. Past that point, with Refraction up, Volodka should be fine. But once you hit some timings on Rojo Fireflute, I mean, this Lina gets insane. Just get Ags, Kaya, you get some neutrals as well to boost your spell amp. It here does do a ton of damage. You hit that level 20 talent as well with 11% spell amp on top of your Flame Cloak, on top of your Kaya, and you're just going to be killing everyone.
Tilted Boy's already running up. They found a ward. Very, very nice. Still will appreciate that gold, and already a nice little advantage for Volodka. Verte, Rain Prince gonna have a bit of a fight. A 3-for-1 trade in the bounties. So Verte will leave Rain Prince alone. Not gonna chase too long here against the Pugma. And going back to the laning setup, I mean, the reason why you have to go Pugma here is because the Snapfire will just feed strength over the door. And you're not going to get Little Shredder at level 2 anyway. So the Tombstone is not going to care for the Snap. It's I feel like if you went Snapfire Mag, it's almost a guaranteed loss. Whereas now you've got at least a chance at pulling off an even lane here down at bot. But I still think it's very challenging. In fact, they just gave a double decay over the door, which is something that shouldn't happen. Like, if this Pugna gets decayed with the mag, I don't know, it's not good.
Yeah, I just don't think there's a good laning setup here with your 2 supports either way. Like, the Pugna, I mean, you get decayed 2 times, it's going to be pretty awkward. You don't have that much strength, you can get run down. You do have your higher move speed for sure, but once Tombstone up with the grenade, you can just chase down the Pugna anyway. I guess Decrep can kind of hold you back at the very least. But at the very least, I suppose, for Grin, you can play with Shockwave and the Nether Blast spam, so you can always shove in the wave and kind of just try to farm. So far, they're doing a good job just splitting up Rain Prince. Outside of that 1 double decay they gave out, should be able to just hold steady here. You can see how it develops down the line. Fert is copping quite a fair bit from Rain Prince. That is one thing the Undying can't handle. He has to gap close onto Rain Prince, although once you do, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Dole's doing a really good job.
CS.
He's actually doing a really good job with this Undying. I feel like Grin is somehow losing the spot lane already. Still, I mean, mid lane, Rojo, Fireflute, and Volodka. Volodka's having a great old time as well, doubling the CS already of Rojo, which is to be expected. You kind of already went over this, but the Lina, not so much a right-click hero anymore. You are very reliant on just landing those spells to secure CS a lot of the time against a hero like TA. And I dare say Volodka should just not lose his lane. Like, it's quite hard to imagine Volodka dying solo to Rojo with the refraction up. Like, there's almost just no chance of it happening.
No, certainly no opportunity for Rojo, and he's not able to dance around. Ooh.
Top lane. First blood already occurring. Salivating Salamander landing a nice cookie here with Soul. And the level 1 spin proves to be enough.
I mean, it's a lot of output, especially if you land a Scatter Blast up. With that little slow up, just giving a little bit more time for Soul to get the proper position for the spin. It does feel pretty good. Salamander will sacrifice for this in the end. So nice follow through from Skyward to get that level 2 with a blast off. But this lane is set to be pretty aggressive from Grin. I don't think this slows down at any single point, even with, say, the early Ring of Health that you can pick up in the Tide. Soul should be able to still look for opportunities to get aggressive. And that's the one thing about Jug in this lane. You're not going to care for the Techie's output at all. All of that magic damage is not going to do too much when the Blade Fury is up and running here.
No, certainly not. 1-1 so far. Things looking very, very good again for Tilted Boys to start things off, but it's all the lanes seem to be pretty even. Like Grin, like Muzi's still finding farm on the mag, which is good news here. Dora has not found a kill with his level 2 timing on the Undying, by the way. Just kind of to be expected because you do have the escape route of the skewer. So, oh, no you don't. Muzi just used it. And he is as good as dead. They'll decrepify, but it's not going to help. I don't know what that skewer was. In fact, Rain Prince, he's trying so hard to get rid of this tombstone. He's still probably down. The door is blocking. Verte, he got blocked by his Undying. Salve is out from Rain Prince. Decrepify to ensure they can't get the kill. And he's actually going to make it out.
Small mistake in that block. Still not too unhappy though. I mean, you find that kill onto Muzi. He has to save that skewer for the escape. Maybe mispresses on the skill up. You are contesting over the water runes. Rojo Fire Flu does find one, and Skyward's forced to pick the other one up, but not the biggest deal. I don't think you're under enough pressure for Volodka to feel like missing the water rune is going to impact him too much. Although,
that's right. Trouble, but the Soul Rip's going to keep him up, and it looks like he is going to remain safe. Ferte, this is one of those lanes where you just definitely don't want to die. There should be an outright win here for Tilted Boys. But it, you know, again, I think Grin have played this very well, not allowing too much advantage the way of the Undying. Sure, you gave away that one kill, but everything being said and done, like, you look at the Magnus's farm, Muzi still has almost 20 CS, which is really damn good. Like, look how great Rain Prince is just zoning out the Slark, and like, Doors just disappeared there for a moment.
yeah, like he's setting all his eyes onto stopping Muzi, but that allows Rain Prince to just keep spamming out that Nether Blast. So Ferta is not able to do as much. He does have the wand. He's got some burst healing on hand, 18 charges up. So he shouldn't be shoved completely out of lane anytime soon, but it is just space for the mag, which is exactly what you need here. And Door down to just a 1 mango. Not going to be able to sustain through the spam all too much. And we'll see if they can try to prevent Rain Prince from just doing this. Like, the Pugna is getting a lot of value in this. Just using his move speed to constantly weave in and out. Has the boots up.
Oh.
So chasing down's a lot tougher.
Oopsie daisies. Doors connected. Very good. I love myself a terrible pun. There you go. Here we go. He's back
now.
Happy days.
There you go.
Rojo's coming up with the dad jokes for me, John. Very, very happy to see it. It's terrible, but I do appreciate it now.
Oh.
Yeah, bottom lane. Bit of a jump in. Not going to matter. Doesn't matter much.
Yeah, not going to be able to follow through just yet. Still, kind of rather even in the laning start. Rojo Firefly starting to find a grip down mid. So his build-ups, 25 to 11, good amount of denies. Should hit level 6 a little bit faster, which could mean a kill opportunity if the 6-minute rune favorites him. We'll see. Something like a haste could allow the Lina to maybe get a side lane rotation, relieve some pressure down bot. I think that's the lane that you really want to kind of eke out a little bit more here for Grin, as top lane's just pretty free for your jug. So, rune control going to be big. No, well, at least Skyward showing up, although not fully committing for the rundown at 6 minutes, looking for the stack first. The side of Grin kind of stuck in their side lane, so he should have the advantage coming into that 6-minute rune.
Nice rotation. Bottom lane, Salivating Salamander showing up now on the Snapfire to ensure that they can kill off Door. Said I feel like the Undying impact right now just hasn't been as high as he would have liked, or it should have been really. Grin getting a lot out of this off lane. He's trying to get the support duo rotating perhaps into the mid lane, but they decide better of it. They're going to head back down bot, maybe looking for Door again. Door does not want to die a secondary time. But now he should be fine, but the Salamander is sticking around for an opportunity. Door's gonna show up. The Snapfire will eventually show, and ultimately nothing gonna come out of this. Just showing the lane for a moment. So that they'll stick around for the 7-minute Wisdom Rune timing, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1 on those anyway. Nobody up top here from the Dire to try and steal one away from Tilted Boys, so Us should be able to just pick it up himself.
And the contestation should be pretty nice for the Tide to get level 6, although it looks like they'll hand it over onto Skyward. So not going to be prioritizing the Tide all too much. Still pretty nice to not surrender the runes. Tilted Boys have been pretty on point with trying to steal away these runes as well, every single time, but they don't really have the angle to find. Still 2-2. They're maintaining that trial lane for a little bit down bot. See if they find the angle in. I mean, this is the one thing with the Jug as well into the Tide lane. You don't need any support to really feel good there. Salivating Salamander, they see that rotation out onto mid with the creep chasing him for a very long time. So you should be able to set up to back off on Volodka, and he's already going into that jungle anyway. So a little bit unfortunate. Just having that creep aggro on too long there for Salivating Salamander means that you don't really have that opportunity mid. And with Lina level 6 up, you kind of do want to look for a burst play.
That you do.
Dire's middle
Well,
tower
power
is
runes
under
are going to spawn. Rojo will pick up a regen for himself. Skyward was around, but no blast off to commit here. I mean, Rojo's found some great farm on the Lina. It's gotten to the point where Volodka's just said, screw this, I'm going to the jungle now, which is pretty standard for a TA anyway. But he stacks to be taken to the triangle, so there's just no reason for him to stick around in the mid lane and risk his life. But he will make his way back over now, it seems. So Rojo, I can't say one level behind. There's only a few creeps behind the TA now, but it seems like Volodka's got off to a good start in terms of XP at least. I think the TA just not dying is obviously going to favor the side of Tilted Boys quite a lot, because the TA is going to be a huge problem as time goes on. You can see Skyward, he's continuing to just make stacks for the Templar Assassin this game. Pretty standard stuff. And Soul, top lane, gonna get jumped. Ravage is there, they've got the kill. That's a perfect setup from Skyward.
Just in the fog, not able to get the spin off. You find that punishment onto Jug, who's been left alone for quite a long time. We are building up on Ush now, with the phase boots up and Ring of Health a little bit hard to pin down. The rotations coming out from Grin, the time their supports are spending is not really lining up to too much outside of that one kill bot. They're not able to stack up as much, although the Ancients are kind of built up here, so they've got something to clear out for Muzi. And for the Jug, of course, you still have the Jug Mag lane overall, the Jug Mag combination. I think the one thing that Grin is, again, probably feeling a little bit less than ideal about is that they're not able to do much with the Lina yet. It's a solid start for Rojo. But again, you've been sitting on Laguna for a long time. You can't really look for that kill onto the TA whenever Refraction's up.
Omni slash out onto the Undying. He's still going to get his Tombstone off in time. He's not going to die. Dorse surviving longer than expected. They don't have the damage. Rain Prince, the first one to go. Rojo's going to try and rotate over. He'll land a stun on Volodka, finds a kill on Skyward. But Soul is still going to die. And Door, in all of this, survives another day. That Omni Slash just looked so sad. It's just the damage, the attack speed, it was just not doing it.
I'm a little bit surprised that they forced that movement out here for Grin. And Soul just doesn't have output. Maybe if you're just in lane, you look for the Omni Splash play. You definitely don't try to chase down in that kind of area. The Undying is a little bit too durable. A couple of decays up. You're not able to trade well. And your Jug is the one here that does need that early momentum here. He is going for a Diffusal Maelstrom, so he will be relying a little bit more on the Magnus this game. Gonna need to stick around, get the Empower every single time before a big fight breaks out. With that kill, your top lane's open for the push as well. No full Meteor Hammer just up yet for Ush. But he's just shoving in. No one to really contest him. They do have at least Salamander around waiting, but his level 6 is still a ways off. So you can't threaten for a team fight with the kisses here.
T1's just gone. Huge loss for Grin. Top lane, salivating Salamander, gonna get ravaged by Ash. No hesitation from the Tide, just committed immediately. Secure a kill for yourself. And he's even got the top tier 1 tower now. So top tier 1's gone, mid tier 1's gone. The map opens up for Tilted Boys, which is terrible news for Grin, because they're falling behind now in terms of net worth and they want as much map space as possible. 13 in the meantime, just taking another ward on the Slark, no fear of actually dying to Rain Prince. And he's going to be fine as now the rotation comes in from Door from the north. The Door's by himself, so he's not going to be able to get a kill onto Rain Prince. Just making sure the Slark are radiant jungle a little bit. But a fantastic start for Tilted Boys. Really just no contest here for game 1 so far.
And not too much coming out from Grin. Again, the support movement earlier on impacted their side lanes. That gave them that kill opportunity up top. They find one kill down bot, nothing else afterwards. And this is where the game starts to feel a lot slower for Grin. This is when you're starting to have to farm up on your mag, having to farm up on your Jog, even your Lina to an extent will need more build up as well. Rojo already having the Aetherlands Boots of Travels, but doesn't really have anyone to connect with. Like right now, you're waiting for probably just a blink from Muzi. Echo Saber into Blink. Once you can maybe get a Blink RP onto 2, you can get the follow-up Kisses. You can start cleaning up that way, maybe even line up for the Omni Slash with Empower. And your Wombo combo can be quite nice on Grin, but it takes time to build into that point. Whereas for the side of Tilted Boys, they're hitting their key timings already. Desolator up and running for Volodka. Jungle Farm goes a lot faster. Threat of Roche opens up as well here for Tilted Boys. If they find a good fight, you are running a TA Tide. So if you do go into the Roshan, it's not going to take too long. And they've been playing around with a Ravage really well. Like, it's going to come off in 30 seconds. You can look for some movement out from Ush. He already has a Meteor Hammer as well. So he's applying solo pressure into the top tier 2, all by his lonesome. And if you leave this Tide alone for too long, he's just going to find these objectives. And there's just no contest from Grin. They're just forced to run around and farm and help the course in staying alive and getting that farm.
Yeah. There's one of the heroes that I still like wielding Meteor Hammer is this Tiger. Just the fact that you can stand so far forward near a T2 tower and you're pretty confident just won't die with max Kraken Shell. It's going to be pretty frustrating for Grin. They're going to try and move on to Furte, but he does have Shadow Dance available. He won't even need it. He'll just pounce away. Rain Prince, he's the one in danger as he's going to drop to Ash, who does move in with the Ravage available. Looking for Soul, but Soul is going to TP away in time. Muzi, barely avoids the pounce. No TP cancel. Or even drop a voice line. But it is an unsuccessful gank attempt onto the Slark. It's even mid lane now. The jump in onto the Lina. Rojo is just gone. Solo kill for Volodka. This game 1, it's not looking too close.
It certainly isn't. Grin just not able to find her timing, not able to really get that aggression they'd want in the laning phase. Now the clock pump is coming out from Tilted Boys.
Oh, Rain Prince, where you going, sir? Where you going? Side blades, Volodka not going to find the kill that way. Door will take it instead of the decay. Muzi, he has Skewer. Blast off is there from Skyward, but they're just going to cookie. Door wants to dive in. Ash is in with a big Ravage. 3 heroes caught out. Rojo just TP'd back into the mid lane, at least finding Volodka. He'll find a great kill for his trouble, but it is going to cost him his life. And right now, I don't think Volodka's going to mind dying like that too much, as Ash will clean up a triple kill here in the mid lane. Very clean performance so far from Tilted Boys.
They understand how far they can push themselves here. Really good timing for Ush to find that blink and big reveal with that Ravage down mid. Whereas for the side of Grin, you still need farm. You've got the Diffusal up in Soul. That's not really going to help the cause just yet. Jug's still a little bit of a glass cannon when he is fully committed upon. Needs way more. Needs at least the Manta with his stats. That's where things start to feel a little bit comfy for the Jug, but it's a little bit more time as well to hit that point. Verte.
This is the target they want so badly, but Furte still has the Shadow Dance and will pop it. Pound's not available though. Soul's trying to move in for an Omni Slash, but can't quite reach Ferte. Just walks out of there very calmly. And now, even if he dropped the Omni, I don't even think it would have been a kill, to be frank. This wouldn't have been enough. It's top lane. Rojo's gone. Tilted Boys are all over him this game. They are not giving any space to this mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, Skyward's listening to lo-fi beats to relax / camp mid-win. And he didn't quite camp mid. Well, not that hard, but he is hunting down Rojo for sure. Find that top tier 2 now as well. And aside of Tilted Boys, 7k up, 12-4. Finally going for that Roshan we mentioned with the TA. Not going to take too long. Over to Gush available. Gonna find a nice and easy objective. The side of Grin, in the meantime, trying to push down bot. So they might be able to find a tier 2 in exchange, but a tier 2 and Roche for a tier 2 down bot, you take that trade any single time, the Tilted Boys. And for the side of Grin, I mean, you've got the Echo Saber up in Muzi. It's not really what you need. You need the blink, you need the auras up on this mag. So until that timing, there's just still no play coming out from the side of Grin. They just don't have team fight. They don't have a way of starting these fights, although Door.
Jump in bottom lane. Door gonna get omnied. It does jump towards Ferte, but he has the Shadow Dance. The Soul finds nothing, and now the TP. He will still make it. So unlucky. I love that from Ferte. He jumps in, he takes the Omni, and then he just pops Shadow Dance. Nice from Rojo, though. Rojo moves in bottom lane, just pops Laguna Blade. Takes out Door anyway. But it's still not a good trade. Not a good fight at all here for Grin. Nothing's really working out for the dire end of things this game one.
No, certainly not. At the least, finding a kill at this point always feels good when you are this far behind. Every single kill does count, so as long as you find some pickoffs, you can feel a little bit better. They are starting to invade that top jungle, though. No care in the world here from Osh, knowing how strong he is. Just not allowing that much free room out for Soul.
Yeah, blast off. At least not going to land. Soul is able to spin his way out. Bottom lane, Volodka's actually started onto the tier 2 tower, but does blink away from Rain Prince. Green Esports maybe looking to group up and try to go for a bit of a fight, bit of a pick-off, but it seems like it's Tilted Boys that are going to be the ones to run in as Ferte already onto the snap. Meanwhile, Rain Prince almost getting deleted here by Volodka. They won't go any further. Ferte now down towards the bottom lane where he'll find Muzi. Skewer? Oh, almost caught him. I don't think Muzi really wanted to catch him, to be fair. Would not have been very well advised. And Tilted Boys, it seems like they're just going to start on the bottom tier 2. Like, this game one is just so dominant. I don't think there's any real reason to not just take the tier 2 towers with how strong Volodka's looking right now.
No reason to stop. Even Volodka with his build going straight for the Daedalus. Not even opting for that intermediary Dragonlance for some stats. Just going all in on damage output. Why not? There's no real way of melting through refraction. You will, at least for the side of Grin, have this blink up on Muzi rather soon. But we need to see them coordinate around that, because even if you get a good RP, there's always Ush to punish with a Ravage if you don't manage to burst down the tide, which feels very difficult this game. Pushing down mid, but the TPs are in.
Oh, mid lane, Ush. Double Ravage is out, or rather double Heroes and the Ravage is out. Rain Prince, though, Volodka dropping low, but is going to survive. Barely surviving on the TA. Very, very close call against the Pugna. Meanwhile, mid, they're still going. Salivating Salamander. Probably not making it. Volodka will take the double. Perhaps the tier 2 mid tower now, while we're at it.
Yeah. Again, just nothing to stop them. The RP is up for Muzi with a blink. So I think this is where they need to play around. And it looks like they're going to have to play around that high ground instead. Just not going to be able to def mid in time. They need to connect all their spells. We need to see something like RP Kisses coming out with maybe a follow-through stun from Rojo Firefly. If you can get that done, then the game can open up. It's just... It's hard to see that angle come out. While Ravage is down, this could be their opening, though. But just run away a little bit too fast.
Big blast off Skyward. Another great initiation. He'll cop the Laguna, but he took no damage from it. Level 20 talent, plus 20% magic resist on the techies. Gonna feel very good against Lena right now. Salivating Salamander, barely surviving. Muzi, he'll go for the skewer. Volodka getting caught, but he still has the Aegis up. He'll lose the first life eventually, but now Soul in an awkward position. Will keep going after the techies with the Omni Slash. He'll commit. He does find one. He does find a second, but Soul now in huge trouble. The Furte goes down. Furte just jumps into his death. Never mind Grin Esports. They can keep going for more now. Furte, with his death, he kind of messes up the team fight for Tilted Boys. And Grin, they're still trying to capitalize. Like, you want to punish while you can. They haven't caught anyone else yet. Soul's trying to break the gap, but Ash is going to blink away. He's going to be all right. It's suddenly a bit of a sign of hope for Grin.
A little bit of an overextension out from the side of Tilted Boys. They forced that fight without the Ravage as well and Ush. So a little bit keen to try to get that done. I think you don't respect the fact that without that big AoE control, there is still output on the side of Grin. And that's the entire fight breaking out for Grin without even having to pop the Blink RP here on Muzi. You still have that option available, although into the Ravage, it's a little bit scary to try to force anything out. I need to see Ush commit that onto a pickoff, or just catch Ush out in your control and try to melt everyone else around him before taking any next fight. But Grin, they're starting to scale up a little bit more. Network gap is still pretty damn high at 7k. Smoke out from Tilted Boy, so looking to rectify from that last fight.
The Rain Prince gonna be the victim, it seems. Though everything does miss thanks to the cookie of Salivating Salamander, but it won't matter. Volodka will just delete the Pugna. And that AoE gush now from Ash. I do love that Aghanim Scepter.
Under attack.
It's so detrimental to the enemy when you're already ahead. Because now with the AoE gush, it just feels like you're never going to be able to escape anything. Just constant slows and damage coming in with some more minus armor. And Volodka, he'll say thank you very much for that, because he's got a Daedalus up now. So that minus armor, it's going to feel very nice.
He's just going to be able to eat through a lot of these heroes on Grin. Like, the supports are just not going to survive. Oh, skewer back.
Almost killing off Furte. Barely surviving. Will be able to double pounce out of there with his own Ags. And can just reset. Now they know the kisses are down. Laguna will be down for another 45. But it seems like they're going to TP down top lane instead. Try and maybe find Soul on the jug. Soul already retreating though. Or maybe not. Going for a large camp. We'll go for the spin TP play. Skyward, not going to time the blast off well. And Soul, I mean, you couldn't have timed it well because the spin was going to last too long anyway. No chance.
They miss out on an opportunity. And Soul, he's using the space really nicely in the jug. Butterfly's almost done. He's going to have a lot more output in that Omni Slash, a lot more slashes to play with as well. So longer invulnerability period to have. Smoke out now from Grin.
It doesn't seem like it's going to amount to much here. It's pretty obvious smoke rotation, it seems, and Tilted Boys are running the right way. Yeah, man, it literally amounts to nothing.
A little bit of time wasted here for Grin. Back to farm for Soul. Again, Butterfly only about 400 gold away. Tilted Boys, they're still in control of the game. They've still got 2 waves shoved in. Only the bot lane not quite under their control, but they're already starting onto that high ground. With Ferte, would probably prefer to have the TA around her as well, but looking like they're just trying to bait the movement back in. Not going to risk too much out here. Maybe look for a pickoff.
Perhaps mid lane. That'd be a nice one. They got Muzi. Great start here already for Tilted Boys in this high ground attempt. Onto the top lane they go. Furte.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll force the glyph out. Grin, at least they have the butterfly now on their jug. So Soul, he could join in and fight it with his team, and it seems like he will TP back now. Mind you, of course, he has no buyback gold, so if he gets caught out, you're in a bit of a dire straits kind of situation. But Tilted Boys more than happy to retreat for now, just play it safe, understanding they have the stronger scaling going into the late game. I mean, with a 10k advantage, it only takes one bad team fight to lose all that. So they're not willing to just risk it here against Grin. Better to go for a pick off or two, maybe even just wait for the next Roshan, and then go high ground after that. And speaking of next Roshan, it is up and ready. So Tilted Boys already getting first dibs on that. And it's going to be a free one, I think. I don't think Grin are going to try and smoke for this.
Nah. They don't really have map control. They don't really have vision to play with. They could try. This could be a good spot for a big RP Omni, but Roshan's falls way too fast with the output you have here on Volodka and all of the minus armor in the world. Take that Aegis up. They leave the cheese once more, as is tradition now for Roche number 2. Cheese just in the pit. But maybe not even necessary to have it. You know, maybe sending a message.
Oh, I just find it so weird every time. It just pick it up and sell it. Like, why not just take the, what is it, 500 gold? Just take it.
So,
Bottom? They're under the jug, but Soul can spin TP, and looks like with the evasion of the butterfly, he is mostly going to be fine. Mind you, though, MKB is going to be up on Volodka very, very soon.
and not too far off. Soul's doing a good job, though, of just constantly pressuring bot. Bot tier 3 down to 158 HP. So another quick shove should give them an opportunity onto objectives. Smoke out here could be a good team fight for either side.
Oh, Skyward moving in, gonna break the 5-man, will be skewered away. Skyward actually still alive somehow, will finally go down. Rain Prince, he'll be the one to get caught so far. Ravage coming out, landing on quite a few targets here from Ash. Omni Slash though gonna fly through, but not really doing too much damage. It's not doing too much, Soul. But no, there's the Omni. But it was on the TA where the Aegis expired. Ferte gonna pounce away. RP did nothing. Volodka looking to just get out of there. Ferte in the meantime actually gonna drop. Back Volodka. Volodka's down as well. What the hell is this fight? Grin. They'll just keep going. Rojo catches another. The Undying going down. Tips coming out for Rain Prince. I've clearly missed something here, John.
They just found a really good angle, like that skewer back, isolating Skyward, and then the nature of Tilted Boys coming in, they kind of ran in one by one. They got some good spacing out because of Rain Prince dropping that Nether Ward down on the low ground, so they waste some time clearing that out first. They're not able to gap close onto that fight earlier to try to punish Soul, and he manages to hang on to that Omni, landing it onto the TA. And just melting through again, but no stats up in TA. Once Refraction melts, you are a very squishy hero. So they have enough right-click on Grin where Soul can just right-click down the shield. You've got some burn damage as well coming out from the kisses. And all lines up to get that win. Massive win for Grin, taking away that Aegis advantage. No cheese again for Tilted Boys, so you don't have that utility on hand. I would be very happy to see Grin find the cheese themselves somehow. That'd be very funny. I don't think they would, but no cheese is... Honestly, if you had cheese, maybe that's a little bit better. Like cheese up in Slark when Shadow Dance fades. Could have given them an opportunity there, but a little bit harder to pull that off. And that's the fight for Grin without even the big RP. The RP just whiffs onto two heroes there, trying to time it for the Aegis and for the Slark, and not finding either.
They almost find a Light Striker 8 onto the Slark. Nice pounce away from Ferte to avoid it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Net worth lead down to 5k here. 4 Tilted Boys, not too much to write home about. It's only a much scarier position. This Jug Sun look quite scary as time goes on. Skadi to come up very, very soon. And Tilted Boys here start to worry that may have waited a bit too long as that Laguna Blade. Rojo 5 for just kind of testing how much damage he can deal with that. There's about 3/4 of his HP going away instantaneously, which is quite ridiculous. But that is the leader right now.
Just magical burst back on the menu for Lina with that flame cloak up. Can't be underestimated. E-Blade being formed up here as well. The combination with a Pugna, Decrep plus off that spell amp. That is one way to kind of win out these fights here for the side of Bryn. Full Scotty now up and running for Soul, as you mentioned here. So all the stats in the world, even more time in the Omni. Can feel great. Smoke out is 4 for Grin.
Dire are scanning.
It's not going to amount to much here, John. Just a few D-wards coming out in the Radiant jungle.
It's funny. With Lina's level 25 talent, in this kind of game, would you want the pure damage for Laguna Blade? Because you have Decrep. And that only amps up magic damage. So do you want to keep it as a magical damage spell and then just go for the Laguna Blade cooldown? I feel like that's probably the better route. It's a little bit strange to think about, isn't it? Because you can't amp up pure damage.
Well, I mean, the thing is, she does have a lot of spell amp, right? Because of the Ags, so it might actually still be worth to go for pure.
Yeah, but then Decrep takes away 60% of your magic res anyway. 60% magic damage amp, which pure damage doesn't interact with.
But you're gonna have to rely on the Pugna in that case. You know, I think it's might be better to go for the just the pure damage. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, minus 25 seconds is pretty big as well. So we'll see what Rojo Fireflu wants. Obviously, it's a pretty important talent here in this game. It might give them a chance to win out this game 1. Could be the game changer here in this this game 1. So we'll see.
I think the one thing I'd like to see out from Grin here as well is Soul getting his Ags. You do need that secondary Swift Slash. And eventually the bot does push in with a creep wave. Again, Soul's been doing a great job of just using space here to farm up and constantly provide an opening. So they actually find the first tier 3 of the game on the side of Bryn. And the 6k lead doesn't feel like it's amounting to too much. Rojo Fireflu just jumps forward with a Flame Cloak. The fact that he gets to fly around with Flame Cloak is a little bit funny for me. Like, everything's great, and then the unobstructed movement is kind of like, all right, that's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I mean, I guess if it didn't have that, the Ags wouldn't feel very worth. That's the thing. It's like, is it really worth to buy the Ags without that added unobstructed movement? Probably not. Who knows? Knowing the Frog, he'll probably end up removing that that feature of the Ags. Just to nerf Lina again. It's mid lane. So the boys, they're gonna smoke up. Skyward does miss out on the smoke, but it won't matter too much. Might just play the bait for his team. Run in onto the high ground. They will get the wards down. They're onto the Pugna immediately, and Rain Prince is gone. That's a start, but Rain Prince, he's gonna buy back into the fight. Muzi now looking towards Door. A decent ravage, but it's really only connected on one target, and that was Salivating Salamander. Meanwhile, Door, he is gonna go down. Grin still able to fight now with the Pugna rejoining. Tilted boys are the ones that need to escape, I believe. His Door does not have buyback available on the Undying. And it does seem like that's going to be about it. Green Esports looking to move high ground. See if they can secure the bot lane of Barracks. Soul does have a double damage for a little bit longer, so it's not going to take him too long on the jug to get this done, but the glyph is going to come out. It's going to be enough to force them back now. At least to wait for a creep wave, that is. Door back up in 10 seconds. It is very challenging to push high ground into this Ags Gush, to be absolutely fair, though. Like, Ush can just defend so easily with this Aghanim Scepter. So they won't be able to have their chance at high ground. They need a bigger team fight than that.
They stall out pretty damn well on Tilted Boys. Side of Grin, don't overcommit, though. Omni Slash still up. You've still got RP. They do manage to find a pick-off on Salivating Salamander up top. Freighter more than happy to take that freebie for himself. Muzi? I think they saw him go through the gate.
They do get the trap off. Rain Prince going to join the team to try and help out as Muzi's going to go for a skewer onto 2, but it's not going to amount in his life. Well, it is rather. Rain trying to get out. They've got it. Nice easy pick off. They'll even find the cheese here for Volodka. They'll switch the cheese out for the bottle, just saving it for later on apparently. And naturally they're waiting for the next Roshan again. It is still a minute 10 away though, so they're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but they could just go high ground. There's no Pugna buyback for another minute.
They have to watch their bot. Soul's just pushing in again. Should be able to find a Rax if you leave him alone for too long, and looks like he will at least find Amelia. So you will trade here, fortify to stall up in that top push. Should be able to still find a full set of Rax.
Soul actually finds Skyward down to that bot lane. Does find the full lane of barracks. So it is going to be a bit of a direct trade. Not too bad at all here for Grin. The Soul is going to TP. Volodka almost going down, but the cheese will save the day. Soul wanting to chase for a little bit more, but is not going to be able to really close the gap on anything. I believe the next team fight will just have to be about the next Roshan, which is available now in about 10 seconds. The annoying thing is for Grin, you don't have that Omni Slash now. In fact, jump in from Verte. He's going to jump in knowing this, and the Ravage coming out from Ash, landing on all of them. Grin still trying to fight. It's looking pretty tough though without the Omni. They've even brought back on Rojo Fireflu, but he's still walking his way back up. So Tilted Boys, they can happily just retreat. But they're going to counter smoke again. They'll go back in. They're under vision though. This doesn't look quite as good as a team fight. Door, he's going to get the D-wards off. There's a lot of damage coming out, but a big RP to come. They've got Volodka down, Verte down a boot. This was a bad fight. This was a really, really poor decision to try and go for this fight. I guess they wanted the dieback though on Rojo to try and go high ground, but they go in with no vision. And they end up just getting destroyed here by Grid.
Yeah, they tried to jump the back again, but Muzi's there with a skewer back, the RP threat, and taking these team fights without Ravage just feels really hard for the side of Tilted Boys. We also saw some earlier usage in that Shadow Dance, so you don't really have the big saves. Skyward trying to hang around for a big Aegis steal. Wondering if he will find the timing.
He's going to try. Makes it pretty obvious he is around. Rojo's having a search. He is not going to see the techies, so Skyward is a little bit early into the Roshan pit and will not be able to survive long enough to have a chance at Roshan. He just cheese and Refresher Shard going to go the way of Green Esports now. Just 40 minutes into this game. Things looking much, much better for Grin. So again, Tilted Boys, there's just been a couple of mistakes that have cost them the early advantages they did have, and even now they still hold the net worth advantage, but they've just been trying to rush the game a little bit too much, I think, not respecting the output from Grin Esports. Maybe feeling as though they aren't going to scale quite as well later on now, as I suppose they are up against Jugmag and Lena. But these team fight losses that they've had recently have certainly cost them quite a bit. And that third Roshan is massive, and it really should have just been theirs.
Yeah, should have been able to find it, but and they mess up in that fight beforehand. They commit a lot to find that first kill onto Rojo. Gets the buyback, no Ravage. Control just isn't there. And the control from Muzi is there. He's been really patient with the RPs this game. Does pay off. It also kind of boils down to how much space Soul was given. Like, he's been allowed to play down bot, to shove into that high ground by himself multiple times. Just no punishment for the Jug. It just leads to the circumstance where, you know, you find top, but you trade evenly, so you're not in a bad position for Grin. They take the follow-up fights. They've got the Omni Slash combination with the RP. They've got the Empower onto the Jug. You have level 25 up in Rojo Fireflu. Now, he does go for the pure damage on the Laguna Blade. So should be able to just rip through any single hero here, and has his full Hex up and running, even more control for the side of Grin. what's holding them back here on the side of Tilted Boys is there's no defensive items up on your TA, no BKB. Went all in on damage and utility with the MKB and with Nullifier. Without any way of getting some debuff immunity out. I mean, I guess to an extent it's not going to be that helpful against a Magnus, but at the same time, you're up against a Lina.
No,
Spell
it's
spamming's
helpful.
always going to feel good here.
It's very helpful against Lina and Pugna. And Snapfire. I mean, there's no excuse for no BKB. I didn't even realize, John, to be frank with you. I thought this whole time he would have picked one up, just because it just makes no sense not to. Like, who cares if you're up against a mag? You're getting bursted by Rojo every time your refraction's gone. The Cripify is going to be annoying to play against as well. Interesting choice from Volodka. So maybe feeling like the game was just already in the bag after the laning stage he did have. They were off to a very strong lead for Tilted Boys before these bad team fights happened. Now just a very awkward scenario where they're just being pushed in on the high ground. Sure, you've got great high ground defense, and it is quite hard for Grin Esports to commit for this mid-tier 3 tower. They'll get there eventually as Ferte will jump in. No skewer back play from the mag yet. Ravage, though, is completely whiffed. But they got Muzi. Skyward, he'll miss the blast off. So they're going to try and aim down this Lina. Nullifier is out. Yule Scepter was there, though. Rojo Fireflu trying to run, but he's been slowed up by the sticky bomb and eventually should just die. That'll be the first life on the Lina gone. Now the Omni coming through with the Depth Shroud. Going to really protect everyone. They'll commit a secondary Ravage. RP out from Muzi. He's going to refresh. He'll pop another. He found a 3-man that time around. Still, they do find Volodka. The TA is down, but Ferte is still going. Volodka, he'll buy back on the TA. Try and rejoin this team fight. Everyone else does just retreat. Door the one to go down on the Undying. At least you do have Rojo Fireflu down with that buyback on the Lina. But we'll see if they can actually capitalize on Tilted Boys.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a risky spot buying back in Volodka. If he dies here,
Ferte,
that could be GG.
Ferte, he's got the Shadow Dance. He's gonna pop it. That's one down. Onto the Pugna they go. Buyback's incoming here from Door. Rain Prince trying to get out of that corner, but is trapped up. Will go down surely. The damage of Ash is now Skyward jumping in, finding Salivating Salamander, and they've even got the jug controlled up. Cheese 8, but it's not going to matter. Soul is completely surrounded. Soul is down, and so is Muzi. That's your buyback out from the jug now. But it's basically 2v5 if you buy back on the Pugna as well.
Yeah. And the Abyssal from Ferte holding back, ensuring that you get those diebacks going. The BKB TP coming out from Muzi. Opening onto the high ground, could just rush for the tier 4s, honestly. Not much to hold him back. When 2-man defense here from Grin doesn't sound particularly impressive. Omni Slash in a few seconds, but with the Death Shroud, with the Shadow Dance, it doesn't feel like you'll find any good angles here for Soul. Not unless you have Muzi around.
Here we go. Jump in from Soul. One last try to protect this Ancient. Soul taking a fair bit of damage already. Still trying to retreat with the blast off timing. Perfect from Skyward. Omni Slash is there. Volodka, no. Depth Shroud is going to make it show the damage just never comes out from the jug. And this should be a GG call to come very soon unless Rojo can make some magic happen. He got Ferte. That's a start. It's locked down with that buyback. But surely there's no way to win this game now. Volodka jumps in. Rojo is gone. Ancient exposed. Rain Prince, he will follow his Lina very, very soon. He will try and life drain for a little bit, but it doesn't make the difference. Ravage, gonna cancel the kisses here from their Snapfire. Salivating Salamander, no chance to defend as GG is called. Beautiful.
This is bottle spam. Drop at the fountain. Who did that? Tilted Boys, not the cleanest game coming out from them. Grin finds a couple of opportunities to open up towards a later point of the game. It felt like with the Aegis up, they could have taken the high ground. They get a little bit hasty in the fights, following through, buying back, and getting caught off guard. Fair to finding the angles to rip through the back line. And for the side of Grin, there was an idea. It didn't quite pan out. I think their laning phase was a little bit too slow. You got a little bit too much going here for Tilted Boys. Volodka had a great time down mid, had uncontested control in the jungle, and the TA was just able to pop off while everything else happened on your side lanes. Like, it was a really slow start for Muzi. His blink timing was a lot slower than you'd want it to be. It took him a while to start to get into the groove of getting some big RPs as well. And I feel like Grin, you can't count them out. Like, even if the scoreline looks pretty bad at, say, what did we end up with anyway? Like, we ended up 35-19, but Grin felt like they could have found that game. The Tilted Boys can't afford to be giving opportunities away like that. They win out in the end, but it was a much closer affair than you'd expect here.
Yeah, I certainly think so. I mean, it was just a couple of errors. I think that top fight that they kind of forced underneath the Dire vision without their own vision was one of the big mistakes we saw here from Tilted Boys. And well, I'm sure they'll have a talk about it and try to resolve that going into game number 2, because it's just an obvious mistake that, you know, maybe just a bit of overly confident players here on Tilted Boys making the call to go in. It happens. I mean, nevertheless, they win anyway, so it doesn't really matter in the end. To see the full team wipe to really just end the game here, and yeah, some bottles being dropped. Just commiserations here to Green Esports. They will lose game number 1. But Tilted Boys very, very happy. And of course, we do need to hand over an MVP, and I think Ash deserves it this game around. Jonathan, the Tide Hunter, having a pretty damn good time, dominating lane, pushing out the towers. And the Ravages were just fantastic from Ash this game to boot. So big props to him on the Tide. Very, very strong impact here from Ash, and he will get the MVP for game number 1. That does mean we get to go to a game 2 very, very soon. And, well, I wonder, John, before we do head to a break, what do you want to see Grin change?
I'd say maybe just switch out their supports. I don't think the Snapfire achieved as much as you wanted it to. It didn't feel like you were even finding a tombstone with your little shredder. So the Snapfire Pugna laning duo just didn't feel like they did anything for their lanes. Rain had a little bit more impact on bot, but still, you had a pretty awkward time laning phase. So I think that's the one thing I'd like to see Grin shake up. Just a different support duo coming out.
Well, with that, John, we are going to head to a quick break, and right after the break, we'll be back with game 2 between Tilted Boys and, of course, Green Esports. We'll see you all very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game number 2 between Tilted Boys and, of course, Green Esports. And it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. John, welcome back, sir. We're right into Game 2's draft here between these two. You want to talk to us about what you want to see Grin change up here for this draft before we get some bans on the way, John?
Yeah, I think the support dude just didn't do too much. I don't know if the Snapfire was really that impactful that last game. It certainly didn't feel like it. I don't think they even managed to a little shredder down the Tombstone in a lot of the fights, especially since the positioning of it was on a cliff area where you didn't necessarily have vision coming out from Grin. So the Snapfire experimentation, I think, is one thing I'd like to see removed. I think the Pugno was pretty all right. You did get a pretty decent lane out from Rain Prince, all things considered. He was applying some decent harassment out onto Ferte, but again, just not enough hold, it felt like, in a lot of those fights. You were very reliant on just a big RP and maybe the side of Tilted Boys kind of overextending. So I'd like to see supports with a little bit more play. You do see Tilted Boys banning out that Pugna from the last game. Grin Esports taking care of the Morphling once more. The Undying being taken out by Tilted Boys as well. And Grin Respect banning that Pathrider. So still a few options left for Tilted Boys. Spirit Breaker's still there if they just want to first pick that overall. They'll go to Timbersaw though, as that has been left in the pool. And that is a hero that we've seen a lot of play on the mid and off lane. Grin straight into a Monkey and an Ench. So maybe expecting something like the Timbersaw off and having the Monkey King on hand. It's not going to care too much about the durability on the Timb. Trying to see where they used to run it in Tilted Boys. They haven't actually picked up the Timbersaw at all, so it's going to be interesting to see where they decide to lane it. Still some flex onto the mid here. Tilted Boys into the techies now as well. Skyward had a great time last time. No, we saw him close out with buying 4 bottles for the fountain. And it always feels good when you can get that done.
Absolutely. Sometimes when you lose some games, Jonathan, you just need a quick drink, and I think that's the message that Skyward was sending is, drinks on me, boys, drinks on me. So, Tilted Boys. And I do think the flex with the Timber in the mid lane is probably the way to play this. The Monkey King Enchantress is probably one of the hardest lane counters towards the Timber Source, so it would make enough sense for Tilted Boys to just switch this Timber around to the mid lane for Volodka. Obviously, we have seen a lot of mid-Timber look really damn good recently. I'd say mid-Timber, in fact, looks just better than off-lane Timbersaw. So you may as well just go down that route if you are Tilted Boys and just save yourself the off-lane. Otherwise, Ush is probably going to have himself a pretty tough off-lane to play against here, against the Monkey King and Enchantress. But we'll see where they go. Thing is, like Grin Esports, they might focus their mid-pickup on countering the Timbersaw to boot. Then again, though, considering how much attention you might be paying to the Timber, you might offer free games for other heroes. So you do have to be a little bit cautious not to tunnel vision on countering this Timbersaw pick. Though it is a very strong pick, but you focus all your attention on that one hero, you might forget about the other ones.
Yeah, I think just show it enough respect, maybe get some magical damage and you're kind of fine up against Timb. Although, to be fair, he does get a lot of magic res as the game goes on. You have itemization, like, say, the pipe. You have your talent by 20th, I believe. It gives you, like, 20% magic res. So here it doesn't actually feel too bad scaling up into magic-dealing heroes. Maybe something like the Lina. I don't mind that too much for Rojo Fireflu, depending on the matchup. If it is Timbersaw mid, Lina can really shine there as well. So again, wouldn't mind that too much. For the side of Grin, banning out the Clinks, banning out the Naga, just taking care of some core matchups that feel pretty awkward for Monkey and taking care of a support that just hunts down, which is respectable. And we have seen Clinks kind of pop off. And it is a hero that can actually handle Enchantress. Just melts right through that hero on the hunt, especially once you have your full solo crest up. Tilted Boys respect banning that Wind Ranger. Just to be sure that Rojo Fireflu doesn't have access into that once more on the mid. Again, I do want to see where Tilted Boys decides to take that Timbersaw, because a mid-Timb, I feel like in this game, can open up. At the same time, there's enough heroes left that Grin probably aren't going to feel too bad, and they go into the Deuce now. So flexing the Monkey King a little bit more, perhaps support, perhaps a mid. Definitely looking at the Medusa more as the safe lane, although again, there's also an off lane flex for the Dusa here, but safe lane Dusa into a Timbersaw also feels pretty good. You're not under threat of the Whirling Death. You just play with your Mystic Snake and you're pretty happy in that lane.
Remaining.
Well, I think Tilted Boys themselves can just look at Jug now if they want. Like, you don't have the Morphling, you don't have the AM. So I think if you are Tilted Boys, you can look to take the Juggernaut yourself. I think Jug actually works quite well here against the Medusa, against the Monkey King to boot. Like, Omni Slash and Swift Slash is a nice way of dealing with the MK and the Medusa. So why not just go down the Jug route here for Tilted Boys? You already have a strong laning phase as well if you wanted to pick the Techies Jug lane, but instead they're going to go down the Shadow Demon route, which is also another nice way of dealing with the Medusa, because the illusions of the Medusa is not going to feel very nice for Grin Esports. And if you want to really maximize the Shadow Demon, you still have options like the Terror Blade that you could pick up. I don't think it's quite necessary though to pick up something with the Shadow Demon here. I think the pick against the Medusa is nice enough, and they're going to go down the Void route. So another hero that can deal with this Medusa. Not the best, but as you do scale into the late game, damage output throughout Chrono gets very high.
10 seconds.
Gives you a nice way of dealing with the other heroes around the Medusa as well. You can just kind of Chrono deal with everyone else and deal with the Medusa last if you so wish. I'd say Void is not exactly my favorite hero this new patch, but you know, I can kind of see where Tilted Boys are going with this.
Yeah, they've got damage in Chrono to an extent with the Chakram, so you have some follow through there. It's not the worst thing in the world. I think it does take quite a fair bit of time for the Faces Void to start to feel good though. In the Dusa matchup, it takes quite a fair bit of farm. You need your level 20 to be up as well for your talent, the attack speed in Chrono, but it can scale into that point. I'm wondering what Grin will do about that. It doesn't feel like you have too many offlanes that feel great, and Doom's been taken out. Maybe something like Beastmaster wouldn't be too bad, honestly. Like the creep army's not gonna be amazing against Timbersaw, but just having the Beastmaster with Hawk Vision can be nice. The Roar is gonna be a good piece of lockdown for the Faceless Void, especially if he doesn't catch you in that Chrono. So it is, in a way, a little bit of a save as well. And you can kind of get a push going out here with the Enchantress plus Beastmaster. Like even just the Boars plus one Enchanted Creep can make short work of an objective. So I wouldn't mind something like that for Grin early on. You're having a heavy think about this, as perhaps, again, there is a lot of flex for Grin. Like you can choose to do something like a Muzi offlane Dusa. You can choose to do mid-monkey, if ever, depending on matchups. They will go with the Axe, so see the Axe pop out once more. Axe lane into Faces Void is not too bad. It's also not the most amazing. I think you've got a lot of ways of being very disruptive on Tilted Boys. Just disruption into Axe is pretty nasty for Axe. If you blink call, if you don't see the Shadow Demon, then I don't know how effective this blink call will be.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
It'd be interesting. Like I don't think it's that great of an Axe pick. The Green Esports draft is starting to look kind of weird too. Like no great stuns. You've got Boundless Strike. You've got Call. That's practically what you've got right now in terms of disable for Grin. Laning stage wise, the Axe will have a good time against the Void at early levels because Time Walk's a long cooldown, but you know, I don't think it's that bad for the Void. Like you're still just going to hit the jungle with a Maelstrom build up. Tilted Boys do go into the Lina, which actually looks very nice this game. You got a Monkey King, you got an Axe, you got an Ench, all of which do not want to go up against this magic build Lina. And even against the Medusa, like all the burst you do deal right now as the Medusa, as the Lina, sorry, is going to do a lot of damage to the mana pool of this Medusa. But mostly just there's so much value for the Lina here against the other three heroes that Grin have.
Yeah, I think it ties into this draft perfectly for Tilted Boys. For the side of Grin, I mean, I don't see any way of fixing up this draft now. With an Axe especially, we've seen this multiple times before. An Axe off a slow lane is going to have to eat into jungled space, which your Dusa's already going to be eating up as well. And as you mentioned, it's not the best Axe game. Like in lane, it's all right, but down the line, trying to get these plays for your team. If you don't see the Shadow Demon, once he has Aether Lens, and if he gets lucky with neutrals, he'll just imprison you with Disruption, so a Blink Call's not going to do much. You're not going to do much in the Chrono. You don't really counteract the Faces Void once that's up and running. What's the play here for Rojo? Timer's ticking down. It's a Skywrath Mage. So perhaps the mid-monkey comes out for a mid-sky? It is the Rojo Firefly Monkey King into the Lina. And we won't go with that. No, Rain Prince on the Ancient, Salivating Salamander on that Skywrath Mage. Look, you've got the call into Mystic Flare. So there is that one combination on hand here for Grin. I don't particularly like it though. Like again, there is save on door. It's not like you'd want to commit that combination onto door as well. So the Shadow Demon already getting a lot of value here. Your mid matchup for Rojo Fireflu into a Lina lane is also not particularly amazing. I mean, you can try to outplay with a Mischief dodge, but Alina overall has better range, has better wave clearing, so it should be a little bit more consistent for Volodka here. Not sure how much Rojo Fireflu can get out with a monkey.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last pick Skywrath is purely just for the Ancient Seal against the Void and the Timber. But yeah, I do agree. I don't think it's the best pick here for Grin. I think the draft looks very strange from their end of things, and I'm looking forward to seeing if they can actually execute a draft like this against Tilted Boys, because Tilted Boys with their draft have something that's much simpler to execute, in my opinion. But we'll get into game number 2 very, very soon. At the very least, I suppose with Tilted Boys, like once you know the Chrono's on cooldown, then things become a lot simpler for Grin because your cooldowns are very, very short. So you can just kind of run at the side of Tilted Boys every single time the spells do go on cooldown for their end of things. But we don't need to guess. We can just go into game number 2 and see exactly how it is going to work out for either team. As game 2 has officially begun, it's like we are going to have an immediate 5-on-5 smoke situation. Obviously, to get some wards down in the mid lane probably here between these two.
I'm thinking that's based.
Again, I think Green Esports is one of the teams that can make these stranger drafts work, but you know, just based off how things have been going recently for them, chances are you don't necessarily want to risk it, but I guess, again, they don't really have much to play for. They're just having a bit of fun. So there's a lot of all chat happening as well. When's Seal Anime is the question from Skyward. What the hell is a Seal Anime?
I don't know. I've read about this one. I don't know why. I've seen some mention of this, but I do not know. I'm not overly familiar with that one. It's a familiar name. I don't know why. And just going back into this draft again, I don't know if you really pick the Skyrat for Ancient Seal into Faceless Void. You can go BKB anyway. I think you really pick that just for a combination with Axe, like call into Mystic Flare, which again, with a save on Disruption. I just don't know what you can do. Like this one hero on the Shadow Demon just ruins a lot of your combinations on Grin. That if you're not jumping the Shadow Demon first, then it feels like you'll not be able to find anything. If you do jump a Shadow Demon first, well, you give the opportunities for the Chrono. Coming out from Faces Void, you give opportunities for Lobcut to look for that first play. There's a lot of worry about here from the side of Tilted Boys, and I don't think Grin's really fully equipped for that. Still taking a look down bot. You do start off with Ush on the Timp and Skyward on the tech. He's already running down Salivating Salamander. Already down to a lot. Does have 6 Tangers, so should be able to regen up just fine, but not the kind of start you want to see in this lane. Like it's a double ranged up against a Timbersaw. You expect Dedusa to have a pretty free time, but if your Skyrat Mage gets zoned out that bad, it can be a little bit rough. Salivating Salamander has to kind of watch himself here.
You do have to also be careful about the techies. You have 0 base armor as a Skyrath Mage. The Skyward can deal a lot of damage if he does land the Sticky Bomb. So he does have the Blood Grenade ready to go whenever as well. So we'll have a look at the other lanes while we have a chance as well. Of course, mid lane, Volodka going up against Rojo Fireflu, who shouldn't have the worst time, but as the levels do come up on Volodka, you are certainly going to start to see the advantage his way. Not too much Rojo can do about all the magical burst that Volodka will have. Mind you, though, Volodka has gone for a point in Fiery Soul, so I'm interested to see what kind of build-up he's planning to go for here, because I believe you usually just max Dragon Slave Light Strike Array these days as Lena. But he does opt for the Fiery Soul level 2.
I think it's purely because he's a range versus melee matchup, so you can get some decent right-click harass on him. Not like the Monkey King's the shortest range melee hero. You can have opportunities for Rojo Firefly to harass back. But as you approach a level 4, level 5 for Volodka, this lane should stabilize his way. Does go for the 1-1-1 on Lena. Still taking a look at the other lanes up top. You do have Ferte on the Faceless Void along with Dor on the Shadow Demon. Up against Muzi on the Axe and Rain Prince on the Enchantress. Early on in lane, as you mentioned, this is a pretty decent lane for the Axe. Time Walk's pretty long on cooldown. It's not like the Faceless Void will want to run up and try to right-click down Muzi. And Dor does have the save with Disruption, but it's not really the best feeling to have to pop it in lane. You kind of want to get your Shadow Poison out. So a lot more passive up top should lead to just farm, and that does give you a bit of an early advantage going on here for Gren, at least up top.
It does.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Well, Dor going to be a little bit cautious there. Muzi doing a lot of damage. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Ush going for a run. Oh, Mystic Snake is out. Ush, he's going to be just fine. Will survive on 75 HP. Meanwhile, top lane, Rain Prince and Dor both drop. Ferte in trouble, gets a Time Walk away, but I don't know if he can man fight. Oh boy, yeah, I mean, you can't do that against the full creep wave. Like, if Muzi's got a creep wave on him, he's going to spin non-stop. Even at level 1, counter Helix. TP away, he's going to be just fine. Skyward could not catch him.
Great dive out from the side of Gren. Tree sacrifice Rain Prince, but Muzi finds the solo kills, gets EXP, has his full Vanguard up. So now the Axe is really just not going to be shoved away from this lane. I don't see a way for you to kind of threaten unless you get the full stack of Shadow Poison onto him, which is easier said than done for Dor. Ferte has to watch himself. The Faceless Void will need a lot of time to build up. The slower laning start not going to help the cause. He is trying to rush into the Midas, but it's going to take some time. At the least with the Midas, you can also clear out the Enchanted. Again, that does mean you're playing a slower game right now in the safe lane.
Bottom lane, Ush going down again. Excuse me, he does go down the first time. Salivating Salamander able to take that kill. Mind you, Skyward was not around to support his Timbersaw. Did leave him be, so this is the opening here for Salivating Salamander, and he just denies himself to the tier 1 tower. He was very low on mana and HP, so just gets the full reset for himself. Come back and just start doing it all over again against the Timber.
Yeah. Starting to open up that lane a lot for Soul. And that farm you'd want.
Gets Time Walk away. Muzi can still probably make it for a call, but Disruption is there from Dor. Muzi, though, not holding back on the aggression. Will go in for a call now. Does land one, but Ferte, it's okay to walk away from this. Not enough spins to come out here from Muzi quite yet.
Yeah. It's a little bit off the mark, but you are still stuck with a level 1 Time Walk for Ferte. So if Muzi does see the opportunity to run up and get the call again, it could be a spot of trouble if that is forced out earlier here from Ferte. You do have to say one thing.
In a moment, Salivating Salamander is being chased down. Oh, Ush does not commit Whirling Death. So Skywrath does actually get away from this. What did you want to say, John?
The Axe illusions are pretty annoying from Dor. It is one thing, you're getting double value on that Disruption. We saw Rain Prince drop low just purely off the Axe illusions running him down, so you have to watch that. The counter Helix still pretty annoying on a Shadow Demon here.
It certainly is. Stun out. Ferte, cop in a top lane. Level 2 enchant is a nice little power spike during the laning stage for the Enchantress. I love the pressure they're applying top lane. Like, just the tier 1 tower is copping so much damage with the siege creep. That Centaur just taking all the damage the tier 1 tower could provide. And Rain Prince, he'll just keep going. Chance another creep, send it to the tier 1 tower, and that's your tier 1 top tower just gone. It's a great gameplay so far from Gren Esports, just abusing the Ench Axe lane. Meanwhile, Lush bottom lane still having huge problems, going to go down. Soul able to pick up a double kill on the Medusa. And Grin, they might even find a third if Dor's not too careful. He will eventually back his way out successfully. But so far, 5-2 with a 2k advantage the way of Grin. And they're opening up the map really nicely here. With the top tier 1 tower going down so early, Rain Prince can rotate mid now with his level 2 creep. And it's not going to be too hard to start pressuring the mid tier 1. It's Volodka going to get pushed back by the Hurricane. Primal Spring in, but a nice light strike array, and now the Laguna Blade. Volodka able to find a good trade for himself so far. Blastoff is there from Skyward. Volodka still trying to run, is going to make it away. Thankfully, Skyward was there with the Blastoff to ensure he created the gap between the Monkey King and the Lina. That will allow them to protect the mid-tier 1 tower for longer.
Good body blocks as well from Skyward, just preventing the run-up here from Rojo to find that damage onto Volodka. And he still finds himself a trade. And then that kill onto the Inch, nice freebie coming out for the Lina. That forced movement out. And Grin, despite those losses though, are still feeling good. 5-3, 2k lead up their way. Free lane for Soul now down bot. Rojo Firefly starting to find that early itemization on the Monkey King as well. Going for an Orb Corrosion into the Echo Saber. Your one hurting point right now for Tilted Voids really is Ferta. Like this Faceless Void is just not going to have a good ramp up. He does opt for the Maelstrom instead of the Midas. So again, just looking for a stable farm. Without the Midas level, the EXP gain is going to be a lot slower though.
Mid lane, they've got Volodka. Lina getting bursted down. Nice pick up for Rojo as he'll rush towards Door. Door has no disruption available. That'll be a kill to go the way of Rain Prince as they just keep going. With the haste rune up, Skyward's going to go down. Grin Esports getting so aggressive this game too. Just they've won practically every lane. No lanes were lost here from Grin. So they can just run at Tilted Boys and there's just nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, they've done a great job on Grin. Repairing that slower start they had in game 1. They've got momentum their way. They know that the side of Tilted Boys, they're going to play a farming game. Like even your Timbersaw kind of needs to get some initial items up. The Vanguard alone, not enough for you to have a lot of impact on this hero just yet. And everything else is just stalled out. Like you need a lot of room out for Ferte. You can just kind of clear out the Maelstrom, although...
Lane again. Rain Prince getting jumped on. Big Wukong's command. Rain Prince still in trouble. Rojo Fireflu, in fact, dropping low himself now because Ash has rotated. Laguna Blade will get that done. Rain Prince down to boot. Volodka still going. Looking for Salivating Salamander, but misses the stun. They do get a sticky bomb, though. So Salivating Salamander, not out of danger yet. We'll get the Ancient Seal, but looks like he is set to fall. Volodka will eventually get it. A double kill for the Lina. 3 down in the mid lane. And Tilted Boys, they strike back.
You have to be a little bit careful on Grin about overcommitting like that. Very aggressive posturing out from Rojo Fireflu without Wukong's. They did have the wards up, so they felt confident in that area, but with the Timbersaw coming in, with the tree line cut, with the isolation there, more than enough damage output here with Volodka around as well. And they are starting to buy that space out for Ferte. The Faceless Void is, at the very least, in the Javelin, into the Maelstrom. Again, not too far off. You are starting to pressure a little bit onto Soul. We are seeing some movement out from Ush to run up to the Dusa. Up top though, Muzi.
Well, he might get caught out. Skyward's just following him down. Ush is meeting him from the other side, so it's a bit of a pincer maneuver. Muzi, really no way out of this one. They will gift the kill over to Volodka. And you love handing all this bonus gold to the Lina, because the sooner she gets the Ags up, the sooner she just deletes people with one combo. The supports just cannot survive it once she has the Ags. Like, she could literally just pop Laguna, and this Enchantress will probably just be dead.
You just don't have enough HP with all of that spell lamp coming through. Smoke out now as well from Tilted Boys. A little bit of a smoke play from Grin as well. They do have the Mystic Flare, Ancient Seal ready with, I suppose, the Boundless Strike to set up. Let's see if they find anything here.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom lane, like Ferte, is a big pick off if they can get it. Problem is, he's hanging by the tier 1 bottom tower, so it's kind of hard to make the dive in. They'll go into the triangle instead. Volodka's going to be spotted, but Rojo Fireflu does reveal himself.
This was over before it started.
And that's about it. Tips over from Rojo. Probably a little bit annoyed that they missed out on the smoke opportunity. But it does seem like it was maybe spotted by Tilted Boys by a ward. I mean, there was a ward in the Radiant jungle, so potentially they were being watched. Nevertheless, though, Green Esports, they are still holding on to a 4K net worth advantage, so still happy days for them.
Yeah, still in a solid position. They're still getting this free farm out for Soul, uncontested on the Dusa. Manta not too far off. Probably a butterfly rush this game would be massive for that hero. And just no clear answers yet for the launching points on Tilted Boys. Perhaps once Ush has the full Kaya Sanj, that's where things can start to be a little bit more active from the Timp. For now, it's just steady farm, clearing out the side lanes, getting that build up, trying to get this travels up for Volodka to allow the Lina to run around, look for these kills. And you see Rain Prince here.
He's going to get deleted to jump. So no two ways about it. Volodka, at least the raindrops will protect Rain Prince. Still should die to Ash and Will. We'll see Volodka just leave the area, realizing they are probably trying to move in now. Ash, he was the one to stick around to get the kill, but he could be in a bit of danger himself. So he tries to chain away, but the Boundless Strike is going to cancel. So a very nice trade here for Green Esports. Punishing for trying to go for that Enchantress kill.
Dire's top tower.
Sadly for Volodka, with the raindrops up, he just did not have enough damage to burst through the Ench.
Yeah, it doesn't go his way. They're forced to
Bottom.
spend a little bit more time.
Oh, he's fine. Never mind.
Trying to make a move on to Ferte. He does have the Maelstrom, so the farm pace can kick up a notch, but still doesn't compare to how much soul's been given out. And this Deuce is just growing massive. Yasha up, Dragonlance next. And here is just going to be a lot hard to deal with. Manta being done. All the stats in the world. And you still have this burst damage from Volodka. I don't know if it's enough to really burn through the shield, though.
A lot of damage here on Ferte bottom lane. Ferte, oh, he's stuck around. Disruption. It's going to buy the space he needed. Ferte looking to move it back in for a chrono. Rain Prince is the only one he sees here. He'll go for the kill attempt on the Ench. Meanwhile, Salivating Salamander has been picked off. Rain Prince still alive through this chrono, but eventually will die to Skyward. Bit unfortunate as well, by the way. No untouchable skilled up here for the Ench. Had he had it, he probably would have survived that. But Ferte, he's getting very low on the void here to this ancient camp. He'll be okay. Survive in the end.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Playing it on the edge just a little bit. Should be able to make it through. You are right. Like, no value point there for the Ench. This is pretty typical of a lot of Enchantresses, though, that do go for more emphasis on aggression rather than defense. So it's understandable for Rain Prince to not have it. At the same time, in this kind of game, it feels necessary to have it. When this is a Faceless Void, if he's forced to chrono just the Ench, untouchable means that you basically waste your big teamfight spell here on Tilted Boys. Still Tilted Boys for their part. They've evened out the net worth a lot. Like their farm distribution, considering the slower start, is rather flat across the board. So you're feeling good in every core. You're only really worried about Soul and Muzi a little bit here, as you do have that blink up on the axe. Blade Mail not too far off. So you can start to get offensive on your axe now as well, with his timing lining up. Rojo scouting around here.
Volodka poured out. He'd be a massive pickoff. Nice juke out on the Light Strike Array, and Rojo Fire flew. He'll find another kill, though now he's been caught out. He's got help around him, so he should be able to find a way to retreat. Ush is still moving in. Rojo dropping low, and with the Demonic Purge, they had enough damage. He does go down. Salivating Salamander to follow. Pretty even trade here for both sides, but Tilted Boys still coming out on top in terms of net worth. They are just worth more than what Tilted Boys are at the moment. So I think Tilted Boys will be pretty happy with that kind of trade.
It's a pretty big win for Tilted Boys in the end, honestly. Finding that Monkey King even trading where your Lina. You've got your Timber Saw soaking up there. So Osh gonna hit that Kai Sanj timing that we did talk about, which should allow him to frontline a little bit comfier for your team. You're buying a ton of room out for Ferte. He does have the full Mask of Madness up along with the Maelstrom. So he does a lot more damage. He can kind of sustain through these fights now as well. If you find the opportunity to chrono, it can start to feel pretty good.
Okay, that was
Tip out for Volodka as he clears out the Summoner creep. And Blade Mail fully done on Muzi. This is the one thing from Grin. Muzi's been focusing more on the farm. With the aggression coming out from Tilted Boys, you do want the axe to kind of counteract that. Again, it's not the easiest axe game purely off the back of this disruption, but if you find a good angle here, if you find that opening for Muzi, then you can keep building up in this lead. You're still really comfy on the Dusa. It is a Scotty now, right after this Dragonlance. You've got a lot to pump out onto this Faceless Void, but remember, you don't necessarily want to go and tempt this game into too late of a game. As Void, with level 20 talent, with a lot more items up, it can still make short work of something like that, Dusa.
That it can. And Green Esports looking to continue applying pressure top lane. Chrono is back up. Verte, though, probably doesn't feel like he's got anywhere near enough damage, but they are getting there. Like, Volodka's getting closer and closer to the Aghanim Scepter. As long as you can hold out with this draft, you are going to have that infinite scaling potential with this Void. Ash caught out top lane. Call is there from Muzi. Wukong's command immediately out. He still has a chance to chain away. In fact, Disruption is going to buy the space for him. It's Muzi will cop a Laguna on the way out. Still in danger. Is going to get shredded. Ash will find him. Tilted Boys once again defending top lane successfully. Finding an axe kill for their trouble and losing nothing. And Grin, they might at least find Skyward on the techies. Door's doing a lot of work on this Disruptor. Excuse me, Realm of the Shadow Demon to ensure that nobody is dying. This Rojo Fire Flu still running, gonna make it out. Volodka now in danger. Rain Prince almost finding the kill onto Volodka. Felina will barely walk away. And Green Esports, as much as they try, they cannot find a kill for themselves.
Yeah, they aren't able to find the openings they want. In pretty rough time in trying to engage into Tilted Boys with all the save. And for the side of Tilted Boys, again, your one concern is Soul getting all of this farm, but
They got Rojo. That's not good news.
no.
Not for Grin.
Certainly
Meanwhile,
not.
Chrono, bottom lane, they found the axe. Verte, the... There's not much I can say about that, John. I'll be honest. So you can see that coming from a mile away. Muzi. He might still die, but he's going to be more than happy with the fact that he's killed this Void off. He will be dead. The Demonic Purge will get it done. Yeah, so fun fact, John, as a low HP Void, you don't want to chrono the axe with a Blade Mail. It's
No.
generally ill-advised.
It is. Volodka on the hunt here. Deer hunting season.
Certainly is. Nothing like a nice bit of venison, John. Rain Prince will cop the Laguna. He'll be gone. It's just a real shame, though, because like losing that Void, it feels so detrimental to what Tilted Boys want to be doing. It's a simple mistake, to say the least. He's going to go right back to farming, though. It's just that the whole team's buying out time for this Void, right? Like, and against this Medusa, sure, if you can drag the game out infinitely, eventually the Medusa's not going to be able to deal with you. But Soul is going to hit a power spike much faster than the Void is. And that spike is coming very, very soon, because the Skadi timing is up in about 300 gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's when we want to see Grin kind of kick up the tempo and start to play around with this early item advantage that they do have, leverage their Dusa a little bit more, and start to find these openings. Because I don't think it's like an ultra late timing for the side of Tilted Boys. It certainly is a little bit later, but You have to remember, like, you don't have direct counters to the save coming out from Tilted Boys until you get maybe something like the BKB up. You can get your BKBs up on the side of Grind, and the disruption save is not going to be as big of a factor. But your output on the Timsaw also grows. Like, this is not a simple game for Dedusa to just be the be-all and all carry. They will start Roshan, not the quickest one in the world. You have the smoke out here from Tilted Boys. No chrono, mind you. It's still 20 seconds away.
They might be able to buy time. Muzi's been caught. Demonic Purge again going to make sure he does not get away. So Muzi should just be dropping very, very early. Roshan, still happening. So there is time for them to get there and try to contest this Roshan. Instead, they're going to find Salivating Salamander, who will sacrifice his own life to try and buy the time. But Roshan is just not going down. He is not budging. Light Strike Rays in, landing on 2, and now the Chrono's back up. Boundless Strike, it's going to buy a bit of time. Roshan on the deck. Ash has got the Aegis. Ash picks it up. Axes in again. A big call from Muzi. He found 2 targets. They will wipe out the side of Tilted Boys. But they do lose Roshan, and they will lose the Aegis.
It's a big take still for Tilted Boys. You might have preferred the Aegis going the way of your Face's Void. Watch a little bit quicker on his fingers, though. Fair to not going to find that secondary life. Still getting the chase out onto Skyward, but they've done their job. Just taking away Roshan means your high ground's safer for a lot longer here. Even some of your tier 2s are going to be standing for a little bit longer as well. You did have to pop Chrono, so you don't really have fight until that's back up, but you have managed to stall the game. Again, for the side of Grin, they did bleed one by one into that aggression coming out from Tilted Boys. Ender Roche is just a little bit too slow for that kind of stall play. They got punished pretty nicely. Maybe less than ideal Chrono coming out from Fairted almost felt unnecessary. Although it does give them, again, that opportunity to steal the Aegis out. And you're still... It's still more than enough to give yourself some time here.
Oh, Verte. Caught here by Rojo. Still going to be able to time walk.
All right. I'm thinking
Salivating Salamander not able to get in range for a Rod of Atos into the Ancient Seal. Tilted Boys all about buying time this game. The Aghanim Scepter might be on the way here for this leader.
Radiant structures are fortified.
There it is. So now you've got
Radiant's
crazy
bottom tower is
spell amp available as the leader with the Flame Cloak. These Chronos will essentially guarantee somebody will die. Now with the leader available with this axe. Just so much damage now with Laguna. It's pretty ridiculous with a 35% boost.
Just rips right through them. Shouldn't have too many problems in finding secondary Chrono kills now. And they're still playing Clump up here.
Yeah, top lane. She'll move in. Rain Prince going to be targeted here by the Timber. Sword will purge off the enchant. Rain Prince won't really mind dying too much if he's the only one. That's one down. Of course, Green Esports do not want to stick around here and force a fight if they can avoid it. They will try onto Ash. Ash may be going a bit far, but still. And purge off the Rod of Atos. And now the Chrono will fly in onto the Monkey King. That's the big one. Rojo is down. Tilted Boys. They want more. Green Esports sticking around way too...
Ooh.
What?
Ooh.
It happens. I guess it happens. So we've all done. We've all misclicked.
Yeah, maybe again falling flat. Maybe his perspective going up there look a little bit skewed. So just one of those things. Again, I mean, you still find all the kills you would have wanted anyway. Dedusa would have been a nice add-on, but not necessary for you to really win out that fight. Muzi misses Paul.
Yeah, he certainly does. He called himself, John. He's locked himself down here against Tilted Boys as the tips do come out, though he is still running. But slowed up now with the time dilation. One more hit. Verte will jump into the base. He looks very, very scared in there right now, but he'll be fine. Meanwhile, Rojo, Wukong's command out. He wants to try and get a little bit spicy, but jumps right back out of it. It's not really finishing the job here onto Skyward. They do at least successfully defend the Tormentor. So there's that. But they do lose an axe for it.
Yeah, it's a big sacrifice for the Tormentor. I don't think your shards are that amazing this game. Like, your bottom two network support shards aren't the best, so probably just wanting to prevent Tilted Boys from getting any more build-up on their end, because the upgrades down line are pretty annoying. Even just a reactive that can come out for Skyward is pretty big. So they hold on, but the 4K lead is up on Tilted Boys. The side of Grin, only Soul's finding a lot now on the Dusa. So it does feel like there's a lot of pressure on this Dusa to deliver the goods, and I don't know if you still can. You have some BKBs coming out at least here.
Top lane, jump in onto the Skyrath. Rojo Fire Flu also getting Demonic Purged up. It's being slowed up here by Door.
Where are you going?
They didn't have the axe for that engagement, so sadly could not really try to contest. Volodka now getting quite close to the Ethereal Blade on the laner. That's when things get even scarier against this mid laner.
Radiant's middle tower is under
We really haven't seen the most impact from this Medusa, I must say. Like, Soul just hasn't felt like he's had the biggest opportunity to just join his team and go for these big fights. Mostly because he's been kited out every single time he has tried for the fights, but that's going to be an existing problem no matter what happens. Like, the kiting potential against the Medusa is quite large here. And Soul, even with all this net worth, like, if you can't hit people, it doesn't really mean much.
Just tough. Like, your hard setup for the Deuce is like, what, Call? I guess Boundless can kind of count, but it's not the best. For the Deuce to just be comfy up front. You've got the full Mjolnir up now for Ferte, so he's feeling a lot better in that Face's Void. A lot more output when the Chrono flies in. Starting to approach that level 20 timer as well, with the added attack speed in Chrono. Face's Void is going to be an issue, and again, you don't have a great counter for the Chrono here. You could maybe say Stone Gaze. If you do play fast enough on Soul, have the Stone Gaze up during Chrono, that is one way to negate that spell. But that is easier said than done. We've seen Tilted Boys can be very patient with the Chrono usage and very patient with how they approach the Deuce as well and trying to burst it down. So we shall see, but Tilted Boys bring this game back their way. If you look at the win probability as well, Mike, it's shifted heavily in the favor of Tilted Boys, which I can't really fault our AI overlords for. It does feel easier to play along as the game scales up. And we've been talking about this from draft. Grin needed to play a lot faster, and it did look like they got that timing early on, but giving these openings out to Tilted Boys just makes it a lot harder for you to find that win.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And it does. That's the T2 tower going down top lane. Looking to try and move up to the T3 and apply a bit of pressure, just force back the side of Tilted Boys.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tilted Boys still trying to get the bottom T2 tower, but doesn't seem like they're going to have the most time for this. They'll try for it. But Grin, they're not really hitting the T3 yet, which is surprising. They'll move in now with Rojo. It's going to force Ush to back in. Door, he's there as well. Purge is out. Where's the rest of Grin Esports? They've already retreated, leaving Rojo behind. Rojo, he might get bursted. The BKB will save. Soul moving in. Big Chrono, though. Ferte, he's found 3 targets. Only finding Rain Prince. Nobody wanted to back him up. Stone Gaze was popped immediately after the Chrono. Ash in the meantime, he's going to find Muzi. Now the Medusa surrounded. Soul's almost out of mana. Still trying to run. A bit Mystic Snake will return most of the mana he was missing. But it's not really going to matter.
All right.
Soul is down.
Finally finding
What a
that
weird
Dusa kill.
turn of events.
It's just a little bit fragmented from Grin. Kind of split apart. They get caught out in the Chrono. The Stone Gaze comes off to try to cancel out the Chrono, but you weren't really in front of Ferte as he ripped through the back line. So they find the cleanup. DD up for Ferte as well. High ground can begin in earnest. With a respawn on the Axe, you do have high ground defense here for the side of Grin. A nice blink call can kind of make a difference, but doesn't look like you care too much on Tilted Boys at all. Fortify comes in, that's should force them back a bit. No Chrono here to play with. Can be a little bit risky for Ferte.
they are very, very confident without the Medusa being up. Word of Atos for disruption. Make sure that they cannot get the Mystic Flare. Tilted Boys now retreating as there's only about 15 seconds left for the Medusa to respawn. No longer need to really rush this game. They are certainly looking to hold a very, very nice advantage here. Verte. You able to time walk away here from Rofo Fireflu. Shadowblade now up on the Void as well, so even more ways of just kind of juking and jiving through these fights. Rain Prince gonna move in. Smoke broken on Skyward. Door is in the tree line in case they need it. Purge is out. Muzi gonna get a call here onto the Skyward techies. Meanwhile, Rojo Fireflu gonna find himself a Shadow Demon. Skyward actually going right back towards the edge. Does actually survive throughout all of this. Rain Prince is the one to go down, and now Salivating Salamander also getting caught by Ash. He will drop. Meanwhile, Rojo Fireflu just gets chronoed up by Verte. And suddenly Roshan is completely open for Tilted Boys.
Just like that. With, again, a couple of pickups coming out. Roshan opens up for themselves here on the side of Tilted Boys. Again, for Grin, these fights have to go out perfectly. You need a good call. You need a great usage out from Stone Gaze. Every time you kind of whiff the call, it's just so hard. Even if you get a good call, if the door is there with a save, then you're not really picking anyone off. It just gets worse and worse. There's just no way to hold down that one here to look for the 4v5 here for Grin. Aegis goes the way of Tilted Boys. They've got the cheese ready to go on Volodka. He's got the Octarine core up. So he has a 37.5 second Laguna Mike. Doesn't even need that minus 25 second Laguna Blade cooldown reduction. Just spam that spell out. I know how you stop this. Like, you have a couple of BKBs. Rojo has one. You have one on Muzi. But the real big issue is the saves. Like, there's nothing to set up for your Dusa here as well. Like, it's only call. So, your opportunities to just play with the Deuces pretty limited.
That it is. Top lane, speaking of the Medusa, Soul maybe in a bit of danger. He's kind of being watched here by the Void. Did use the Silver's Edge though to get away. Blink now up on the Medusa, so at least you do have a way of kind of just going right into the team fight with the Stone Gaze. Might be the idea is, you know, you see a nice chrono, maybe you just blink into it while after popping Stone Gaze to just petrify up the Void. Tilted Boys, though, looking to go through the top lane. Not to be dissuaded here by Grin. It'll be a very hard high ground defense to come against the Aegis of the Void. Oh, even the Torment is still there to be taken. So Tilted Boys, they'll just go right after the Tormentor. There's going to be no kind of counter-offensive here from Tilted Boys. Or, excuse me, rather Grin. Hex now up on the Timbersaw as well. That's just going to make life even more challenging. So much lockdown from Tilted Boys to deal with.
Yeah. There's a lot of ways of opening up these fights. And that you're not fully reliant on just Chrono here. You've got good jump angles for Ush. I like this little camping spot he has outside of the side gate. So might be able to get an ambush going with a tier 2 take. We'll just go for high ground. Aegis still has a lot of time left. The side of Grin just looking elsewhere, trying to get a split push onto that mid tier 2. Should be able to shove it in. No creep wave coming out here. True mid, at least, fourth side of Tilted Boys, but with top shoving in, you don't really care too much.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 3 mid is gone. Tier 3 top tower.
Dire's bottom tower is
Under attack now. Verte taking a fair bit of damage, but always has the demonic cleanse available now from his Door Shadow Demon. He'll being a very, very effective one.
Dire's bottom tower
Tilted Boys not going to stick around any longer, it seems. They already got a T3 mid tower. They'll go address the bottom lane. Only issue is their Aegis has a minute and a half left, so there's not that much time to fully abuse the Aegis timing. But it seems like they're okay to back off and keep buying more time for perhaps the Satanic to come up on the Void before they go again.
Yeah, Firth is trying to solo the Tormentor. Doesn't quite work out. Should be able to join his team now, and this should work out a little bit better. And yeah, I mean, this game just doesn't simplify for you. For Grin, they will try with a smoke out. If they find an angle, not going to be able to do so. Firth, he does have the Chrono. It's a scary clump up here for Grin to get caught out in this position.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Mid lane, stun is out, they've got the Void, but disruption again from Door going to save the day is Muzi. That's a big call out from the Axe, but he's hexed up. Still, they have found the leaner as well. Volodka is down. They've got the Timber. Oh my god, there's no buybacks. 3 down without buyback. What? Muzi just maybe won the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Firth, he time walked forward. He didn't match a Chrono. I don't think he saw the real Dusa. He was hiding in the tree line. He gets found by the Ench instead. And that allows him to jump out. Like the disruption being used on the Faceless Void opened up that call play for Muzi. And it's a heavy price to pay for Tilted Boys. Their high ground still stands. You can't get fully aggressive here on the side of Grin, so there is time to respawn. Chrono's still ready as well once you do get back into that fight, but a rather awkward position to find yourself in for Tilted Boys, giving a big opening to Grin. And eventually you're going to have to deal with an Enchantress with Moonshard up. That's not going to be fun at all with the damage that Rain Prince can get done here.
The Swift Blink is up now for the Medusa. It's already going to be a big problem here for Tilted Boys. Luckily for them, they don't go high ground. Like, Grin did not have a creep wave to really try and go through the mid lane. So Tilted Boys, not losing too much yet, but one bad team fight like that, if that happens again, the game should just be over. It should be a tier 4 rush. They still do not have enough buybacks to defend. The only buyback available right now is the Void Shadow Demon, so rough, but they are going to go for a 4-man smoke. They'll try to get the surprise initiation onto Grin instead. Soul is going to show Skyward Smoke is broken, looking for a target. He's going to run right into the ward, trying to get a D-ward off. They'll save him for now. Skyward's still not down, but Muzi, he's jumped in. He found the Void with the Blade Mail. It's a lot of damage flying in, and the dunk is there. And Verte spent his gold again? Ush? He's going to get caught to boot. I think it might actually just be over. Volodka's been caught. Volodka's going to go for a run. The surround is there, however. He'll heal up with the Laguna. But he is down. At least he's safe for buyback gold.
At least he did. I don't understand. Like, we're not seeing... Fertha jumps in, tries to line up for bigger Chronos, gets punished for his greed. Now the opening's here. You've got the damage with Soul to rip through the objectives. At very least, you can try to stall with some disruption illusions, I suppose, if you want that route. And you'll only lose at least 1 rack, so there's enough time for the respawns, and it's not the quickest take. It should be secure. At most 2 racks, you're not going to get mega creeps up. Tilted Boys are still in the game, but they've been reckless. We're going to have found openings. They're just out of position on the side of Tilted Boys. They're not getting these chronos off. The Satanic was bought out by Soul, by Ferte, so that leads to him not having buyback. And, well, this Dusa still hits like a truck. If you're not going to chrono her, if you're going to run away when the Stone Gaze is up, she will rip you apart. And when your fights are this awkward, you've got this Faceless Void way far forward, away from everyone else. You can't get the saves off. With your Shadow Demon, your supports are clumped up, then that's how the fights open up. You know, like, break apart the system of Tilted Boys, break apart the saving combination, grab them when they're all trying to clump up together somehow, trying to catch up to that front line. And the calls can still be pretty damn big.
They certainly can. 6k advantage is what's left here for Tilted Boys. But not that it really matters anymore, because it just feels like you got to get these buybacks, you got to get these initiations going. They're going to try. They found Rojo Fire Flip, but they missed the Light Strike Array, forcing the Chrono to be used up, but this does not look good at all, because Rojo's going to buy back. Ash is going down to all the impetus flying out here from Rain. Meanwhile, Volodka also down. They've even jumped in onto the Void. Verte not looking too good himself. Will try to mantra off the silences, but there's more incoming. He is down. No buyback available.
God.
They missed the Light Strike Array, forcing the Chrono from Verte. You can't do that.
No, you can't. You need that Chrono for the do so. Yeah, they get punished for it once more. High ground's open, they're forced to buy back in Volodka. Rather early, they know what's up. You know they're gonna get ripped up in the high ground. I know this game's a lot harder now for the side of Tilted Boys. If they still have outplay potential, but it's looking sloppy. Grin look a lot tighter. They're finding ways into these fights. They're forcing out these spells. And Tilted Boys, in a while ago, it's just hesitation to use Chrono. Now it's just a little bit too far forward in that movement out. And, well, you're going to have to try to defend. Again, not the quickest push in the world. Someone has to get a grip on Rain Prince as well. Like the Moon Shard Inch has been paying off massively. And Rain Prince is inching towards that Ags as well with the good old Spoink up. The pure damage he is doing is just ruining our Osh Timbersaw right now. And the unfortunate thing was the Chrono caught the Timbersaw. So it's just free impetus hits the entire time from Rain Prince.
Rain Prince he's become a problem now on this end. There's a lot of damage flying out with this impetus. It's Tilted Boys gonna run at the brick wall that is Grin Esports again. Scan out on Salivating Salamander. Rojo, he's the one that gets caught. He just jumped in the tree line. That's a tieback. Not what Grin wanted.
Dire's middle tower.
The Salivating Salamander. Also caught out now on the Skyrath Mage, and Roshan is still going to go the way of Tilted Boys.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth here, Mike. Roshan goes unceremoniously towards Tilted Boys, so they'll have Aegis to back up Ferte. They'll have the free Ags up and running. Hand that over to Ferte as well, so a little bit more initiation coming through with the Time Walk. No shard up on Faces Void, though, so no dancing around with the Time Walk, but you are secure. If you do die, if you somehow die once more on Faces Void, well, you will have at least your Incarnate. You can save up for the buyback, although I'm expecting Ferte to buy out the full Butterfly here, Mike, considering the patterns coming out in this game. Tilted Boys, if you look at Volodka, he gets a Timeless Relic on top. You mouse over his stats, he has 42% Spell Amp.
Beautiful.
With Flame Cloak, 77%.
Beautiful.
Radiant structures are
Good to see it's additive then.
Radiant's bottom
It is. It's-
Bot lane.
Why is this the one thing additive? It's like, what?
That's a lot of damage. That's like a 1.5k Laguna Blade. That's a big one. Rain Prince. He'll be okay. He's actually quite important to survive in these team fights. They do jump in. Skyward being caught. Skyward actually getting a nice blast off on the tech. He's eating the cheese, surviving a little bit longer, but he does go down. They've dived a little bit too deep. Ash misses the chains down the tree line. Ash still alive. They missed the call from Muzi now. Laguna Blade onto Muzi. He's down. Soul's out of mana. Soul's gonna drop to boot. Rojo's jumped in though. Rojo kills off the Void. More buybacks incoming. A complete fiesta in the bot lane between these two teams. So I believe Volodka has also been caught. Volodka to go down. He'll die another time.
breaks.
And
All
Tilted
right.
Boys, they get caught.
Yeah, they overcommit. They miss a couple of spell uses. Skyward jumps forward, and they're not able to follow through cleanly on Ush. They do force 2 buybacks out. So all things considered, not the worst thing in the world. No safety net for Dedusa here. No Roshan anytime soon to cover for the buyback. And you do have your buybacks ready on the side of Tilted Voice. At the very least, on your Face's Void and on your Techies. No buyback for Vlad because still, it's a little bit rough for that. Lina is just buying out the full refresh now. 3-minute cooldown on the buyback. Might well just buy out, so double Laguna, double Flame Cloak, double everything. Gonna be massive. If you can respawn here, you could just end. If Brain plays their cards right. Looks like they're also playing cautiously because of those buybacks. They don't want to risk losing that Dusa once more. A good chrono in the next fight could dictate the end of the game for either side. Like a good chrono for Tilted Boys could work out for the high ground push to kind of get mega creeps going. A bad chrono for Grin would mean that Soul is secure despite having to buy back here. And yeah, it's all hinging on that next engagement now here, Mike. Full Divine up for Soul, so you can't ignore Dedusa anymore, but if you do focus Dedusa, it dies pretty damn fast.
It certainly does. Here we go. I mean, Green Esports, they are all in. Torment is to be taken out by both these sides. So Ferte now going to have the reverse time walk available to them. Double damage rune sitting at the top rune spot. That's going to be very valuable. Whichever team does manage to pick that one up. Neither one sees it though, sadly. Soul pops the Silver's Edge. I think they saw Ferte down at the bot lane on the creep wave. That Void, I mean, if he goes down now, you do have buyback available, but you'd really rather not commit it. If you are Ferte. Tilted Boys, they are going towards that double damage we talked about. Like, very close to it, but not quite seeing it yet. Real shame too, because they're going to go for a 5-man smoke without check. Oh, no, they're going to check. They are going to check. Very good news.
Dire are scanning.
It's all down to this. It's a good chrono with its DD. It's all you need, Tilted Boys. Just don't whiff.
Well, who's going to break the smoke on Ash? Ash immediately blinks in. Ferte going to be spotted here as well. All is there, Muzi. He got a couple of targets. That's a lot of damage. Malonka and Skyward are gone. Rain Prince will go down for Grin. Door also down. So 3 for the price of 1 so far in the favor of Grin. As we are going to have a quick pause from Rojo. Fire flew now. Apparently the old headphones died. So we'll have to figure that one out, I suppose, Rojo. Not sure how fast he can charge the headphones. But 3 down for Tilted Boys. And Volodka, he has no buyback available. He's nowhere near the gold either. So, pretty rough affair. Obviously, he was on 40-second cooldown anyway, so it's not like he could buy back. But you get my point. They're going to have 90 seconds now without the Lina up. Sure, you haven't got your Enchantress, but who the hell cares about that? I'd say the Lina is much more worthwhile. And I think high ground is certainly open now for Grin.
Yeah, they can go for it if they want to. It's getting a little bit scary. Tilted Boys just getting caught out with a good 2-man call. The save not able to come out there from the Shadow Demon. Your positioning here on Ush was just a bit too far forward. No one else could follow it through. And you just give openings out. Side of Grin can get to work. They do have to correct their waves. Lanes are not quite in their favor. So you do have some time here for Tilted Boys to wait through this minute respawn. On the side of Grin, still all in on Soul. Like, if he does die, then that's it. Right? But at the same time, no one's touching Soul right now in these past few fights. It's it's all down to Ferte. He's got to be able to get off this chrono of his life and clean up.
Grin, waiting patiently on the high ground here of the dire triangle. They won't find a target yet. They'll head up top instead.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Vlodka's been allowed enough time to respawn up. Bit of a shame here for Grin, but without the Aegis available, I suppose they don't feel quite confident enough to move into the void.
It's just a risk. Like, you really want that secondary life for your Dusa, or at least a buyback option. Neither one available. You do buy out on your Faceless Void.
They're jumping in. Ashi's there. He's actually jumped onto Muzi. That's a pretty big target, and Muzi is just getting destroyed. Absolutely annihilated here by Ash. That's 2 minutes without buyback, by the way. He's just down.
Yeah, that's a big win. I mean, it has been these calls opening up these fights for the side of Grin. Without that two-man call now, without a way of breaking up the back line, Tilted Boys have a clear path forward. They did buy out on Ferte, mind you, Mike. So if he dies, well, God knows what happens in the game at that point. They will start the high ground at least.
It should work out for him. Like, it is a 4v5 scenario. Does have the reverse time walk, as you can see. Rain Prince started with the damage. They have burnt through the shield of the Void. Ferte just going to be able to time walk off a lot of that damage, though. Ash now jumping in for a Scythe Device onto Salivating Salamander, but he's going to be alright to just walk out. Wukong's command pop, but that is just a very defensive play here from Rojo. Ensure they can at least defend the melee barracks. Do they want to keep going, though? I mean, there's still 50 seconds without the axe. They're going to try. Disruption will save from Mystic Flare. Demonic Cleanse as well. Blast off is out. They've got the Enchantress, Rain Prince in trouble. They even found Rojo. They've still got the Chrono to play with. Very disciplined play by Ferte at this top lane. Ash will get jumped. Ferte's got the Chrono. They've got to be very cautious about this. Rojo's going to cop it. This could be a dieback here on the Monkey King immediately. Ferte, yes, they've got the damage. Laguna Blade is going to be enough. Onto the Medusa. She's completely surrounded.
Okay.
Volodka just deletes her. Ash will claim the kill. That's going to be it, though. GG should be called any moment. There's no buybacks available now for Grin. 4 heroes down. They might try one last time for Division 2, 2 or 3. The last buyback is there from Salivating Salamander. They'll call up Ash, but Disruption will save. Ancient under siege now. They do at least dunk on Skyward. But it is about it. Muzi's going to drop. They're letting it play out. Into the fountain they go. Celebratory fountain dive. Smoozy could not get a call. Ferte maybe going a little bit far. But now Soul is back up. Soul is trying. Problem is he does not have the Divine Rapier any longer. Tilted Boys, there's no way they get wiped, is there? Ferte's going to jump in.
Oh my
They're
God.
onto the Dusa. That's going to be it. GG, well played.
Yeah, they make it out. Britain, unfortunately, still not finding any wins. But Tilted Boys, I can't confidently say with a straight face this was a clean game from them, Mike. It felt like they were in control for sure the entire time, but they give some openings out to Grin. And they run forward, and they get called up. They don't manage the chrono. Ferte a couple of times, just kind of standing in a tree line. He gets caught out by the Ench. Cost them a lot. It did give Grin a chance, you know, some hope that they could come back into this game. Unfortunately, Mike, that hope was just not fulfilled.
No. I mean, you know, we'll keep it. They were basically just playing for the pride of the final series, right? Like, there wasn't much to play for here for Grin. They were already kind of relegated out of Division 2, so, you know, just playing for fun. And, well, Tilted Boys still proving to be the significantly better team here in Division 2. Building out, beating out Grin Esports 2-0. obviously, like you mentioned already, John, there was a few moments where you kind of questioned some of the plays that were coming from Grin, but ultimately, at the end of the day, a win's a win. They get the W, so none of that matters anymore. For Grin Esports, you know, I love these guys. We've talked a lot of good things about these boys, and they've shown us a lot of great plays. Sadly, they are going to be relegated, and they are going to have to play through qualifiers to try and make it back into Division 2 next year. But I'd say, judging by the way they're playing, like, yeah, sure, they didn't pick up a series win, but chances are they'll probably be able to qualify and be back here in 2-1 next year.
Yeah.
Unless a new team pops up. But I don't know. I feel like there was a lot of series they should have just won in Div 2 here, Green Esports.
Yeah, they were so close. I think individually that we've seen them shine in different moments. I think Rojo Firefly has really been one of the players that has stood out here on Grin. Feels like he's got a very interesting mid pool. He's got a wide array of heroes, and his playstyle's been pretty on point, but again, just falling short. Like, they find these opportunities, they don't push high ground as much when they do get that comeback in, fearing the dieback of Soul. So they don't manage to really get too much from that little bit of a comeback there. And that just gives more than enough time for Tilted Boys to reel the game back in, get their own buybacks ready, and just rush down. I did like that sequence of events at the end. It felt like they were almost finding some openings where it could have been safe, but it's just all very staggered. Side of Tilted Boys, again, just come out on top. Mind you, Grin does make them work for it, for sure, in this game. And Tilted Boys, when they do come on top, they do stay in Division 2. And we do give our MVP here to Door on the Shadow Demon. All the saves that Door did on the Shadow Demon, man. Like, this hero, this pickup was just really the hurting point for Grin. Just, you couldn't call on Woozy. You couldn't really do too much. You couldn't Mystic Flare. As long as Door's around, he'll shut that door on you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's fantastic play here from Door this game. It certainly deserves the MVP for Game 2, because he did practically win the game for his team with all those disruption saves that were coming out. So props to the man, obviously having a fantastic performance to end his tour number 3. And of course, in case you weren't aware, that does mean that Tilted Boys are for sure safe, which I believe they were already kind of safe anyway, based off the previous series between Nexus Titans and Goons. But, you know, I think it's just kind of nice to note they are safe, as we do have an interview with the man himself as well. Skyward's on the way, so let's have a chat with him, see what he's got to say. Mr. Skyward, congratulations on the 2-0 victory. Loving the glasses,
Thanks.
Sir. How the hell are you feeling?
I mean, you know, it's bittersweet. It's nice to, you know, take a win, but at the same time, we didn't play that well. I think objectively, you know, we've played much better in other series, but luckily we got, you know, down to period before TI quals to hopefully, you know, clean up our game. So, but you know, it's nice. You know, I finally didn't get relegated. So haters suck my nuts. You know, I did it. So, you know, easy. Like, what can you do?
Easiest non-relegation of your life. Talk to me. Like, was that the expectations? Was that the expectation, Skyward, for you guys? Like, let's just not get relegated from Div 2. Is that all you wanted?
Honestly, I think we were supposed to do better. For me, going into this team, I found with a lot of my prior teams, I put a lot of effort into overall team play and less on my individual play. And that's sort of where I've been lacking in the past 2 seasons. I didn't really play that well on carry. My offlane performances were kind of lackluster. So this season, I tried to really hone in on, like, you know, I let Ush, I let these other players captain, and I'm just here to listen. I'm here to soak it in and focus on getting better by myself. And it seems like, you know, the individual skill approach kind of worked. I felt like throughout the season I grew a lot. We grew a lot on other roles as well. And, you know, hopefully it's just keep going up. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've actually, like, from what we saw, I think you've played fantastic, Skyward, throughout 2 or 3.
Appreciate it.
Quite frankly, I thought you were one of the better players in the team. Talk to me about what are you guys trying to improve going into those TI qualifiers? Is there anything in particular you think that the team needs to fix up before those qualies start?
I mean, I think the one bright spot that we have in these series is when we lose, it doesn't feel like we lose to the enemy, we lose to ourselves. And, you know, I like knowing that I don't feel like we're outclassed in these matches. I feel like it's mistakes that we make, and knowing that, you know, the only variable that we can really control in these games is the way we play. Makes me think that if we're able to sort of, you know, clean up the way we take fights, maybe place wards better, press our spells a little bit better, you know, these series will start going our way more. So.
before I throw it to John for some questions, I gotta ask you, Skyward. I couldn't help but notice you mentioned some Seal anime, some Seal season 3. What the hell is Seal?
If I'm gonna be honest, this salivating sea lion salamander, I love this guy. This guy's hilarious. But he's got Seal Anime Season 2 in his name. And I mean, I assume the seasons refer to him playing in the DPC. And so I'm hoping Season 3 comes back, because I'm gonna be real. These guys, they're pretty good. For a team to win against almost every team in the DPC and not win a series is honestly kind of sad. I really wish that, they were able to bring in like that's, game, 2-3 punch to win some of these series, because these guys gave us a run for our money. And I mean, they gave every other team a run. So I hope to see them back next season.
I certainly agree with you on that. Jonathan, go on.
All right, Skyward. I did notice in game number 1 there were bottles dropped into fountain. Can you explain to me the rationale over the bottle donation you made there?
Yeah, so so Rojo Fireflu, in my opinion, he's the best player on their team, right? And in my pub experience with this guy, I played mid against him a couple times. These guys are always getting bottle fills every single time. Someone dies, on the side lanes, they're just gonna go fill this guy's bottle. So I'm like, you know what? We win the game. I'm gonna drop some bottles. I was gonna drop the Sheepstick Boys line at the end there too. Unfortunately, it was on cooldown. But I mean, I respect that they're playing through who's their best player, but at the same time, it's supposed to be a 1v1. Like, I'm not even a mid player. Let me have my 1v1.
Hey, you did say in the lobby that you were listening to lo-fi beats to chill/camp midwood, so you're looking to dish that 1v1 into a 2v2. I am curious. Can you talk to me about game number 2? It looked a little bit more up and down. You did mention Grin were finding openings. There was one point where Volodka just spammed the well played during a little bit of a downtime. What was going on for you guys there? What happened? What exactly kind of went crazy in game 2?
I think game 2, the lanes were terrible. I'll be honest. All 3 lanes were executed very poorly. They kind of had our number in the lanes. I mean no disrespect, maybe a little disrespect because Muzi talks a bit too much in pubs, but I didn't think that guy was going to carry the game on Axe. They were saying like, yo guys, we got to go kill this Axe. This guy's free farming. I'm like, guys, there is no way Muzi carries this game on Axe. There's just no way. We gave them too many windows, and we gave Muzi some calls. He did make some nice plays, and I got a bit caught off guard by that. But honestly, Rojo Fireflu kind of just worked us. Like that guy, he wins mid lane. He's ganking every lane. But eventually, even though it was scrappy, we found our footing and we were able to take out the victory.
Yeah, and I think the last thing from me before closing out on my end is just, is there anything you want to say to close out your tour? Anything you want to shout out or just get out there closing out here?
Shout out to my teammates, first off. These guys are amazing. They made every single game so easy for me to play. I've been able to focus on my own play and just listen to the players who, captain better than me, who are simply just better than me at the game. So they've made my life easy. Shout out to, everyone who supported us. I think we could have done better this tour. Hopefully we stick together for next season and, Div 1 becomes like a goal for us. TI quals is still on the menu. And, if someone's going to win, why not us, right? Like, why not us? So someone has to win at the end of the day. Right. So yeah, and then just shout out, thanks for coming out, and thank you guys for casting. It's always a pleasure, so appreciate it, guys.
Oh, thank you so much, Scott. We do have to actually let you go, but we appreciate the very entertaining interview, and we can't wait to see you in TI qualifiers. So best of luck.
Yeah, Aegis is mine, guys. Peace out.
Thank you.
Right.
Peace out. Bye-bye. That was the lovely Skyward. We finally had the chance to talk to the man, Jonathan. Obviously, we've been waiting all tour to hear from Skyward, or you and I at least have been waiting all tour, and there you go. Very entertaining man to speak to. As you can see, of course, we can have a look at the schedule because we do have to move on to our final series. And Jonathan, what a series we have left. Ravens versus C-Dub. Our final series here for today in NA Div 2. If C-Dub win this game, they're almost just guaranteed top 2. In fact, I believe they are guaranteed top 2 if they win this game, because then you have the cut and wildcard playing for the final spot tomorrow. And if Ravens win this game, well, then we have a very interesting scenario where we might have tiebreakers. So let's get back into that in just a moment. We're going to head to a quick break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 1 draft between C-Dub and, of course, the side of Ravens. We'll see you all again very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our third series of the night, the hype series of the night as well, to decide whether C-Dub are qualifying to Div 1 NA next tour. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. So we've got a very exciting matchup here up against Ravens here for C-Dub. I mean, before all that, how the hell are you feeling, sir? That's all that matters. How's John X5 feeling today?
I'm feeling great. We're tying up the day quite nicely here. I do feel like C-Dub is guaranteed to at least make tiebreakers no matter what. It's more on Ravens. This is what determines if they have a shot at going into Division 1. If they win here, C-Dub gets dragged down the scoreline, and with Wildcard and the Cut being our closer, one of them will also take 2 losses. So if Ravens wins, there's a 3-way tie for the last slot into Division 1. And if not, well, it's going to be a lot more straightforward for that path to Division 1. Not as many tiebreakers. So for excitement's sake, you want Ravens to win. But considering how well C-Dub's played, I think I can't help but cheer for these guys to just get that smooth ride into Division 1. You know, they stuck it together since Tour 2, and, well, I want to see them succeed.
Oh, good to see the return of John X Bias is here for our final series. C-Dub obviously... I mean, I can't help but agree with you. I mean, these guys have been playing fantastic. C-Dub certainly proving to be one of the better teams here in NA Div 2 and looking like they deserve a spot in Div 1, as we can have a look at the team comparison, see what the differences are in terms of the stat lines. And Jonathan, they are very close, let me tell you. I don't even think, there's not even 1 point of a difference between these two teams. Both very, very close. Decimal points being the key word here, Jonathan. Decimal points.
Yeah. Just a very small, significant factor difference between these two sides. Should be interesting to see that play out in practice. I think we have seen them be pretty close in skill. I'd say in C-Dub's matches, it has looked a little bit cleaner. Ravens maybe having a couple of matches where you'd expect more out of them and falls short. So interested in seeing what kind of form we see either side. It does feel like that volatility is one of the things in Division 2 where any team can be better than the other depending on the day. And even in, again, our total number stats of GPM, building damage, XPM, it's pretty much the same. Rather interesting to see such similar stats considering the scoreline. Then again, not too much difference there, but it's so close. It's just so damn close between these two.
I don't think it's going to be that much of a one-sided series here between these two. I mean, the stats are already kind of reflecting that, but I think Ravens is certainly a good enough team to put up a real good fight against C-Dub, and maybe even just take out the series. And you kind of already mentioned it, but Ravens, if they can win this, they will at least force a tiebreaker between themselves and somebody else. So massive opportunity for them to try and still have a chance at Division 1, but C-Dub naturally just want to secure their own slot straight off the bat. As we can have a look at the player comparisons, I believe we are looking at perhaps the offlane, are we, between Italian Gangster and Isla. And there you go. I mean, not too much of a difference either between these two. Average kills, Isla does tend to kind of sneak away with that one. I'd say Italian Gangster is much more of a active core per se compared to Isla. So you kind of expect the man to farm maybe a little bit less than Isla would, but it depends on the heroes, to be absolutely fair. You know, so sometimes he doesn't, sometimes he does. Either way, I still think the comparisons are close enough between these two teams and between these two players, and I think we're in for a very close kind of game, or rather best of 3 here between these two.
Yeah, I think this is probably the closest series we'll have in Division 1, maybe right next to the Cut and Wild card, which we will close out the division with before tiebreakers. So I'm keen on seeing how this one breaks out. I think, again, there's going to be a lot of back and forth. I'm interested to see which way we do go with the draft. I think RRL is a pretty interesting person to watch out for on Ravens as well. I think his hero pool has been pretty fantastic on the mid lane. Stuff like his Timbersaw mid has looked insane. I think for the side of C-Dub, Mark as well. I mean, he's that same kind of character. You know what? Mark, he's feeling himself so much that when they went into lobby, they just said, English ready, Brazilian ready, everyone was ready. Mark just said ready for everyone. So he wants to play, Mike. God bless Mark.
I like that. Mark also apparently added me on Steam, so there you go, Jonathan. He's even ready to add me, and he's ready for the interview, John.
Yeah,
he's adding me in preparation. There you go. Let's have a look at the most picked heroes between these two teams. What's contested between these two? And apparently, no similar heroes between the two teams. And to be fair, all the heroes that you're looking at have been very popular through the current meta, so none too surprising seeing any of these heroes popping up, but in terms of the contested heroes, none between them.
I think there's some crossover. It's just probably not showing. There's a lot of heroes that you do pick 4 times in. I think both teams are kind of in there. There's a lot that's just further down the line. I'd say something like the Timber Saw is pretty popular for both sides, for Italiano and for Mark. And Isla, the Bat Rider's been pretty up there as well. So I'm keen on seeing what's the priority. We should have our draft ready in a little bit, so we should be able to take a sneak peek into what will happen here in game number 1. And we do already have some of those bands lined up. Ravens taking care of the Legion Commander and the Pugna. C-Dub taking care of that Broodmother and the Timbersaw themselves. And Ravens do get away with the Undying, which we have seen have a lot of impact. I don't mind us to open up with. Very strong laning support sets up for a lot of lane partners on hand. What's snuck through here? There's a Doom, there's a Techies available for C-Dub. There's maybe Enigma comes out for C-Dub instead. So starting with some spice already here.
I love it. I heckin' love Enigma, John. And this out here for C-Dub. This hero, like, it hasn't been so popular in the 7.33 patches, but I still think Enigma's still that hero that can still pop off and pull off a pretty big win for his team. Mind you, it's not quite as lane dominant as it once was with the Eidolon changes, but nevertheless, it's still Enigma. It still has Black Hole. It's still going to be a late game threat. But it's a threat any stage of the game, really. And it still has a very similar gameplay, similar game style, right? Like you still build auras. You still eventually get a Blink Dagger, you know, nothing's really changed in that sense. It's just not quite as lane dominant as it once was. But in the right hands, it is still a very, very scary hero.
Yeah, it also doesn't care too much about the Undying lane, so I'm expecting the core Enigma off with maybe a Kotl, which sounds like a really weird lane. But Chakra on Eidolons is actually one way to get that lane to be really annoying. I don't mind that too much here for C-Dub. And yeah, it's mainly the fact that you're not going to be able to do as much as the Undying here. Like you have to run up a lot further to try to get your decay spam on. And all you'll do here on C-Dub is play around with your Eidolons, maybe get a little bit of the Illuminate out. And oh yeah, Mark is ready.
Mark, calm down. So look at those biceps. My goodness. Look at the shoulder line, don't? Mark, come on now. You're embarrassing all of us here. Come on. Leave some girls for the rest of us, Mark. Goodness me.
The one thing I do wonder with C-Dub picking up this Enigma is whether or not Ravens will prioritize something like a Silencer out. You know, just have that hard counter to Enigma, maybe a Rubik as well could be one option. Ravens do opt for the Ember instead to take that away from C-Dub because they do have the Kotl, so they don't want to give out the Ember Kotl combination. The Chakra Sleight of Fist is pretty damn annoying. Now, C-Dub still has a couple of options to tie in. We've seen teams still pick Void Spirit with Kotl, and I think that still works out for C-Dub. Mid lane matchup's not the worst team in the world. Yeah, you don't have a Timbersaw to worry about. So C-Dub can fit that into their lineup. RRL does play a very mean Void Spirit. It's just that haven't seen that much of a Void Spirit. Or Mark plays a very mean Void Spirit. We just haven't seen much Void Spirit in the past 2 weeks for some reason.
I really love the way this guy's camera setup is. Like, he just looks like a stock standard mid player. You know, when you think of a mid player, like if his hair was just a little bit longer, you know, it'd be perfect. Perfect. Like, you look at the guy, you're like, yeah, that's a mid player. There's no way he plays support. He doesn't play, he's playing mid. There's no way it's anything else.
Yeah, it feels like Mark's trying to step up his typical mid-player look game as well from your PC shop times. Like he looks like the kind of mid-player. Yeah, he looks like a mid-player in, you know, a very small, what do you call them? Barangay level internet cafe shop kind of player right now.
What is
just
barangay,
wearing a sando. And that's like a village, you know, like a very local level internet cafe shop. Just wearing a rolled up shirt, sitting there in the internet cafe all day, playing nothing but mid. Challenges everyone to 1v1 mid. That's Mark right now.
Quap comes out here for C-Dub. It's the Queen of Pain against the Ember Spirit, I believe is what they're going for. We have seen this matchup a lot though. Like,
Dire team
it does favor the Queen of Pain. But the thing is, the Ember later on does kind of counter you out with the chain. So it really goes either way. Because a lot of the time when Queen of Pain is drafted, you do tend to see a lot of mid players say, give me Ember. Because the chains is just a very nice way of making sure she can't blink away every single 2 seconds. So, and there's the Doom now coming out as well. So even more lockdown towards the Quap. Obviously, Doom very effective against the Enigma as well, because it gives you a nice way of just stopping Black Hole and forcing the Enigma to go down the Lincoln's route. Very, very nice. Naturally, they've also got the Rubik now, so we're probably going to have one of those no Black Hole kind of games here from the Enigma, unless this Rubik does end up getting picked off before the team fight really begins. And you know what? Now that I think about it, I am kind of shocked that they don't ban the Rubik themselves before the second phase of picks happened here for Ravens. But we used to see this a lot. It does turn into the kind of game where Rubik just waits the whole fight for Black Hole to be used, and Black Hole just never gets used. In fact, there was that one famous game you and I casted where Whitemon literally just never used Black Hole against a Rubik.
Yeah.
I believe that was when he was part of TSM, or was it T1?
He is still...
I think it was TSM.
Yeah. Yeah, it is in his current time on TSM. And, well, I don't know if the Enigma shines without the Black Hole right now. It can still do a lot, but I'm not sure about its presence. I think it does still rely on a little bit of that team fight. We'll see if that is the case. C-Dub, they will pick up that Raid King. We know Double King loves to play. He's one of the few players that still dig into that Raid King despite the Raid King not being in the best position right now. Laning into the Doom is pretty alright. I'm wondering now if they do shift that Enigma onto support. The Raid King Enigma lane is alright. The Raid King Kotl lane is maybe a little bit better. Chakra and Raid Fire Blast can be nice, but not the easiest times into the Doom anyway. You should have a pretty decent time here for Ravens on your off lane. And honestly, I'd expect them to have a pretty decent time across every lane. Like the mid lane matchup, sure. You mentioned it. The Quap can just crush a Ember lane. I think for the most part, we don't see an outright win for Quap. Depending on how well the Ember can kind of dance around and slide a fist, how well he manages his mana, and whether or not he goes for Flame Guard priority or like a 2-3-0 build with Chains priority, which I think is the most successful against that Quap. So a lot more maybe back and forth in mid, but I think this offlane for Ravens, just laning as a Wraith King here doesn't feel great. Then just Undying +1 on safe lane is always devastating anyway. So we'll have to see. Like, you can still flex Undying to be 4 if you feel like just decaying down this Wraith King, which will not feel good for the strength core. So either lane combination for Ravens just feels really good right now.
We'll see what they do decide on. Final banouts. Ravens obviously focusing on the position 5 options here for C-Dub. It does appear they are probably still looking for a position 5. I mean, like, look, you can flex the Enigma to support and just make it so the Rubik doesn't have as much value. Of course, the Doom would then lose a lot of value as well. But you just end up sacrificing your lanes for that, which is pretty rough. I think you can still happily go for the aura build up on Enigma this game, and it'll still have its impact. Ravens, final ban out, still waiting, using all the reserve time for this one. They're actually going to get rid of the Darks here in case the Flex does come out. C-Dub, on the other hand.
Just to be sure. Like, I think an Enigma Raid King lane is actually not that bad. Like, Malefice, Raid Fire Blast, you can get Midnight Pulse, the Eidolon spam is there, which honestly isn't an issue for Ravens draft, but just the Knives up against the Doom can feel pretty good. So I don't mind that flex. C-Dub. C-Dub gunning down these pause once, taking care of the TA. Illusion Heroes are going to be a bit of a problem if they are allowed through here. PL Naga available, Medusa available as well. Ravens has a plethora of heroes to choose from here.
Oh, that's a new word, Jonathan. Plethora.
Oh, Deuce is gone.
Very good.
But yes, a plethora of heroes, Mike.
Very good, Jonathan.
Very nice word. It's a fun word.
It is. You almost pronounced it wrong. Almost. C-Dub Esports. They'll go for the PL. Poor old Gen X. I'm very harsh on you when it comes to the pronunciation of words. You're just doing
That's
your best,
fair.
aren't you, John? You're just doing your best.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone audibly use the word. I read it in books, so I just read it how my mind reads it. So it's usually wrong, which is fair.
Radiant team pick.
Alchemist comes out here for Ravens. Interesting pickup here. I mean, to be fair, there's no good counters towards the Alch, and Alchemist would enjoy an offlane Enigma because you can just farm the Eidolons very easily with Acid Spray. Not a great lane for Enigma if you are forced to go into the offlane, so perhaps now it is probably a better option to just throw it into the support role. But I think C-Dub, they honestly may have kind of drafted themselves into a bit of a corner here with this Enigma first pick. They don't seem too concerned about it. Still smiles on the faces of C-Dub. The Alch, though, to be absolutely fair, John, hasn't looked the most amazing. Ever since, like, the start of 7.33, it was incredible. Now 7.33D, I mean, to be frank, ever since the C-Sub patch, it hasn't felt very good.
Yeah, it's kind of faded away.
I guess, though, like, again, it's a great pick against Enigma. Like, there's no way you can lane this offlane Enigma now against a safe lane Alch.
Yeah, it just doesn't work out. Wondering what you can do from the offlane to counteract. It's not the best game to go for something like the Magnus. It's also a little bit passive up against the Enigma, but Magnus plus Kotal can be nice. They go with the Underlord instead.
I like that.
So just a straight up lane dominator coming out, just prevent the Alch from free farming. Can be pretty solid, gives you some decent lockdown as well. Duster will play that Enigma, so what are we looking at here? It should be Duster on the 5 Enigma, of course. So again, Enigma Wraith King lane, not the worst thing in the world. Kotal Underlord is alright. You can Firestorm spam. I mean, that is the one downside of Underlord, his mana pool, so you can sustain through that harassment a lot more here. It's all down to tempo. I think if C-Dub plays a fast game with his early timings they have with a Quap and a Wraith King, and then they can run down Ravens. Ravens are going to look to farm up on Argus and Italiano. You've got Doom and Alch. Like, these are two heroes that really just want to sit back and farm. And I don't think you have enough connections for RL on just the Rubik and Undying up against this really tanky lineup in C-Dub to find some burst plays out. So C-Dub has to play a lot faster. If Ravens do get the stalled out game, Mike, their draft will shine. You'll scale up onto Doom, you'll scale up in your Alch, even your Ember scales up. You always have the Rubik to threaten the Enigma, so you're not worried about the big team fights. And you have a lot more options going into like a late game timing here for Ravens for sure.
I am very intrigued with this game one. Like this, I'm going to be frank with you. I think we both agree Ravens have come out with a more solid draft that's easier to execute. I don't know what to think about what C-Dub's drafted. Obviously, I think with the Enigma first pick, either Duster made it so they could kind of have a bit of a bait pick there in the Enigma. You know, forcing out the bans and the drafting from Ravens that kind of revolve around trying to counter that hero. I don't know, though. It feels to me more so that they draft themselves into a little bit of a corner here for game one with that first pick Enigma. But Duster, he has been performing really well throughout Div 2, so he's about to prove me wrong, I'm sure. As we will get into it, 5 heroes might just run into 5 heroes here down in the bot Radiant jungle. The C-Dub are going to be holding a high ground advantage. And it seems like Ravens, they're just going to place a quick ward down. That'll be enough for them. They'll back their way out of there. Interesting ward placement as well. Like, not going to do much for the laning stage, but I suppose, you know, if you want to prioritize the 3-minute bounty rune, see the rotations to the mid lane. I suppose that is going to be important for RRL. Like, he doesn't want the supports rotating from C-Dub into the mid lane because his laning stage for the first few levels should be a little bit challenging against Mark. Mind you, Mark does go for the Scream of Pain level 1, so it doesn't opt for the Shadow Strike. So it looks like Mark might just prioritize actually just CSing rather than trying to harass out the Ember for level 1, which is absolutely fair as well. C-Dub, moving in. Duster, he'll front line, but you don't want to go up against that Undying. I think it's going to be a 2-for-2... No, a 3-for-1 in the favor of Ravens to get started, which is fantastic when you've got an Alchemist on your side of things, because he loves a bit of bonus gold.
You know, get to start off with a little bit more here for Argus. Italiano just clicking a lot faster on that bot river bounty. So feeling good here for the side of Ravens. Still taking a look at these lanes breaking out. Looking at that pivotal mid, RL still holding on. We'll go for the Flame Guard now. And then knowing that the Scream of Pain's up on Mark, so might as well get a little bit of a shield going. Mark can still get some good right-click harass, which RL has to respect. The right-click of the Quap is pretty big. Just off the right-clicks, RL's down to 200 HP. And that is just one thing. You naturally have the Quap advantage purely with right-click harass. At least until the Sleight of Fist is up, RL it's not going to be comfy here.
Absolutely not. RL should have a bit of a disadvantage. Mark now level 2 can really start applying pressure. RL just got to try and tank through all of this. Get the few points up in Flame Guard and then go from there. As top lane, Argus already finding first blood. Kara helped a lot there because he does have 12 strength stolen with the decay. 8 of those were on the Underlord, so he lost a lot of HP. And Argus, with the Unstable Concoction level 1, was able to secure the first kill of the game.
That's not exactly what you want to be seeing up top. And this lane can be a little bit more passive coming out from the side of C-Dub for sure. It is an Underlord lane, so you're really not looking to do too much. But there's not much Sanctified can do to drag them away. He doesn't have the blinding light up, so you can't just shove them away when they do get the chase down onto Isla. You're very squishy as well on that Kotl, so Kara with his right clicks can just run you down. And down the line, once you've got the room to drop that tombstone, this can be a really scary lane. So C-Dub will have to watch themselves. And already a strong start for Argus, having all those bounties on hand.
Sanctified.
There's these kill opportunities.
Sanctified, that was a very, very awkward situation. He tried to illuminate the creep wave again, but didn't recognize Kara had hit level 2, so it was a very simple kill for the Undying. Not respecting the level 2 timing, which is one of the strongest laning timings you can have. Especially when it comes to this hero. They'll try to deal with the tombstone, but Argus is going to be there to defend it. Isla waiting for the deny attempt. He's going to get it. They do get it on Sanctified, so very nice pick off there onto the tombstone.
Yeah. Nice little take, but not enough to compensate for a strong start for Argus, just uncontested. Level 3 now on the Alk. Level 2 Unstable Concoction with the Acid Spray. A lot of output now. We'll see if they can hold through there for C-Dub up top. Down bot, of course, we've got Italiano on that Doom, along with Wake Me Up on that Rubik. They are up against Double King on his signature Raid King. And you've got good old Duster hanging around with the Enigma. This lane also pretty passive. Not the easiest for the Raid King to solo, as it is a Doom Rubik. Like, minus attack damage with Fade Bolt. The rundown with Scorched Earth can be pretty scary for the Raid King. Duster can just get the pulse and farm up himself in the jungle. It is greedier and can be punished.
Duster might just be dead. Scorched Earth has been popped. He can just chase him down, an Italiano gangster. And Wake Me Up, able to secure the kill onto the Enigma. Double King doing his best to trade some harass back the way of Italiano. But he's got the Ring of Health up, so it's going to be no issues for him to just stay in the bot lane. And of course, Wake Me Up is just handing him tangos. That's kind of the issue with the Enigma Pos 5. You cannot apply much pressure at the moment with this hero. Not as a position 5. It's so level dependent. You're just not finding it on Duster. Like, he's stuck at level 2. You don't want to soak too much XP off your Wraith King anyway. So it's a bit of an awkward laning stage for C-Dub thus far.
Yeah. It's just a lot slower down bot and a lot slower up top. The only lane for C-Dub going decently well is that mid lane, which is to be expected. Even then, Mark's not having a massive lead over RL. Not too many denies. Not that big in terms of the CS. RL holding his own. Is forced to go for the 1-1 tree build, though, on the Ember, which is less than ideal. It's a little bit more passive as you hit level 6. You're not going to be able to run down with Sleight of Fist. But you are looking at a pretty passive start anyway from both sides. So you're more than happy to kind of sustain through that. I think for C-Dub, this game hinges on a couple of things. It hinges on a good start for your Quap and you're a really fast timing for Double King into the Armlet Radiance. I don't see the Armlet Radiance coming out at that fast of a timing because you kind of need to tie in with a summon army that you do have. Like, you've got the Skellies and the Eidolons. You can get a push going fast, but I don't know where you bring out that push when that push is comfy to do up against this line of Ravens who can always have the damage, who can defend their towers pretty well with Tombstone, hold an area pretty damn well. Your hold for something like an Ember here on Ceta, it's also not ideal. So once RRL has the levels, he can just dance around you. And with a Maelstrom build up against that Summon army, even that push might not even go through.
Things going very, very well so far for Ravens here in this game 1. Isla. The top lane going to be chased. This could be a pretty bad scenario for him. I don't think they can really dive though. Isla with the level 1 atrophy aura, removing enough damage that he is going to be able to survive, but he's not able to find much farm here on the Underworld whatsoever. Can't get to that early Vanguard timing. Meanwhile, mid lane, Dust is showing up, but feeds a kill back the way of RRL. Mark trying to fight, pops the Sonic Wave, wake me up, going for the TP play! Oh, he's going to make it! Oh, it's so unfortunate. C-Dub are getting nothing, and Mark is still in trouble. The Tombstone's been dropped. RL's going to move in, but can't get in range for a Sleight of Fist. Oh, Ravens, they are having such a good time, even top lane. Isla goes down again. Argus able to pick up his second of the game. Mid lane, still havoc happening here as they are protecting the Tombstone. Mark dropping very, very low, needs to back out of there. Sanctify moving in for the Tombstone, does get it. Not allowing the deny away from Kara. But my goodness, Seed Up, they need to try and slow the pacing down of Ravens right now. John, it's 0-5 already.
Of invisibility.
Yeah, it's looking really rough for Seed Up. Every single time they try to make something happen in mid, like these side lanes just do nothing. Like Wraith King can hold his own solo for sure, but Italiano has room to run up, try to scorch dirt, just get free devours. Once he has Doom, he can threaten for a kill. Argus, you can't underestimate the laning of an Alk. Just his output, his durability early on, it's not something that you can necessarily deal with as an Underlord all too well, and an Alk doesn't mind a free farm lane. And with his commitment mid, with your lack of hold from your supports, it doesn't feel great in trying to find these pickoffs. Like the Ember's just so mobile with the Remnants up. I don't know if you can lock him in at all. You have what? You have Malefice, really. That's it. Until something like the Black Hole is up. And again, it's not the easiest time to look for those Black Hole angles anyway if you had the levels. So Ravens, they have a great understanding of what they have to do in this game. They're just holding out, finding some pickoffs, still getting that farm up that they'd want on the Doom and the Alk. And Seed Up just get nothing. No early activity. Sonic Wave doesn't do much in the first usage. Rune Control's on Raven's way as well. RL finding himself a juicy double damage rune to play with. And for Seed Up, I mean, they're already jungling here with Double King. I'd say at this point, don't even bother with the Armlet. Just go rush Radiance on Raid King. Try to keep this farm game up, because I don't know if you'll have presence with the Armlet up. I don't know if you'll have room, and we do see Double King changing his Q up. He will go Radiance first now.
That makes sense. He's getting plenty of farm here on this Wraith King, like not quite as much as the Arc Doom, but that is to be expected. Double King fully understanding that he's going to need a bit more time on the Wraith King to be as farmed as RRL. Speaking of farming, going to take a lot of the stacks away here from Seed Up. Nice play, just ensuring the catch-up potential is not going to be there for the Underlord. Oh, even the Quap's quite far behind when it comes to the net worth board, so I'm sure Mark would have appreciated that farm. But won't be able to take it himself now, so they'll have to get back to stacking here on the Keeper of the Light. So even those ancient stacks that Sanctified's made, they've got to be very cautious not to have those stolen away, because you are still up against an Alchemist and an Undying. So if they do infiltrate that Dyad Triangle again, an Acid Spray plus the Tombstone can make short work of the ancient stacks that you have been making. And they are very well aware that they are there now, thanks to the rotation in from RRL. So Seed Up, they do need to be cautious to protect that.
But hang on, and that's their catch-up mechanic. You need to get room out to the point where you're comfy on clearing it on Seed Up. Just gone for it a little bit earlier, I think, than you'd want to. Just because the threat is there from Ravens. They do deny off the regen rune for both sides, so RRL and Mark not going to have access to that. A little bit more impactful onto Mark, has an empty bottle on hand. Feel pretty nice here. Midas fully up and running now for Italiano. Again, free farm pretty much every lane right now for the side of Ravens, save for mid. It's always interesting as well when you've got the Raid King versus Alec, because it does feel like your item buildup is almost the same. Radiance Rush for both Double King and Argus, but when this is an Alchemist, you're just going to rush into it faster.
Kara's being so annoying on this Undying, just moving in for a decay on the Ancients, almost stealing the big ones as well. He might have got a couple of the small ones, because it is a level 3 decay now.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
But just even soaking the XP away from the Underlord is going to be quite frustrating here for Isla. This Undying already level 6.5, moving into the tier 1 mid tower now. The chains are out, they're moving into the co-op, but Mark is going to be okay to blink away. It is only a level 1 chains, of course, on RRL. But plenty of aggression in the mid lane with the siege creep. Half the HP of the tier 1 tower now gone. Ravens, I think very well understanding against a team like CW, you do not want to allow them any kind of breathing room. Isla gonna get stunned up. Argus finding the vision just in the nick of time. RRL this time will take the kill on the Ember. It's gonna allow him to get that Maelstrom timing just a little bit faster, and you give props to the Ember, John. He's not too far off it now. Just needs about 700 gold.
Yeah. I mean, everything's lining up for Ravens. Full Radiance already up here on Argus, so they can just constantly invade, keep that farm game going. On the Alk, feed off of the Eidolons. It gets scary now for CW. This lineup does need a fast start. You're just not finding that fast start you'd want. You're 5k behind. You are up against Doom and Alk, to be fair. That's still not a good feeling to have all your lanes kind of hit this low point. Now, Double King at least has the Sacred Relic flying out, I do believe. So it should have the Radiance timing not too far behind an Alk, which is decent.
Mark. He pops the Sonic Wave to... Oh, hold on a minute. Wake me up. Make me up. Maybe going a bit far. Fiend's Gate's going to be there as well to make sure that they have more bodies incoming. Wake me up. Going to go down. And he will get the tip here from Mark. So in case you didn't see that on the main stream, basically Mark popped the Sonic Wave to claim all the stacks here in the Dire Triangle. So the Ancients are still there, but Mark, he gets a little bit of revenge. Taking, I believe, a triple or quad stack in the on the large camp in the Dire Triangle. Very well worth popping the Sonic Wave for that, and even finds a kill onto the Rubik.
Yeah, first kill of the game for C-Dub. Sets a good tone. They're still lagging behind, but you know, it's something. And then that's what you need on C-Dub right now. Just find what you can get and try to prevent the side of Ravens from just playing this free farm game and try to punish on the stacks. Still a long ways away until we start to see C-Dub really reel it in, but they do have Black Hole ready on Duster early on. He is rushing the Blink, so it looks like they will want to rely on that Enigma for a lot of this team fight. Argus chasing Sanctified. 2 tree hits.
Gets it. Nice and easy. And Argus has had the dream Alchemist start. He really has. Like, 3-0-2. This Underlord has had no real impact against this man. Lands another stun. Not going to get a kill, I don't think, but he's going to try. Isla will just TP out, and hell, I said he wasn't going to get a kill. Had he not TP'd away, Argus may have actually had a chance, especially with that corrosive weaponry slow. Mid lane. Kane's out on Mark. He had an illusion rune though, so safe for now, but has no blink for another second, and it's going to be a second too long. Wake me up, we'll return the tip now to Mark. These kind of tips, man. I mean, the mental warfare, John, in a game, in a series like this that matters so much for these two teams fighting for Div 1, you know, even a tip like this can really have a big impact.
Now, I'm wondering what happened in their pubs. No, I'm pretty sure Mark's the kind of player who remembers what happens in his pubs and hands out the tips justly when someone feeds onto him, so...
To be fair, the first tip was because he completely outplayed the Ruby. I think that's why he tipped. Wake Me Up seems like too nice of a guy to start drama in a pub. You know, he doesn't have that dog in him, as SVG would say.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. Yeah, you give, you take. Ravens right now taking a lot more, though, on the map overall, despite these tipping wars. 1 to 8, 8k lead still standing for Ravens. You're pretty much free farming. Italiano has his full Octarina, so just more gold coming in. No one contesting the Doom, no one contesting the Elk. I don't see a way C-Dub comes in unless you just land the sickest of black holes from Duster every single time. Like, it has to be that, because there's no other way for you to win out these fights right now. You're too far behind in your Wraith King. Sure, Radiance is up, but this is an Alchemist now with Radiance Manta and a Blink not too far off. This is a Doom with the Octarine once more into his own Blinking DKD. There's just nothing to stop that outside of just a good team fight. Or a really scattered set of fights where Ravens gets picked off one by one.
Bottom lane.
I don't see Ravens being that undisciplined.
Double King trying for a TP. Wake me up though. He's got the blink of the quad. That'll be the first life. Beansgate immediately committed. Wake me up gonna try for the TP out. And oh, the Pit of Malice. Not quite there in time as Argus? I don't know about that, Argus. That is a bit crazy. Other side of the bot lane, Italian a gangster now diving tier 2 towers apparently. Trying to run towards his team. RL gonna show up, but the chain's actually landing on the creep. Very unfortunate here for the Ember. The fight will continue though. Double King, no reincarnation. He needs to be careful. It seems like they'll make the choice to retreat here. Not seeing a good team fight for C-Dub. Ravens, I appreciate how much they're playing on the edge though.
Yeah, they're not looking to just sit back. They're starting to see some openings with this item lead that they do have, so they're applying that pressure. I do have to say, Isla, with the decent timing in the Crimson Guard, does make this process a lot slower. There is a lot of damage block coming through here, so it shouldn't be too bad. And for the side of Ravens, I mean, you're still 1 to 9. You still got the 12k lead. You've already hit the travels, Maelstrom timing for RL, so you can be all over the map. Argus has his blink. He's going for the BKB now.
Sanctified. Oh, they don't see him yet. Telling the gangster now sees him, but seems like they're just going to leave him. Coddle's going to be fine. Even Duster now showing up on the Enigma. Hell, they've even got the Quap showing up. Mark's here. Black Hole committed. Oh, it's stolen though. No. Follow up Black Hole.
No.
Wake me up. Perfect steal. Finds a double support. Woo! You love to see it.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were waiting for, and this is why this is not an easy Enigma game. And, well, that's exactly why. You're going to need a Lincoln's up. Yeah.
Oh, tipping has been the greatest addition to Dota 2, I'll tell you.
It has been. It's, it does certainly lead to some fun moments. The one-man Black Hole not paying off too much for C-Dub is costing. And it's a big kill on the Doom. He is high net worth, but well, you've got Black Hole ready on Wake Me Up for next usage. And that's going to be a little bit... It's even tougher for C-Dub to fight into that. That is their one key control.
Top lane Duster. He jumped here. Argus now with the blink up. Gonna go in for the surprise initiation. This Alchemist is out of control. 16.5k net worth almost. Manta, Blink, Radiance, everything's available now for the man. It's gonna be extremely hard to slow down Ravens at this stage because it just feels like you've got... Like anytime Argus sees basically any hero, he can just jump in. Like nobody can deal with him at the moment.
No. There's no solution. And I don't know what you do scaling up here from the side of C-Dub to try to rectify this. Like, your Raid King core-to-core matchup, again, it's not the smoothest for Raid King into Alc. You don't really have a big advantage here outside of just your critical damage, which is nice, but Alchemist is not that low of an armor hero. He will go AC at some point as well, I'm sure, on Argus. So it shouldn't be too bad. Double King with a Radiance is farming decently. He's keeping up almost with Italiano. He is going for the AC, but it's a long ways off from that. You know, you just don't flash farm like an Alchemist or a Doom do. These guys just farm a lot faster, just by nature of their heroes. So you just don't hit that tempo timing you'd want on a Raid King. And I know, like, it feels like you rely too much on C-Dub to get this Black Hole, but it's not an easy Enigma game. Like, where else are you looking for team fight? Head of Malice? You don't really have follow-up for that one. Maybe a Will-O-Wisp from Sanctified, but you're a long ways off from finding an Ags on that Coddle. Ravens now with a smoke out. Duster does die for a shard.
Oopsie daisies. It happens. Sad thing is, though, he's not going to be here if somebody gets jumped, and it seems like Sanctify might be that poor target, but no, they'll leave towards the Radiant Triangle instead. Talia and a Gangster and RRL, they're going to run into a much better target in Isla. Chains out to lock him down. Doom out immediately from Italia and a Gangster. No need to mess around. They'll secure a great Underlord kill. And there's no need to slow down for Ravens. Absolutely zero need.
Yeah. Just play the aggressive. You know, you don't really need to save up the Doom for any big target. Anyway, the Quap maybe is the one thing you could argue needs to be prioritized in Doom, but even then, you're not showing up in Mark. You just find the pickoffs and keep going.
Black Hole committed. RL's going to be there. The Black Hole doing nowhere near enough damage. Sonic Wave not doing it either. Argus just going to TP up though in case. RL, he'll do the job himself, he says. Hurricane even helping him out. Still not enough though. Sanctified, forced to run. Now a double chains out. Duster moving in to try and help, almost going down himself. It's the Fiend's Gate coming through. However, it's not going to help. Double King is down. And they are just playing this perfectly here, Ravens. This game one has been such a wash for the entire end. Seedup have shown no signs of life yet.
It's just been perfection from Ravens. This constant aggression, the lanes just lining up their way. And for Seedup, it kind of boils down to that first phase Enigma. Right? You talked about this a lot as we close out the draft. This Enigma is just not doing them any favors. They didn't win lane with a Raid King. The Raid King pick also a little bit less than ideal this game, considering your core-to-core matchups. Mark, I mean, he's had a decent time. He is rushing the Ags, has the full Kai and Sanj. Once you hit the Ags, it can feel good. He tries to sneak away to steal the Wisdom Rune, doesn't even find that. Instead, opting to try to clear out Ancients. A bit of a strange choice instead of sniping the Rune, but Raven's not going to ask any questions. We'll be happy with just getting a little bit more their way. And now the Ravens do have Roche access. With that Acid Spray and the damage you have in Argus, it doesn't take too long here.
It certainly does not.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
T2 tower. He's going to go down fairly quickly. Italian Gangster going to be left behind to do this himself. RL will leave the building, back down to the mid lane to just defend that from the Skelly boys that were there. G-Dub. The only game plan at this stage is buy time for our Wraith King. Eventually, he's going to become a problem. Mark, speaking of problems, a bit of an awkward situation here. He's going to blink up north. Wake Me Up still seems to believe he is around, so he'll have a look, but he'll continue blinking towards the Dire Fountain. But Wake Me Up knows. He knows he's up here somewhere. Mark will get stunned up with the Wraithfire Blast. Talia Gangster, he has the Doom, but he wants to get within range. Meanwhile, Argus, he's finished off a Roshan while all this is happening. Mark trying for the Courier, not even going to find that. They get doomed up. Mark will cop the tip. Oh boy. That's rough.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I mean, it's not even space because Roche was being taken by Ravens anyway. Doesn't really find a snipe he'd want, so... Seedup just... They're reaching, Mike. They're reaching out for whatever they can find. They're just not able to reach out far enough. That's 20k lead, 2-16. This sounds very negative, but I'd frankly say it's almost time to consider just watching your hands of this game and go next. I don't know if you have any timing spike back. You mentioned the Wraith King being a problem down line. I don't think he does become a problem. I don't know if he can be a problem. I don't think this game hinges on your Wraith King. Like, your Wraith King can equalize in farm, or at least catch him in itemization. It's still not going to be enough. It hinges on, like, really good chain of events here where Duster somehow gets a black hole without being interrupted. You pin down the Doom and the Elk, and you get control onto RRL. And that's just not as easy. So even if you stall out for double king, I mean, you're never going to overtake an alchemist, number one. Number two, it's like reincarnation doesn't do much for you here either, unless you bait out Doom on Italiano, but Italiano can always itemize for Ags if the Raid King becomes an issue down the line. So, I know, like, I'm just not seeing the answer here for C-Dub outside of stall. When do they get control back of this game, if ever? I just don't see it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think it's still possible, but it's certainly a big challenge. Ravens now looking towards the tier 2 mid tower. We'll make short work of it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Split push at the top lane is there, though, to force at least a couple back, so RRL will take care of that. I hear a Doom down a bot lane. It is going to be onto Mark again. They'll drop the Fiend's Gate to try and help him get out of this situation, and it is actually going to work out. Mark is out of there. Duster moving in. Italian a Gangster is actually going up against two right now, as they are both getting through the Fiend's Gate, but he's not allowing it. The Infernal Blade spam. Duster can't make it. He can't make it out. With the Octarine core up on Italian a Gangster, he can just perma-stun them.
Kara went through the gate.
Meanwhile, bottom, Kara did go through the gate and ends up finding out the hard way where it goes. Unlucky.
He got the tombstone down. He did help buy some spacing out for RL. So all things considered, it's all right. You know, you sacrifice. You can call that a sacrifice for your Ember. Maybe an unnecessary sacrifice, but sacrifice made nonetheless. 3-17. 5 kills away for Ravens to give us the meme score, Mike. Almost there.
Very good.
If they don't bleed out any kills, we shall see if they can get that done. C-Dub, they're finding a couple of openings, but again, it's just not enough. They're at the point now where RL's ahead of Double King and Farm. Again, the Raid King is just, it's not able to capitalize on any sort of advantage. And that's where Raid King kind of shines, just having an item advantage, having this Desolator blink timing with the armlet. And this time around, it's forced to be aura buildup on the Raid King, which still works, but you're not finding anyone to burst. It's a hard game. It's a hard game for C-Dub. It's a hard draft to execute on. Inside of Ravens can just kind of chill out now. And they've got a backpack BKB for Argus, but the H is still running for a minute 40. Full Blood Torn up for him now as well. So more damage to fly out here, more control for something like the Quap, who has nothing defensive up. And I mean, Mark is working the map pretty damn well, dancing around, jumping through the camps, but
Silence is there. Mark, stunned up, in trouble. Gonna blink towards the west, try and TP away, but the chains. RRL not allowing it. Mark handing the tip to Argus, but it was a bit too early from Mark. Kara will hand the tip back the way of Mark. Thank you very much, they say. The Corp just, yeah, he's just not having a game here. Mark, he's still doing a great job of split pushing the lanes, but that's about all the impact he can have at the moment.
yeah, he's just trying to farm up. He does hit his Ags timing at the least. So you do have that Shadow Strike to play with. That could maybe complicate these fights a little bit for Ravens. And I'm still not seeing it. RL.
Lane. Jump in, Isla. Gonna be okay. RL thinking about continuing to go. Italian Gangster now rushing in. Does have the Doom available, but he's maybe gone a little bit too deep. Solarbind will be thrown out, but he does survive. What aren't you seeing, Jonathan? All right, never mind. See it up. They're still holding on to this game. 22k advantage the way of Ravens. But Seed Up are not out of game number 1 yet. Still an opportunity to try and make the big comeback happen. That would be a huge comeback here in this kind of game. Ravens just trying not to drop the ball here, trying not to mess up. Looking very clean thus far. Heading toward that top lane. Argus will channel the stun, but will not be able to throw it out in time. Just not seeing the opening. This looks like he'll just get stunned on the tier 2 top tower.
Just nothing to stop him. I mean, there's no clean answer for the Alchemist here. All Mark can do is just cut off the creep waves, prevent the high ground from coming out. And again, Mark's done a fantastic job of just stalling this game out as much as possible, but it's a question of for what? That's like, you're stalling out for a raking Blink BKB, all right. That's maybe gonna do something. Probably not up against a Doom and Alk. RL's just been going a little bit crazy with his Ags up. Does have a haste rune to get aggressive with as well. So they can just look to run around. I mean, your high ground hold here from C-Dub is decent. There's always the threat of Black Hole. That can be pretty strong in a high ground defense scenario. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Argus trying to clear out the Tormentor. Does go Raven's way, so you get the freebie here for Italiano. Infernal Blade with the added damage can feel nice now. They are hunting Mark just a little bit here.
Yeah, trying to find this pesky Quap. They know Mark's still hanging around somewhere. Meanwhile, Argus is going to get dusted down at the bot lane, so a free pickup for him once again on the Alchemist. 6-1 of the game. Mark going to show himself on this tier 2 tower. We'll clear it out. Onto the cliff he goes, and there's no vision in time. Wake me up so close with the gem, but not quite close enough, just barely missing out. Meanwhile, mid, Isla gets jumped by RRL, but it is just the Ember. RRL just going to try and force the Underlord away, not allow that free farm to come out. I do think the Blink BKB is going to be a timing for Double King. I'm not saying it's going to be enough to actually make the comeback happen, but if it allows him to burst down a support or two, at least you actually have an opportunity to maybe land this black hole and give yourself a chance to pull off a team fight win. Probably one of the only chances they have left of making the comeback happen is this the spike of the BKB Blink. Argus going to jump in before that though. The Wraith King, he needs some help right now. Fiend's Gate will come through. Double King, he's going to be just fine. Or is he? RRL not able to land the chains.
It does connect, but the root doesn't stop the channel, unfortunately. So, managed to channel right through. Would have been a nice kill. You probably did have enough to take Double King down 2 times.
Oh, Mark. Top lane. They've got the Quap again. The thing is, Mark has to do this. There's no choice in the matter. Even though it looks really bad, like that he's continuously dying, he is doing the right thing.
Yeah, he's stalling. Buying that time. And you find Double King again, though.
They do. Double King still has Reincarnate, still has a TP available, also has the BKB up, so there is actually some turn potential here. Problem is now the Aghanim Scepter Doom is out from Italian and Gangster. Duster, though, able to get force-staffed away. RL jumping in. They really want the fight. They've got Duster. They've got Sanctified. They even found the Wraith King first life, and now they've got the Underlord. It's a complete mess in the bottom lane. Ravens are just smothering Seed-Up. No chance. So get the bot racks. No problems here for Ravens. Into the mid, and well, this is probably the stage where I think the GG call might come. Seed-Up, they might have a combo as to what happened in this game
I know
one,
what
but
you do. Like, you are so reliant on Black Hole, but it's just not an easy game for Duster. No BKB, no Blink. He has to run up and try to commit. Just get your spacing right and wake me up. It doesn't matter.
yeah, Duster, he is gone again. It seems like it's around that time. They might try defending one more time because this is for the Div 1 slot for Seed-Up. So every game in this best of 3 series is just proving to be so important for them. Even if there's a 1% chance of a comeback to happen for Seed-Up, they've got to take it. It'd be a real shame to miss out on Div 1 through tiebreakers if you lost this series to Ravens. But Ravens, they're looking to put a nail in the coffin here for game 1. Tier 3 tower down. They'll move in. RRL being so good on the Ember will jump in onto the Quap. Mark is going to be okay to back his way out. But Ravens, they will stick as a team. They'll get the Megas up. And now the game becomes infinitely harder as Italian and Gangster in with a double stun, finding 2. Isla going to be okay to back towards the fountain. Looks like the Wraith King will continue trying to fight through the Aghanim's BKB. Doom out. Double King getting stunned up here by Wake Me Up. Hidden Malice will be there to lock down the Rubik. They do at least find one support. Kara, go for the TP play, and there's no detection. He's going to be all right. Thing is, you are up against Megas, so the game is now infinitely more challenging for Cedar.
Yeah, they're hanging on. They can handle Megas to an extent with a Quap and a Wraith King, and would even all of your heroes have really good wave clear. So you can try to hang on, but...
Jump in again. The Queen of Pain. Mark, Black Hole has been committed. Duster just desperately trying to save Mark, but Mark not blinking out yet, does finally do so. Problem is RRL just chasing him down now with the Axe up himself. Smark will blink onto the high ground. Isla still trying to get some damage done to Argus, but he's copying most of the damage. Have they gone too far here? Ravens? Looking to retreat. Problem is Argus, he's just so tanky with the Chemical Rage. It will finally wear off, but he's got the BKB to use. He'll pop it. Double King still chasing, hoping for some crits to come out. Stun out again here from Wake Me Up. Meanwhile, Isla finally about to go down. Here comes the cavalry. They've got Sanctified to boot. The first reincarnation's gone, and GG is called. Ravens taking game number 1 in quite a convincing fashion against C-Dub. A 4-30 scoreline, which means I believe we got both dreams, John. We got the 3-2-2 and the 4-20 at some stage throughout this game 1. And Ravens, I mean, they showed up today for game 1, I'll tell you. This was a fantastic performance.
Yeah, they play it smooth. They play it fairly clean. They meme around a bit towards the end, but it doesn't really matter too much. They just have these lanes that crush in. I think C-Dub, starting with Enigma, just doesn't pay off. They've got to relook at their draft, reconsider what they've kind of got going here in game 1, because this is a team that should be able to bring a fight to Ravens. In this game, it didn't look like that at all. I think just going back to Enigma and Rating was not really the ideal. So I'm keen to see the corrections in draft, because quite frankly, I think this was just mainly draft. Like, maybe down to execution a little bit. Duster giving out some early black holes was less than ideal, but they did need to make some plays. And again, your best control for a team fight was that black hole. So you didn't have that many options there. But I don't know. I think C-Dub has to relook at the draft, because if Ravens are allowed to play their game like this, then it feels like you have no openings. And I believe we only did get the 3-2-2, Mike. We didn't get the 420, sadly. It was already at like 323, I think. Yeah, it's like 324 or something when it hit 4 kills. So it's like 423.
Unlucky. You can't always get it. It happens. I do agree with you. The draft was, I think, the huge issue here for C-Dub. It all goes back to the Enigma first pick. Like, we've seen C-Dub pick this Enigma as a first pick throughout Division 2 before, and I believe it has worked out for them in the past. Can't exactly remember what series that was, but I do specifically remember them doing this. But this time around, yeah, it just kind of put them in a corner against Ravens, or Ravens completely abused it with this Alchemist last pick, and everyone just playing fantastically. Like, look, you just look at the score lines right now on Ravens: 10-0-10, 8-0-12. Your mid and safe lane had such a good time. Then the Italian Gangster 6-1-9, very nice scoreline himself. Very, very challenging game for C-Dub. MVP-wise, it does go the way of Argus. He had a perfect Alchemist game. I mean, this is the dream Alchemist game. Going unkilled, I think he killed the Coddle Underlord like 3-4 times during the laning stage within the first 10 minutes. Hit his Radiance timing so damn quick, and from that point on, he was just unstoppable. As you can see, the XP and GPM just both at about 1k. Which is where you'd want to see it as in the perfect kind of Alchemist game, and well, that's exactly what it was for Argus. Just nothing to really comment on. Like, he didn't seem to make any mistakes this game.
Yeah, just nothing to contest him. The court core matchup favored Yalk. There was no hard counter. Heck, not even anything like, say, a casual Spirit Vessel coming out here to simplify matters because of how far behind you were. And you just had a really passive lane to deal with the Alk. Like, you had an Underlord lane, which it's fine, but it just doesn't stop Alk from farming either. So it goes very well for Argus here, and very well for Ravens in general. And again, I think they had basically all their matchups worked out, all their lanes played out really well. C-Dub just didn't look like they had anything to play with. So I want to see a much better draft for them, so we can finally see a competitive game out, because if Ravens keeps up this kind of gameplay, Mike, well, we're going to have tiebreakers. That's just it. C-Dub loses their free ticket to Div 1.
I heckin' love tiebreakers though, John. We'll find out if that's going to be the case, as we are going to head to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Ravens and, of course, Cedar. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between C-Dub and, of course, Ravens. And in case you weren't here for game number 1, spoiler alert, Ravens, they did win out game number 1 in a very convincing fashion, may I add. C-Dub just not having a game whatsoever with the draft they provided for themselves here in game 1. Game number 2 draft is upon us. Mark was very, very excited, as he was in game 1, to get started here for game 2. So I think Mark is looking for a bit of revenge here in game 2, considering he literally had no game in game number 1. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. I'd like to ask you, I'm sure you've got a lot to say about the drafting phase for C-Dub here, but what do you want to see changed up again? Give us a refresher.
Don't open up with Enigma. I don't think that pick did much at all for C-Dub outside of giving a pretty good Rubik game out for the side of Ravens. So just a different first pick, a different hero out for Duster. I'm sure they were trying to flex that onto the offlane, just doesn't work out. Instead, they prioritize going for the Ember Rubik themselves now on C-Dub. So really early Ember pickup. Timbersaw was banned out, so I guess you don't have too much to worry about in the mid matchup. Ravens into the techies, waking up having a good laugh about just, yeah, being stolen away. RL a little bit more serious. What's he want mid? He could just easily go for the matchup. More
That's the thing. I think Wake Me Up had a good laugh to himself because he saw both the Ember and Rubik taken. Which is, these heroes aren't, incredibly broken or anything. Ember's quite strong in the current meta, but quite frankly, Ember seems to always be viable. Rubik is just Rubik. They're going to go straight into the Morphling pick for Ravens, and this is a hero that usually either gets picked up or banned in 7.33D because it's just ridiculously strong with the Aghanim Scepter upgrade. Well, it's here again, John. You're not going to have any big counters like the AA available either. Ravens have gotten rid of it, and I say the AA is probably the hero that we do see performing the best against Morphling, just based off the fact that Ice Blast completely ruins the Morph attribute shift. So no option for that available. C-Dub banned the Doom themselves, so you don't have that available either. I wonder what you want to pick, because AM's also been removed here for C-Dub, so you're not going to have the mana break potential here against the Morph. What options are we looking at here against this hero? Because this pause 1 does seem completely busted at the moment.
Yeah, I think your options is maybe Illusion Spam coming out here from C-Dub. So something like, say, PL, Naga, probably your best bet up against the Morphling. There's an argument for something like the Faces Void, perhaps. We've seen some teams lean into that. I don't know if it's the smoothest time as well, but those are the options I'm seeing. They have to leave a lot of mids here as well on C-Dub's end. Ravens has still quite a few options. No Storm, but again, Void Spirit still in the pool, Pango in the pool for RL, and up against an Ember mid. Honestly, why not go for something like the Omni Knight mid if you really want to just crush the lane? I think Omni Knight plus a Morphling is going to be really hard to play into. Granted, you're playing Omni Knight into Rubik, but it'll curb stomp that Ember lane. Maybe an argument as well for something like the Snapfire for RL if he feels the want to. Although C-Dub will pick up the Snapfire themselves, so that should be our Snapfire perhaps off lane. There is potential here for Isla to take it there. More than likely that should be our Sanctified here with Duster on the Rubik. So we'll see. There's still some flex on hand. The Snap does give them play, like chains out with Kisses can be nice. I do want to see harder hold from the off lane to kind of tie into Snapfire. And quite frankly, Snapfire is very hit or miss. Right? If you don't win out lane and you don't find these early team fights, the hero can feel pretty atrocious. And mind you, you're giving Ravens a universal hero type that can feel pretty nice for the Morphling to turn into, right? Like with Ags up, you steal some stats from the Snap. You have Cookie, you have Scatterblast. They get the Broodmother as well. Jeez, and the Skyrat Mage. Ravens not taking it easy here.
No, certainly are not. The Broodmother, one of those very scary ones to see. I mean, you have nice wave clear against the Spiderlings, but that's not really the big deal here. Like this Broodmother, it can just split push forever. If it gets off to a good start, it can choke you off the map really easily. It's one of those heroes where if it gets dominant after that laning stage, it takes the whole half of the map on its own, and you just can't really contest it. Very, very hard to catch as well. Like, you do have Rubik Ember, and they are pretty good at trying to find the Broodmother and the Spiderwebs, but at the same time, it's not that easy. See how C-Dub want to try and deal with this. Their 4th pick now. They need 2 more cores on their side of things. Perhaps an off lane to be picked up. I wonder, do you want to try for an Underlord again against the Brood for a decent enough time? Well, for now, they're going to go down the TB route. And that's one of the heroes that we've been mentioning a lot against the Morphling. TB does feel pretty nice, which I know a lot of people... I have seen a lot of discussion about this matchup because a lot of people still think the Morphling beats out the Terrorblade when it just comes to the pure 1v1 carry matchup. I don't know if I agree with that though. Like I think the Ags is very nice. The attack speed slow and the stat still is very annoying for the TB. And obviously having Metamorphosis on Morphling is incredibly busted. But the TB, once it has its Skadi timing, it's extremely hard for the Morph to contest.
That is fair, but I don't think a Morphling's completely shut out by TB Scotty as well. It feels like you need follow-through from that. And you do have enough for C-Dub to kind of build on top of that, but I think, say, just maybe a BKB, maybe just a Satanic here for the Morphling kind of counteracts that. So you just stand there, pop Satanic, you lifesteal back. You have enough overhealing that you don't care for the Scotty too much. So I think it just changes the Morphling's dynamic in that matchup. It changes his itemization a little bit, but it can still work Morphling's way. The Terrorblade can still be nice. I think your key here for C-Dub is Terrorblade into a Broodmother lane is not atrocious as long as you play around with Metamorphosis. Every time it's down, though, it does feel really good for Italiano to just run down here. And it's not the easiest time to play Terrorblade either. Like, you've got a lot of magic damage coming out from your techies and Skywrath Mage. You do have Burst on hand to kind of deal with that. You can have a Bursty mid here for RRL as well. A lot of good options here. Zeus is still there. Zeus versus Ember is not the worst thing in the world. You've got the Lina matchup that can come out. Again, still a lot of solutions to take care of the Terrorblade early on if you are really concerned here.
Final pickup. You need a mid laner here for Ravens. Unless they want to run the Morphling mid, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Oh, never mind,
okay.
It is going to be the case. They're going to go down the Void route. I don't mind this. I mean, it's a little bit greedy from Ravens, I might admit it. And oh, there's the axe to come out. Okay, now this is very interesting. This is a very interesting situation with these drafts. Because Ravens, they have something that I consider very greedy with their draft. Like, you've got a Morph mid, you've got a Void safe lane, and a Broodmother off lane. There are literally no hard stuns apart from the blast off on this team of Ravens. And even that I wouldn't call a very hard stun. I don't know about this draft from Ravens. I mean, I said the same thing for C-Dub game 1. This Ravens draft, like, it's greedy as hell. If you drag the game out long enough, yes, they have the better draft. But once you, like, during this mid game, if the lanes don't go well for Ravens, they're going to be in huge trouble. And I think C-Dub with their lanes, they are looking quite strong.
Yeah, I like the duos you have coming out. The Axe lane shouldn't be too bad. With Sanctified, the Terrorblade plus Snapfire lane's not too bad. Your matchups aren't that bad as well with the cores on each lane. So it can kind of work out for C-Dub this time. I can see them kicking up some early pacing. You get this Blade Mail blink timing on Isla. That can feel overwhelming for Ravens. You're going to have to watch your spacing here for Italiano if you get called up with your Spiderlings. Well, everyone's going to die from all of those spins, and your Spiderlings are going to be farmed up if Isla gets that good jump in. So I like the Axe to close out. I'm not sure, though. I feel like if you slow down the game just a little bit on C-Dub, if Ravens get this decent mid-game timing from Italiano and from RL, then things can go south pretty fast. Like this Broodmother Universal type build-up, it's pretty scary to have to go into like a Harpoon Broodmother with some auras up. Like this here will run down literally anyone, save for probably the Axe, but can even take care of something like the Terrorblade without Metamorphosis. So there's still some mid-game timings, but it relies on pretty good lanes here for Ravens, and it's going to be a little bit more challenging to find out in this game.
I can't wait to see how this game number 2 goes. I mean, Ravens, they have drafted something very interesting considering they are one game in the lead, one game away from forcing potential tiebreakers here in Division 2. This is a risky style of draft to go for, I would argue, from Ravens. But we shall see if they can drag it long enough, if they can get that laning start that they're looking for. Things could go very well for them, but C-Dub, I would argue, during the lanes should have an advantage. Only time will tell.
30 seconds to battle.
Ravens looked fantastic in game 1, but that was because C-Dub got drafted into a corner. Things are very different now, that's for sure. This RL mid-morph, like, this is what I'm really confused about. How well is this mid-morph gonna do? Like, you can still rush Ags on the morph, right? Like, not rush Ags, but you can second, third item pick up Ags if you do want. It doesn't seem bad, and obviously, against the TB, you're still gonna have a great time as the morph just popping the morph onto the TB and just making it so he's not gonna have as good of a time during the team fights. But are you even gonna have the space to get to that stage where you can be a bit of a powerhouse as the mid-morph? That's the real question.
I think the one thing for RL is that his lane shouldn't be too bad. Morphling versus Ember is a pretty stable lane. For the Morph, the first few levels maybe feel a little bit tighter. Ember has a lot more play. And into level 3, the Ember's still going to have a lot of play, but you're not going to be completely shut down there. They are getting aggressive onto Isla early on.
Oh, Isla. Yeah, he's down. Nice pickup here from Ravens. Very smart play from Ravens as well, because you know the Void's not going to have an easy time against the Axe, so the fact that they already take him down once, it's going to feel great. And if Wake Me Up wanted to stick around for a secondary attempt and just make him do the Walk of Shame, it would be even better. But it seems like Italiano Gangster's making the call to come down bottom here for Wake Me Up, because he is struggling already down at this bottom lane. Not exactly easy as the Broodmother at level 1. Wake Me Up. We appreciate the voice line spam, sir. We've only got so much time, though, if you don't mind. We've got casters here. Wake Me Up. Jesus. Come on now.
Wake Me Up shouldn't have stacked them up, you know? He should have played one voice line, let it finish, play the next voice line. And that's it.
Mistake.
You don't stack them up, yeah? It's the
Didn't
longest
they
one.
shorten
You gotta
that?
let it go. It does feel a little bit shorter.
I swear it was
feels a
longer
little
than-
bit.
Yeah, it used to be longer. I swear it did. Anyway, who cares? It's Skywrath Mage. Nobody cares, John. Yeah, I hate that
That's
hero
true.
so much.
It is an annoying as hell hero to play into, for sure. I'm wondering how much they can get done with that bot lane, though. Like, with a split up, with Wake Me Up heading back bot. And this start for Italiano, obviously, it's not going to be fun at all for a Broodmother here. Level 1 is not the point where Brood feels good. Level 2 is also not the best. Level 3 is when it gets a little bit better. You can go for a 1-1-1 build, and then by 4 or 5, it starts to stabilize. But that's a lot of time and space that Double King can find a decent start. Heck, they could look for a couple of kills. Just one good reflection, one good scatterblast and cookie, and Italiano can get run down. And there's not too much this guy can do outside of just giving a couple of slows out with a concussive there. We shall see. With the direct trading for Italiano, it's going to feel good once he does hit that level 3 mark with the Insatiable and the Silken Bolo, but until that point, it is pretty atrocious for the Broodmother. I'm wondering
Can
as
I
well
just-
what Italiano's build-up would be. Yep.
Can I go off topic for a second here, John? Do we know the theme of TI yet? Is it
I don't
water?
think
Is that
so.
what it is? Because I keep seeing on Reddit that apparently it's meant to be a water theme or some crap. Is that right?
Not sure. We've already had a water team. What was that? 5 or 6? Tier 5 or 6? Was it 6? I
Was it
forget
water
now.
or was it just a blue theme?
We had water. We had a water map
Okay.
as well. Do you remember? Like the
Oh,
slug
the
team map.
sunken ship. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I thought to myself, because, you know, we are approaching the 10th year anniversary of Dota 2, maybe we'd actually see like a Morphling Arcana or a remodel or something, you know? Because I could have sworn Reddit was carrying on about a water theme for TI, and I was like, how do we know that? You know,
I have no
don't know.
clue. Maybe
I get excited.
file inspector. Maybe they've checked the background files that do get snuck in. Rather curious. I don't know if it would be water again, because I don't know what custom map they'd put. I don't know if we'll get a new model map, because again,
I don't think
we are.
will.
Yeah, it feels like there is the emphasis on those cosmetics now. You know, it's more about the event. We
Yeah.
might not have new map types, which is
I love.
yeah,
Go on, which is what?
which is fine. Like, I don't normally use it because we're always casting, so I don't get to activate it. So just on the default map nowadays, Mike.
I found
What
it
do you use,
hilarious though. Like year on, I don't miss anything, John. Year on year, I watch people complain on Reddit about about how expensive things are on the battle pass, and then Valve comes out says, hey, look, we're not even going to make cosmetic. Like, we don't want the money anymore. You know, it's fine. We'll focus on the tournament. We'll focus on the game. And then people got upset about that. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, there's a lot of angles to take there. There's a lot of angles to take that unfortunately the pause time will not allow us. And again, Wake Me Up does not properly stack his voice lines. Very disappointing.
Disappointing
but
indeed.
we are back into the game. And we have some chat from admins reminding them to keep their cams on as the game does go on. Looking at that bot again, Italiano not going to have the smoothest time here. Stuck at 0 CS in the Broodmother. Not what you want to see on that hero, but to be expected at level 1 to even 3. Has to be a little bit cautious. There's not too much Wake Me Up can really do to relieve that pressure. And he can get the concussives out, but that's pretty much it. And this is going to be free farm for Double King. So a very different story from game number 1. The Terrorblade's going to hit some good timings here off the back of this lane. Should hit into the Manta timing pretty nicely and can start to connect with this team once a couple of stats are up. So we're looking at a rejuvenated pace for C-Dub, and as you mentioned, greedier for Ravens. They're going to have to play slower. They're going to have to stand behind and just wait for farm.
There might be some cool potential here down at bot lane once they have the... Yeah, there you go. Level 2's up. Silken Bowler, concussive shot. It's a lot of slow on Double King. You don't have level 2 on Wake Me Up, though, which is really the issue, but there it is. Now that that's up, you might actually have a shot. A couple more to come from Wake Me Up, but no, he won't be within range. And so now the kill potential is available for Ravens. They can start to be a lot more aggressive down at bottom lane with these double slows up. Double King. Oh, that's a lot of damage from Wake Me Up. Jump in immediately from Italiano Gangster. They're diving the T1 tower already, but the Metamorphosis has been popped and they'll get the kill. Italiano Gangster to drop first. Wake Me Up about to fall himself. Duster, though, out of range for an attack. He's got mangoes for the Scatter Blast. But I believe he won't even make it within range, and he won't. Unfortunate. I don't know if you're that upset as the Brood, though. Considering you are behind the TB, and you are a position 3, Broodmother, you might still be okay just slowing down the farm of Double King. Though Double King probably not going to be too upset considering he does at least get the kill before he dies.
Yeah, I think the bigger thing is that Double King did have to pop Metamorphosis. That's a 2-minute cooldown. That's 2 minutes where Italiano feels a lot safer in that lane. He can ride into his level 3 mark. He can try to go for that aggressive play once more. Once Wake Me Up does head down to his lane. So you don't mind that too much. Wake Me Up with a reset as well should be able to top up that bottle for RL. Mid lane's the one lane that we haven't really looked at too much. It is a lot better for Mark, but you're not fully shut down in the Morph lane. You still have some play. You're not dying. You're finding some farm up. You're at level 4, so a kill threat onto Morph is a lot harder to see. And I think RRL, as long as he holds steady, should still be able to ride into 6 and start morphing into Ember. And that's where things can get a little bit spicy. Just having chains and Sleight of Fist on hand on the Morphling can feel pretty big in some of these engagements early on.
You can slow down just a little bit throughout this laning stage, 2-2 now. Mark pulling ahead in CS very nicely on the Ember. So Mark probably feeling very motivated to have himself a strong Game 2 performance, especially with all the tips that were handed over last game around. Isla trying his best at the top lane to avoid too much harassment here from Kara. Vanguard timing on the Axe is going to be maybe a little bit slower because he does opt to go for the full Magic Wand. Doesn't go for the complete Vanguard rush, and the Magic Wand, pretty useful here against the Techie's Void. Just a lot of spell spam that can come out. The Vanguard's when he's going to feel a lot safer as this Axe in this top lane. Just a while away for that, I think maybe 2 minutes, maybe even 3, if the lane goes badly. Beauty of the Axe, though, is once you have the Vanguard up, you don't need to stay in the lane. You could just go to the jungle, take some stacks, escalate into your Blink Dagger that way. Once the Blink Dagger's up, you're looking to try and get aggressive. It's a great time.
Yeah, you can start setting up for your team. Oh.
Italiano Gangster trying to get aggressive. Duster trying to run, cannot make it out though. Wake Me Up, however, dropping low. Stick charges were there. He will survive. Double King cannot get within range, and now Double King, he's going to be in trouble. They'll turn around with all the magical damage they can throw out. Even the courier going down as Double King still trying to fight, but it's looking pretty rough. They've got a Silken Bowler in 1. And Orlando, but no, the Lotus. It's going to allow Double King to survive. This bottom lane, they are really just trying to play on the edge. Doing the absolute best they can to outplay each other. In comes Duster looking for the angle for the cookie or the scatter blast onto Italiano. But he will get away through the spider webs and he will be just fine to regen with that added regen from the webs. Say that, Duster. Moving in again. Meanwhile, top lane, they do catch out Kara. Argus will move in. Isla. He's probably going to go down, but oh no, the stick charges. Blast off lift is there, cancels the blast off, and now the chain's out. Isla gets a double. Perfect rotation from Mark. Just in the nick of time. And you know what, John? This Axe played that perfectly. Just baiting them forward constantly with the 20 magic wand charges. Really well played here from Cena.
They overextend on Ravens. They're looking for aggression up top, but that's a big set of kills going away of Isla. And some good rotations coming in from Mark. And starting to leverage that Ember. The fact that you don't have the best of hold here from Ravens.
Oh, again?
Chrono. Oh, boy.
Remnants up top. Argus, he'd used the time walk to try and close the gap on Isla. Argus. Oh, he's not going to make it, I don't think. Time walk's not going to be available. He'll have to make the walk of shame back. Mark is playing this so damn smart, John. He is playing this so smart. He left the Remnant there knowing Argus would come back and try to get aggressive. Takes the chance and it works out for him. Like, sure, you lose Isla, but who cares? He's done his job.
Yeah. You don't have a game right now to start off with for this Faces Void, and all the lanes really kind of lining up for C-Dub now. Like Italiano, despite that early kill, isn't finding as much pressure down bot. He is still farming up decently, but is lagging behind the network, bottom network core right now on that Brood. And you are hinging your game on this early start in the Brood Mother to take up space. She will still eventually have that timing, especially once the 6 is up and running. But the path to it just feels a lot tougher. You don't have a steady solution for the Ember. Mark's just able to do what he wants this game. Your hard control is not quite there. You have the value point in the Ancient Seal now from Wake Me Up, but it does feel a little bit too late. At very least, RRL is getting rune control out for himself, and he is going for a phylactery morphling. That's going to be an interesting to watch out for in the mid. I think we've seen this a couple of times. I think we've seen it elsewhere. Maybe in Dream League, I think we saw it, but not in the DPC. So, rather interesting build. Keen to see what it does here.
I'm not going to lie, this is the first time I've got to see it. So I'm sure you're right and it has happened a couple times, but I have not seen it yet. So this gets me very excited. Radiant Triangle, Wake Me Up, being chased down. Wake Me Up fine, RRL going to show up. Mark's still chasing, he's going to give up on the Skywrath. We'll go back after the Morphling. Meanwhile, towards the north, they found Argus. No, it was Argus's courier. They got Kara. Argus is fine. Like Isla, he might not be fine because he's dropping rather low. Seems like RRL will back off, realizing they don't really have the damage. It's fine. Only one going down, and that was just Kara on the techies.
Yeah, but you're still very happy for C-Dub to find this momentum. Like, the key thing for Ravens is minimizing losses and try to get as much as they can from their lanes. He hit level 6 in Talgana, for example. He can start to take over bot, regardless of the situation. But Argus with pressure up top, when this faces Void, it takes time to farm up regardless. You can jump around to camps, but you need at least the Maelstrom up to clear out those camps effectively. That's still a ways off here for the Void. So you're not going to be able to try to catch up with his Terrorblade farm anytime soon. Double King's always going to have fun here. Nice call onto the Spider Army.
Yeah. Coming in a gangster. Going down, Mark handing out the tips left, right, and center. Nobody's safe from the Ember. Mid lane, though, there was a bit of a push coming in, but Mark, he just feels himself right now going for more. However, he may have gone a bit far. He has remnants in 3 seconds, but it's not going to be quick enough, and the tips immediately coming out. Calm down, Mark. Well, we know the adrenaline's pumping, Mark, but you've got to calm down.
Yeah, he's feeling himself a little bit too much. They get another good call into Argus, but he does have time walk out this time. That was a little bit unfortunate down south. I thought Italiano had vision on the TP. He was literally right on top of it, and he just stayed there. and then got called and just got unceremoniously killed. I'm rather curious, but you don't ask those questions in CW. You take the kill, you smile, and you be happy. Phylactery up for RL. So adaptive strike with a little bit more damage and slow, morph with a little bit of a slow. It's interesting.
It is. I like it. I think it's a very fun build-up. Whether it looks good this game or not, different question entirely. Again, John, this is the first time I've gotten to see it so far. I'm looking very forward to it as top lane. Isla, he's not going to be looking forward to this. Looks like he is set to fall. Chrono is out. Argus not messing around, really just wanting the kill to be secured, though Isla is still alive, almost finding a dunk on Kara. They will finally take him down. But that's a tanky boy. That's what a Vanguard will do for you.
Takes a lot longer to find it, but it is an important kill for Argus to find to start to catch up on that Faceless Void. And they had to go for the double rate bans, considering that he had literally nothing coming out of that lane. And just working onto that Maelstrom to try to play catch up. Side of CW though, Mark's got some room to farm up, working onto his own Maelstrom. You are still free farming on Double King. Already has the Yasha into the Manta next, not too far off. Already has the recipe, I'm sure, hanging out in his courier. Italiano is trying to take over that bot lane, but he's not really able to fully shove out Double King. There's no threats coming in, there's no rotations out. One of the downsides of having that Morph core on mid is that it is a pretty inactive mid. Like, we saw RL rotate top, but not really doing much to help pressure bot. We'll find the mid tower though, so that's a nice objective to take. At the side of CW, their own item time is climbing up. Blink up on Isla. It gets even tougher now for you to position as the Broodmother, and gets a little bit scary for Argus if he just farms up with no vision to spot that axe.
That start, bottom lane, showing for a moment. Italiano Gangster though, no hesitation to move in. Doesn't quite have a stun though, so won't be able to claim the kill onto Duster. It can claim the tier 1 bottom tower. Double King, he's been left behind on the TB and does get spotted.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
In fact, I say left behind, Duster actually TP'd down to the bottom tier 2 tower. In the meantime, mid lane, RRL gets caught out. Isla, able to secure the kill on the axe. It wasn't a dunk, I believe it was just a spin, but the Morphling nonetheless has gone down. CW, I mean, while it is a slight net worth lead to Ravens, it does feel like CW are the ones actually in the lead in this game.
And they've got this initial farm on Double King. A solid foundation for themselves to kick off this game. The quick blink timing for Isla is going to cause some issues here. Mark is the only real reason that Ravens has this lead, simply because he's bottom network core. And that's about it. Like, everything else is going the way of CW in terms of their court cores. No one's stopping Double King. We need the threat of Mystic Flare here rather soon for waking up. Like, once he has Ancient Seal, Mystic Flare combination, if they can lock him in that Mystic Flare, then the Terrorblade will melt. Manta or not, you can still get that damage out. And that is going to be good follow-through damage for the eventual Chronos that we expect here from Argus.
Yeah.
So you have some timings to play around here on Ravens, but it does feel like you're not finding enough. Granted, you're still going to hit this timing for Italiano to get into the Echo Saber BKB on the Broodmother, and that's when the Broodmother can start to rip apart a lot of your supports. If the Snapfire is not going to feel great, the Rubik's just going to melt. So we'll have some ways, but again, it's down to positioning with this Blink Axe. Like, if you're clumping too hard on the Broodmother, if you're committing way too hard in support, not finding that instant kill, Blink Call will murder you every time. Like, you'll lose all your Spiderlings and then you'll lose your life. Axe just enjoys. Axe, he's a pest remover, Mike.
He is. Certainly is. Your cockroach spraying axe, or your spider spraying axe, rather. Has been doing a fantastic job this game so far. Second in net worth. Does have the blink. Obviously looking to go for the blade mail up next. Pretty standard build up here for the axe. After the blade mail, of course, you know, the world's your oyster. You can decide whatever the hell you want. Usually it's either BOTs or BKB that gets built up on the axe, but it can be a little bit cheeky as well. John, if you're feeling it, you can rush the Aghanim Scepter. It's always very nice in the axe these days. I dare say, though, it's probably going to be a boot to travel. Don't think there's as much necessity for a BKB yet. So, I mean, because Wake Me Up hasn't even hit level 6 yet. It's 13 and a half minutes in, just not at that stage. But yeah, BOTs, BKB, Either one be pretty nice for the old axe and might just make him practically unkillable for now. Seed-Up, still in a very strong position. Surprisingly enough, though, win probability is actually sitting the way of Ravens right now, 59%. So that might just be based on the fact that their draft scales so well into the late game with Avoid Morphling and Brood. But I'd still say momentum-wise, it does appear that Seed-Up should have maybe just a bit of an inch above Ravens here. At least for now.
Yeah, I think these early times that we're looking at from Double King is still a concern. Isla is still a concern. You have nothing to stop Mark from dancing around unless he overcommits with the Remnants, which he has done a couple of times, but I don't know if you'll be able to keep doing that for a longer time still. Smoke out from C-Dub under 2 supports. Not going to be able to connect onto Italiano. Does manage to back off in the nick of time. Only 100 gold away from that Equisaber we were talking about. Although, has to be careful.
Jump in. Bottom lane. They've already found Italiano Gangster. Isla just deleting him. Duster will take care of it. Secures the kill for the team. Seed up. Seeing the rotations immediately retreat. They just don't want to mess around. They'll smoke up. They'll wait for the blink to be available on Isla and maybe just go back in now. Find a secondary pick-off. You do still have the kisses available here for Duster. So one call could just secure a kill onto practically anyone. And it seems like they're going to head mid. Because they know that nobody can TP into the mid tier 1 tower at the moment. They all TP down bot. So if they find RRL, it's a free kill. Still Ravens. They have rotated, predicting this movement, but instead the Void gets called out. Isla, he has not got the dunk off though. He gets silenced. Wake Me Up was there with the save, and now the Chrono catching out 2 targets. Oh, Wake Me Up, what a save. That Ancient Seal, had he been like 0.1 of a second later, it would have been too late.
That was just clutch. Giving Argus the opportunity to time walk, getting that Chrono out, getting a hard lockdown they need to find those kills. And for the side of Ravens, well, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Side of C-Dub, overcommit, overextend. You do get punished for it. On the side of Ravens now, I mean, all things considered, I think for C-Dub's draft, you need to be ahead by a bigger margin in this. Yeah, only having all this gold in Double King is good, but it's not good enough. Like, you need Mark to pop off a little bit harder. You need Isla to really be consistent with the blink calls and with the dunks. He hasn't got a single dunk despite all these kills. Just not being able to get it past the spins. It's not even having that additional armor to help survive in some, like, Chrono here. It does feel rather rough. I mean, like, for the side of Ravens, I mean, you've got room for RL to farm. You've got Argus going into his Massive Madness. So he can just have even more damage as well in the Chrono and have a lot of space out to solo farm. Italiano, full Echo Saber up onto the BKB with the disassembly play on hand. He's starting to be pretty damn scary on the Brood. And you always got the call to clear out the Spiderlings on Isla, sure, but...
Oh, yeah. They've got Isla. Beautiful setup here from Italiano Gangster and Wake Me Up. Kind of the thing with the axe, you know, you start dying a couple too many times and you start to feel like you're dying every time. He's died 5 times now on the axe. Hasn't got the blade mail yet. And I'd say Isla just needs to be a little bit cautious because this axe hero, it pops off, it becomes a real nuisance. But again, you die a couple times in a row, suddenly that momentum you once had just disappears.
Yeah, it's just a very sensitive hero to the ebb and flow of the game. The Blade Mail should provide a second wind for Isla, so it should be a little bit more consistent once the calls are committed, but the 2k lead coming out for Ravens, the fact that RL now is just going for your standard Morph build-up, Dragonlance into Manta, probably Ags or Butterfly afterwards, does cause concern, because their output will scale across 3 cores. Like, you can't even count the Perimeter out either. With her scaling up as a universal type, she does an insane amount of damage, and she can't just right-click away. So, you have to stem the bleeding a bit, C-Dub. Play a little bit cleaner in these engagements. Find some pickoffs. Just back off and some poop.
Baiting for his side. Perfect bait from the Spider. Finding one. Might have another here in Duster. That'll be a second. the support duo and the offlane of Ravens, they are really doing a fantastic job. Like, I love the fact that they are literally just staying around Italiano Gangsta and letting him do whatever the hell he wants. And every time he baits for them, they know they've got a couple kills ready to go.
There's just not enough punishment coming out here from C-Dub. Their best bet is just a big call, but Italiano's starting to manage his Spiderlings a lot better. As long as you're...
Argus got netted up by the neutrals and then got chained. Problem is, though, Mark just gets completely deleted. Whoa, here we go again. Tips out. You can't forget, John, like, Phylactery's available on Wake Me Up. So that's where that added burst of damage came in the chrono. He just popped Ancient Seal to get the damage directly out so he could hand the kill over to the Void before the chrono ended. And I love that. Like, even Ancient Seal now does 150 damage thanks to Phylactery.
Yeah, that's a ton. Wake Me Up. I'm wondering if... I think the increased magic damage applies first, so the debuff applies before the damage.
It should.
Which means that you should get amped up damage just like Desolator. So, yeah, Wake Me Up can just delete heroes. It's very fun. Your Flame Guard doesn't last too long.
Do you think it actually works that way? I don't know.
I think so. Theoretically, your debuff should apply before damage applies. So theoretically, like that's how Deso works. Like the auto attack flies out, and the minus armor applies first before your first hit applies. So you do get the minus armor buff. You get the benefits of the minus armor on your first attack. So I want to assume it works the same way here, just for consistency in programming, but you never know.
That's very funny.
You never know. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, you don't know. I don't know. I'm not a programmer. I'm not digging through these files to look for the logic order here, Mike. No. I'll just assume and pretend it's right. And that's that's a crazy combination.
Why are you so lazy, John? As if you're not digging through all the code, trying to figure it out. What are we paying?
Sorry,
you
I'm not expecting. Yeah, I know. My bad.
You're telling me you're not a software engineer?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know every caster has to be a software engineer or crypto, bro. This is what it is. It's either or.
Nobody said anything about crypto. You always got to take a shot at us for no reason.
At us? Wow. Mike, you took that to the heart. Sheesh.
The market's up a little bit, John. I'm getting cocky again. Right? I'm getting confident again. Not for long, though. Don't worry.
That's never a good sign.
They'll shut me down very soon. Yeah.
You should know your own pattern. Never get confident. Just always be worried. Just never let yourself feel good, Mike. Because once you feel good, then always, I hear about it the next day, you're crying. Just like C-Dub might be crying if they lose this Roshan. The Ravens are lining up for a freebie.
Funny you mentioned that as well. You think as a married man, I'd kind of realize those points, John, but apparently not quite yet. I still have faith in something. This Roshan is going down. Free Roshan here for Ravens, 5k advantage, and now Dota Plus is saying 80% the way of Ravens in terms of win probability, which I certainly agree with. Because they've gotten away with so much when it comes to this draft that they probably shouldn't have been able to get away with. And they've got a huge spike now as well. They're rushing right towards the top lane through the Twin Gates. RL going to try and bait. Oh, it's a pincer maneuver. Look at this, John. They're moving in. Double King was not spotted. They're going to find the Rubik instead. A bit of an unfortunate scenario because they could have got the carry. Duster tying for the TP will go down. So the support duo dying here for C-Dub. Can I just say as well, this double Phylactery, this Morph Skyrath combo with Ancient Seal, it's kind of busted, right? Like the Ancient Seal combo, the Ancient Seal target is just going to explode every time, assuming RL and Skyrath are there. There's just no escape. Until the BKBs are up, you just can't run.
You certainly can't. And there are no BKBs being lined up here, at least for good old Double King. He's going to be relying on his two frontline cores instead. Both Mark and Eilard ones going for the BKBs here. A little bit concerning for the Terrorblade. I mean, I get that he's trying to play on edge. You know, he wants to just rely on the Manta to get off the Ancient Seal off his back. But once you're caught out with Manta down, I don't think Double King's that hard to manage. And you've got the Magical Burst on hand. You've always got the Chrono to fall back to. You've got the output starting to ramp up on RRL. He's already got the Yasha, Manta not too far off. And after that, straight Ags. With the Ags up, taking all those stats away from Double King, it's not going to feel amazing. Minus 70 attack speed, massive loss in DPS. 20% of his agi and stats. It's not great. I think for C-Dub, again, they had an earlier window they had to
Top
play
lane, Italiano Gangster. I thought he had something going there. Johnny had the harpoon up. He went for the Terrorblade, but the Mantle was there to try and avoid any kind of death. Here's mid lane. Chrono is committed. They're onto the Ember. Mystic Flare onto the Snapfire. Mark's going to be able to rim it out. But it seems like Isla is as good as gone. They mess up just a little bit, splitting up. Oh, hold on a minute. The harpoon again onto Double King. But with all that armor, he is a tanky boy. They need the magic damage to come out. In goes RRL. He gets a lot off onto the TB. Now the cookie. Can he sunder in time? No, he cannot. All right, this is more Flink Phylactery. I'm liking what I'm seeing. This is nice. Against a hero like Terrorblade, this is really, really nice.
It's just making short work of him. And RRL finds a perfect position for the cookie follow-up stun. They've managed to find a burst. Very scattered fight. It looks a little bit wonky with the Chrono at first, you know, not finding that initial kill onto Mark, but they get the follow-through. Isla not in position for the call, gets run down instead, and all of a sudden you find Ravens at a 13k advantage. With this kind of draft, with how greedy it is, having this lead, it's hard for C-Dub to reel this one in again. It's all a matter of tempo. Like you mentioned it, but the axe can kind of fall off, although it scales back in once you have enough damage on Ravens to hurt yourself, which with a Morphling and Faceless Void, you will have enough damage to hurt yourself with a Blade Mail Call. It's just a matter of finding that opening for Isla. And it's difficult to find any of those openings when you're playing against Broodmother techies. Like the map control is there for Ravens. They've got the prox mines to scout. You can send the Spiderlings around as well to just spot out in certain areas of the map. So it's never comfy in trying to look for a smoke outside your high ground here. You know, be able to find a mid-tier 1 at the very least, but Ravens, they don't mind that. It's 24 minutes in for that mid to fall.
And it is. C-Dub. Smoking up. I mean, they're kind of desperate right now for a good team fight, John. Things are very, very tough.
Radiant are scanning.
Anything would be good right now. Just any kind of kill. Any kind of opening. Wake me up. That'd be one. He breaks the smoke though on Mark. Now they know there's smoke. Tier 2 mid tower, under siege. This could be very dangerous for C-Dub. Though they get a call, but no, they don't. They missed it. Kara, he wants to move in. Meanwhile, Italiano Gangster just rushing in with the BKB. They've already lost Isla. They need to get out of here. This is not the fight. Duster's down. Argus looking for a Chrono. He's found at least one. It's going to be Sanctified. Missing out on the Terrorblade, but who cares? There's 3 down. C-Dub, they are being given 0 breaks. Italiano was still rushing for the TB, but does not want to die of tier 2s. Didn't have vision on the Terrorblade anyway. Just completely lost it. They're onto the tier 2 tower. They won't have enough time to go for the high ground with these short respawn timers. But if they're feeling confident in just continuing to fight, they could try for this. I think, however, they're probably much safer just going for the next Roshan and at least having Chrono up before they go high ground.
Yeah. Just give it a wait. No rush here from the side of Ravens. Your draft doesn't need to be too concerned about scaling to the late game for sure. I have to say, you know, it's interesting that the universal type heroes that are popular, Lycan and Brood, both have self buffs that increase their base off their base damage. Like Insatiable Hunger, base attack damage bonus 70% on a hero that gets a lot from stats, Mike. So
Yes.
it's every time Insatiable Hunger is on, that's like double damage right there. Same thing with Lycan and Feral Impulse, which means his double damage is always on, which is also dumb.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Sounds
kind of funny. Those are the heroes to get all of these buffs with universal type. Yeah, the guys with inbuilt base damage bonuses. Let's have them have the universal stat type. Like, whoa.
I like it.
Scary.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that point, Jonathan. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Broodmother, free MMR, according to John X Fire.
Brood and Lycan still. Those heroes are busting.
I haven't tried it yet, John, but I may just after this series. Do enjoy myself a cheeky Broodmother or Lycan.
I mean, I'm sure you'll be crying the entire time. You'll be wiping your tears on some Necrobook pages, but you'll have fun with it, Mike. Trust me.
What
Still fun without the
John?
book.
What damn Necrobook? It's gone now.
Exactly.
Rest in peace, my sons.
No, do not rest in peace. Struggle in the depths of the ban world. Never come back.
Oh, Italiano. He's into 3 heroes here, John. That's the state of the game right now, ladies and gentlemen. Italiano Gangster has 444 damage. No, 344. AU Math XD. Sanctified. Oh, never mind that, because the Chrono and the double Mystic Flare. Oh, it's so tough. C-Dub might need to call it. It's getting so tough in this game. Ron of Atos is out. Lock him down a little bit longer. Mark will barely remnant away. Cookie him out. Italiano Gangster just chasing past the tier 4 towers. Can't quite reach for the harpoon. Luckily, they don't have a creep wave, so C-Dub have a tiny bit of time extra. But not much time.
No, not too much. And even though the respawn's coming, I mean, at the least you have Metamorphosis on your Terrorblade when you respawn out, but...
Duster.
And Duster.
The harpoon on the Broodmother, man. This is what I live for, John. Isla, nice jump in, nice call. He does get Argus. That's a great pickup. He will die for this, though, but the buybacks are incoming. Mark, he wants to capitalize as much as humanly possible. But who's going to get caught? He has no remnants. He can't follow up. Italiano Gangster. Look at this Giga Chat. He's moving back in. Oh, Mark has died back. Double King's by himself. Sanctified's going to buy back, but it's too late. It is all too late. Ultra kill. GG is called. GG has been called. Ravens have done it. 2-0 victory for them. And that basically guarantees us a tiebreaker for Div 2.
That is a nutty way to close out the tour here for Ravens. After taking a surprising loss earlier on in the tour, they managed to bounce back in. And, you know, they're in top form once more. This is the Ravens that we were expecting to see. This is not the kind of road C-Dub wanted after a spectacular tour overall. Taking this one loss against Ravens and putting their ride into Div 1 in jeopardy, right? Like, now you're kind of banking on, if you're on C-Dub, you're banking on the cut to lose to Wildcard Gaming. Just so you get the cut, Ravens and C-Dub on the tiebreakers. And that's heartbreaking, man. All these teams just look fantastic, so competitive in Div 2. But, well, you know, C-Dub, they kept the same roster since Tour 2. They improved a lot, but faltering a little bit on the last day, on the last minute. A win here just meant no tiebreakers. You would have been in.
I'm going to go ahead and say, John, I don't know if it's C-Dub faltering or if Ravens have been holding some surprises here with their drafts. Because the drafting here today from Ravens has just been on point, right? Like, even us, we were talking about this Game 2 draft. I was saying they've got to drag it out. They didn't need to drag out crap. They bring out this phylactery morphling, Italian against the Broodmother with a harpoon. It was all too much. And the way they played this was just perfect. You know, this is one of the times where I'm happily proven wrong here, John. I'm very happy to see how well Ravens are performing right here, because it was a dominant 2-0. It wasn't even close. Maybe game 1 you could argue was a little bit closer than this, but even that wasn't that close.
Yeah, it was a complete stomp out from Ravens. Like, game 1, I'll give it to C-Dub for not making that game easy for themselves. This game 2 draft was not a bad draft. And maybe you didn't manage to get as much out from your Axe lane as much as you'd want. And RL kind of drawing even with Markdown mid was also a pretty big factor. Although that is to be expected from Morph. And the snowball that came afterwards. Ravens just execute a lot better. I think C-Dub, I mean, it is a little bit of a quirky draft from Ravens. Sure, it's a little bit greedy, but with the way they itemize, with the way they play around it, it didn't feel that. Only your initial laning phase, it felt like C-Dub had to find so much more, especially for Double King. And they had to play with Double King a lot more aggressively with, say, his Metamorphosis, and they don't manage to do that. And Ravens take a clean 2-0. We will hand our MVP to Wake Me Up.
Give it to him.
MVP in plays, and MVP with the voice lines. That's really all I have to say about that. His voice line usage, his tip usage. Wake Me Up, woke up today, Mike.
Yeah, he certainly did. Wake Me Up's been fantastic here today, and this Skywrath Mage performance was just brilliant. I mean, we saw so many great plays from the Skywrath. I mean, that Void save against the Culling Blade of Isla, like, he was so darn low, but that split-second silence that came out really saving the day, and you just saw them pop off right afterwards, just smashing out the team fight. And that might have been the game-winning play, quite frankly, because right after that team fight, they just started snowballing completely out of control here. So props to Wake Me Up. He's been fantastic throughout the whole of 2 or 3, and obviously fantastic again today. And again, that means tiebreakers are coming. So we have guaranteed tiebreakers now, which makes me very excited, Jonathan. I heckin' love tiebreakers. We have an interview with the man himself, of course, the Italiano Gangster is here with us. Mr. Italiano Gangster, congratulations on the 2-0 victory against C-Dub. How the hell are you feeling, sir?
Good. I don't have to say anything else.
Talk to me about this series, man. What was on your mind? You guys completely stomped the side of C-Dub. John and I thought it was going to be close. Were you this confident it was going to be this easy going into this series?
No, not honestly, because we saw they beat Wildcard and we had a really bad streak lately. We've been losing a lot of scrims, a lot of officials in another tournament, so our confidence is lowered a lot. But I'm pretty sure we just looked at this team, and I played them for 2 tours before, and I always beat them, so I knew exactly how to beat them. And I told them, just do this, and they're not going to be able to win. And the strat was just farm. That's literally it.
I mean, you guys weren't wrong. It's complete domination. Game 1, can I just ask you as well? John and I were commenting a lot about the draft. Obviously, you saw that first pick, Enigma. Did that draft themselves into a corner? Are we right in saying that? Because it seemed like that they just could not take off after that first pick.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? I think it's more the Coddle than the Enigma. Because I know Enigma is very good against Undying, and I know it could be a 5. So if they were to pick that, they could sort of do the flex thing. But when you do Coddle Enigma, so first of all, that's probably your support duo, right? And then a Coddle Enigma lane sounds terrible. It sounds so easy to gank. We could just pick Penguin 8 or something. I think we went with a different hero though. We went with Ember, right? But it's the same thing, right? It's the same concept that it could just gank super easily. So yeah, that game, I don't know, their opening was like horrendous. No offense. Don't do that again, please.
Go on, John.
All right, Italian. What's the feeling now for you guys and Ravens going into these tiebreakers? Is there any team that you'd prefer to play up against in the 3-way tie? Potentially, we're waiting on the cut and wild card to potentially tie with you and C-Dub. Who would you rather play against, the cut or wild card in those 3-way ties?
C-Dub's not in the tiebreakers, right? Or are they?
I think they would be at the same scoreline. You're 5-2, C-Dub would be 5-2, and then it's either the cut or wild card, depending on who takes the loss.
Okay, so obviously I prefer to play against C-Dub. Alright, I just showed that. And then the other two, I think it's a 50-50. So whatever I play against is probably going to be the same.
Fair enough. And we noticed a lot of tipping in the series. On to Mark. Was there anything in pubs? Because we've talked to Mark before. The guy can be, pretty bombastic. Any backstory here? Any context?
I wasn't focusing with the tips at all. I think game 1 I didn't tip anyone, and then game 2 I tipped Duster because he missed a cookie, and then he tipped me when I died, and then I tipped him when he died. It's as simple as that. But Wake Me Up was tipping him a lot. I don't know what's going on there. I didn't ask him though.
Yeah, it's surprising. Wake Me Up looks like the kind of fellow who doesn't say too much, but he had a lot to say there with his voice lines as well. Now, going forward here for you guys in Ravens, looking good for potentially going up for promotion. We've got the TI qualifiers coming around here as well. In your opinion, what's the one thing that you feel like your team is pretty good at right now? And what's the one thing on your team that you also want to improve upon going forward here?
So as a team in general, I think the biggest problem is communication. I think our mid laner doesn't speak a lot, and then our support sort of have a disconnect. So I think the number one thing that has to be fixed on this team is communication. And then the good side on our team is that I personally think that we do have some signature heroes, and we play them. I think we do pretty well. Me, I more play everything, but for my other teammates, they have signature heroes. So I could play whatever, and they get their heroes, and I think we have a really good chance of winning. So yeah, that's the bad and good. And then for TI calls, I don't know if there's going to be roster changes or not, so I can't really comment right now.
Well, I'm looking forward to see whether or not you guys stick around, because you guys look fantastic as 5 right now.
Yeah. I want to ask, just before we let you go, regarding this Broodmother pick, you're a level 30 Broodmaster, so, Broodmother, so I'm going to go ahead and say you're a bit of a specialist in this hero. John mentioned this universal broodmother with the insatiable hunger being a percentage base increase on base damage. How broken, on a scale of 1 to 10, how broken is this hero?
I'm very happy you asked me that. Okay, so I'm telling you right now ahead of time, I'm predicting this. You will see one team pick carry Broodmother at the major, and then everyone's going to start copying it or banning it. I'm telling you right now, this hero is really OP, but it's so much better on carry than offlane. I think I picked Broodmother this game as a meme. I just wanted to hit creeps. Because like I said, you just farm against this team and you win. But like you could check my Dota buff. I have like 30 games with 70% win rate, and I play carry every game. Like it destroys Vanguard heroes because you max the Q. It like gives them one less lane to play in, and it just does 600 damage. And then you get the base attack time talent, and you have like an alchemist attack speed, like at level 25. It's like crazy. it really is crazy. Like I don't know.
Well, there you go. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Free MMR with POS1 Broodmother. So I bet we will see it at the major, just considering how strong it looked in your game too. But with that, we'll let you go, sir. Of course, congratulations again on your victory, and we'll see you once again for tiebreakers in a couple days.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Right, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
The lovely Italiano gangster, Jonathan. I forgot to tell him as well. I do love the man's accent. Like, he's called Italiano gangster for a reason. He's got that. You saw the hand gestures, Jonathan. The very Italian hand gestures. The way he speaks, it reminds me of like a mafia boss. He's about to offer us, give us an offer we can't refuse. And that Broodmother certainly was an offer you couldn't refuse, I'll tell you, based on how he played it. Let's look at the standings here. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, in case you were wondering, the cut and wildcard, they are still tied in first place. They are playing tomorrow against each other. So the reason why we keep saying tiebreakers is because the loser of tomorrow is going to be stuck in the tiebreaker against C-Dub and Ravens for the second slot in NA Div 1. The winner of that matchup between the cut and wildcard, they are guaranteed that slot. So tomorrow, wildcard versus the cut. Winner gets to Div 1. Loser has to play in a three-way tiebreaker against C-Dub and Ravens. And of course, the bottom four, they have no chance in the matter. The 5th, 6th, 7th place, it is set in stone. They are not moving, but the top four at the moment are all still in the running for the slot of Div 1. John, it's going to be a hype day tomorrow, and I think we are going to have a look at the schedule in just a moment to see what the schedule is going to look like. But spoiler alert, it is going to be the cut versus wildcard tomorrow, in case you weren't already aware. So the cut versus wildcard comes up tomorrow. And again, loser of that, three-way tiebreaker. And John, let me ask you, 2 predictions. First of all, who's winning tomorrow?
Who's winning? You know what?
Give me a prediction.
I want to say my boys in the cut. I want to say the cut. I think MTD is... I love RCY. I love that kid. He's Filipino. I got to root for him. But I think MTD is just hungry. He's hungry as all hell. And I'm guessing the second question is who wins the tiebreaker down the line. Oh, that's a little bit harder. I think Ravens. At their best, Ravens is a scary team. I think it's either Ravens. It's hard to say. I think that is a super competitive tiebreaker. I would not be surprised if that goes 3 cycles, if that goes 4 cycles, if that goes 6 cycles to keep up with a Filipino band name 6 Cycle Mine. That's certainly what we might end up with in the NA DPC if it ends up that way. I can see it going forever.
Jesus, John, I asked you for 2 predictions. You gave me 2 plus the prediction of what the question was going to be. So there you go. Very, very good, Jonathan. Very good. Good to see you're not being too biased towards the Filipinos tomorrow. Nice to see from you, sir. Apparently the Finnish have taken John X Fire for themselves now. So there you go. It is MLP Dota, it is John X Fire. Obviously, we do have to go for today, ladies and gentlemen. There's no more games going on, but don't go anywhere. I mean, go somewhere, but come back tomorrow because we have a hype series between the cut and wildcard. And then the next day, we have tiebreakers. And then the next day, the major starts. So I guess John and I are never getting a break. So till then, it is MLP Dota, it's John X Fire. We'll see you all again tomorrow for some more great NA Div 2 action. See you then.